It's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome, and happy Thursday. It's your boy, Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show where we basically get into all the things going on in pop culture. So anything celebrity news, gossip, movies, music, anything, and, involving entertainment. We talk about on this here show. So before we get started, can you please do me a solid and hit that like button, that subscribe button, and that notification button so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. And we do have a lot of tea to spill today, Chair. So I have some Fast 11 news, some Hostel news, some news about The Voice, The Traitors. So yeah, it's gonna be a lot of movies and TV news. I have my opinions and stuff on that. Plus, we're going to talk about Simon Cowell getting dragged by the K-pop fans, and I am here for it. So we're going to be talking about that because, he basically trying to just ignore their legacy by just trying to talk about that. Oh, we haven't had a big boy band since One Direction. So we're going to talk about it. Plus, J-Lo, or Jennifer, as I like to call her. See, that's my new term that I'm so called. Everybody be saying J-Lo, Jennifer, but I'm like, I started the whole Jennifer trade. I'm gonna stay on that. But right into the wheels fall off, bitch. So she's addressing the negativity out in the world right now, and she's thanking her fans and support. Girl. We're gonna talk about that. Plus, Kelis is rejecting the idea of reuniting with her ex-husband Nas and says, bitch, where's my money? Where my money at? Where my money at? So we're gonna talk about that. Plus, Koonye is being accused of sexual harassment. I was like, oh yay, finally an episode we ain't gotta talk about nobody being harassed, nobody being the R word, all that other stuff. Here we go with another black man in power, using their power for all the wrong damn reasons. And I believe every word of it. So we want to talk about that. Plus this whole Nepo baby debate. Because Maya Hawke, daughter of Uma Thurman and Ethan Hawke, is weighing in on the whole Nepo baby conversation. And I have to say, based off of her, she is basically doing what I've been saying these damn Nepo babies should have been doing a long time ago. She's smart. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, Lady Gaga is addressing them pregnancy rumors. I think we did talk about it a little bit in the last show where it was brought up, I believe, about in one of the comments. I don't forgive me for whoever put it in there because I can't, I can't remember what I had for breakfast this morning. So I can't remember like exactly who be saying so because when we all chat, we just be in here chatting. So she's addressing the rumors, but I think we talked about it a little bit, but we're going to get more into it as the thing develops. Plus, I had some tea on T.S. Madison, Sam Smith. Rebel Wilson is saying that it's nonsense that only gay actors should play gay roles. This is a tight and true conversation that we continue to have in this space. And I'm going to give my opinions on it because I feel like I'm a lot of times I'm of two minds of it. And I think my opinion on it always usually changes or maybe it's evolving. But I feel like I finally have a lock on my overall thoughts regarding gay actors should be the ones to tell gay stories. So we'll talk about it. Plus, Zachary Quinto out here acting like Jennifer Lopez, being a nuisance in the restaurants and things, to the point where his ass got banned from a restaurant in Canada. That's why I like to call Canada sometimes. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, Cal, it seems like every week we have some beef or whatever going on with somebody from Drag Race. So now Roxy Andrews and Vanjie are going at it with Order Mayari. So we're going to talk about that. And I'm sure a whole lot more that y'all probably drop in the comments as the show, progresses throughout today. I won't say the day, but the rest of the day. But anyway, as I said before, please hit that like button, that subscribe button, the notification button before we get started. So that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I'm trying to get 1K before, I was going to say the end of the summer, but no, bitch. I want to do it by the end of Pride because it's Pride Month. And I was a homosexual. So how about a homosexual by hitting that like button, that subscribe button, and that notification button? Please and thank you. Yeah, I like saying that. Homosexual. Shout out to Tony Directs for that. Wait, you said Robert's in the building. Hey, it said support toxic and it worked. Wait, what are we talking about? You talking about toxic like Britney? I need more details on the whole. Well, you talking about support toxic because I know she out here trying to get with Jason Trawick. I think that's how you say his name. And the tea about Jason, they said he was part of her conservative shit. So I don't know if that'd be a good idea if she want to get back with him. Or maybe she's looking at it as like, you know what, he was good to me during that whole situation. So I want to revisit that. But I don't know. I'm still two minds about that. Oh, yeah. Hi. It said, so deeper research brands aren't supporting Pride because people like Matt Walsh, Megyn Kelly, goal was to make Pride gay people and trans. Yeah, it's these freaking conservatives that push this agenda of bigotry and hatred. So now the corporations are allowing, three people to dictate the mass of the world. They don't make up the majority of the world. It's always the small group of people that, it seems to be that gets all this attention and tends to scare people away from wanting to support. But to me, in my opinion, if y'all gonna be like this, if y'all gonna be these type of brands that are scared to work with companies or be inclusive when it comes to the LGBTQ plus community who spends a lot, who makes up a lot of the disposable income. I mean, unless you're a queer person with a family, then if you're going to do that, if you're going to show y'all entire ass during this month, then when things get cute or whatever again, then don't come back into our community trying to look for, us to spend money into your places. Because I've always had that gripe about these corporations that jump into our communities and just be up in here talking about, oh yeah, well, we love the gays from, the first until the end of the month. What is it? The third? Wait, what is it? Only 30 months in June? I mean, 30 days in June. So it's like, because it's always one month is the 30, one month is the 31st, and another month is the 20, is only 28 days. So, so it's like, yeah, don't come over to us when shit is popping and everything is great because y'all want to capitalize on our stuff, which is what a lot of corporations do. And then when the going gets tough, then y'all want to run. It's like, no, keep running, bitch, because we're not going to support y'all. And well, I won't. I can't speak for everybody else. So, but anyway, let's get the show started because we have a couple of movie and TV topics before we get to the big juicy stuff, and that's Vin Diesel is giving an update on what's going on with this Fast 11 film. Now, y'all know this is the last one, as they say, and the movies have kind of been, I liked a couple of the films. The first one we all know is a ripoff of Point Break. Too Fast, Too Furious, it was all right. Shout out to, oh my God, what's that director's damn name? John Singleton, may he rest in peace. Tokyo Drift, child, I don't know her. The fourth one, when Vin Diesel finally came back and was trying to rejuvenate the franchise because they was desperate. I think they was going to be one of those franchises to go straight to damn DVD. And he finally came back and it was cute or whatever, but it wasn't like that strong one. It wasn't until Fast 5 came that literally they started cooking with gas and the series finally, started to get really good. And that's when they brought in Dwayne Johnson. So 5 and 6 were like my favorite. 7 was because 6 was when we lost Paul Walker. Sad to hear that. I liked him. He was, that was a pretty ass man. He was good to look at. And so, and then then after that, I think, and then I also really believe, and I don't know if people agree with this or whatever, but I truly feel that the reason why the movie made $1 billion, the one that Paul Walker died in, I think it was Fast Six, as I said before, is because people wanted to see how they were going to wrap up that character, how y'all was going to send him off because he died before they could finish the film. He was, I think, drag race or whatever, car burst into flames and shit. So all that pretty got cooked, and by the flames. And so then he goes, and then we lost or whatever. Then we went to see the movie. They had his brothers kind of step in, and then he did the digital and adding onto their faces so that way Paul was in the movie but not really. But they made that film work. But then I was like, okay, I feel like at the end of that, they should have just wrapped it up, spun it off into doing other stuff, or maybe just did a Fast 7 to possibly spin it off. Or maybe they could have just did some final reshoots and just or they could just spun it off at the end of that, because that felt like a really good ending. And then you come out with like a spin-off of the franchise and you make Vin Diesel come in and do little appearances, whatever the case was. That's not where they went. They decided to do a 7 and an 8 and a 9 and then a 10. And those movies and then it seemed like the franchise was getting worse again. It was on the decline, especially that last one. I don't know which one was bad, Fast 9 or Fast 10. Fast 9, I think, still is one of the worst. 10, I could tolerate to a point, but I will admit, I have not wait, actually, it's not true. I did what that was The last one I actually watched twice because of Jason Momoa. But I will say, and I know Vin Diesel probably get mad at this, but Dwayne Johnson saved the franchise. It wasn't until, like, when I said Fast Five came along and y'all brought in Dwayne Johnson, he was basically like box office Viagra at the time. So they brought him in and he helped the film. I think they hoping the same thing for Chris Hemsworth with him being in the Transformers G.I. Joe crossover. But quiet as it's kept, Chris Hemsworth has not had a hit since leaving the Thor franchise. So I don't know how they're gonna make that work. But anyway, nevertheless, to get to the point, he's giving an update because that last one didn't really do that well. I heard the budget was almost $500 million, and the movie grossed worldwide almost 800. So while you barely broke even, Universal, I think at the end of the day, still lost some money. If they would have grossed $1 billion, I don't think they would be as hard on them as they are now. But nevertheless, they are, and I think the reason why that they're hard on them is because Vin's trying to pay out all these big name celebrities, like, all his cast every time they re-up, and he's paying Tyrese and them out the wazoo. Or when you bring in Helen Mirren and you bring in Jason Statham and you bring in all these big names, that's what happens. So he did give an update, as I was getting to, where he says that they're getting a new writer. So Fast and the Furious seemingly has a new writer, according to the latest update from Vin Diesel, who teased just how major this next entry is going to be. The upcoming Fast and Furious 11 is going to be a direct sequel to Fast X, which introduced Dante Reyes, played by Jason Momoa, as the biggest villain Dom Toretto and his family have had to face so far. The new movie is set to release in 2026 and was announced with writers Oren Uziel, who is from the Cloverfield Paradox, and Christina Hodson from The Flash. Now, they've actually replaced those writers because he went on Instagram to talk about Fast and Furious 11, seemingly confirming that the sequel is going to be written by Zach Dean instead of Uziel and Hodson. Now, let me say this. When I saw Oren Uziel, I was like, I don't know what he's done. But then they put in the Cloverfield Paradox. First of all, that movie was terrible. So I'm glad they got rid of him. And then you had Christina Hodson. Okay, now, I guess they wanted to bring in a woman because, there was a point where Michelle Rodriguez did say at one point that she was going to drop out of the franchise because the way y'all was just wasting her character or whatever. She said, I need a female writer in here to write from the female perspective, which I totally get. But still, girl, they just basically had you screaming Dom throughout the whole damn movie. And then they would always have to make sure that you would have a fight sequence with a bunch of men, and then you have your one-on-one with a girl. So you had one with Gina Carano, who's been pretty much blacklisted from Hollywood. Then you had your other fight in the next movie with oh my God, what the hell's her name? And she's a horrible fucking actress. It's another damn MMA fighter. And then, then she had a fight scene in the last one with Charlize Theron. I don't even know. Look, it was a good fight scene, but I was like, this fight scene is pointless. It made no sense. Like, I had them fighting. But nevertheless, it was a good scene to watch. And I love watching Charlize because Charlize Theron definitely is a good action star type of character. So I'm hoping we see more of her, but there is word that they're coming out with a all-female version of Fast and the Furious, which I would be here to see. I don't want to hear no woke shit. I don't want to hear none of them comments. I like seeing, I told you, I like watching strong women kick butt in action movies. But anyway, so it says the image shows the actor reminiscing, as y'all can see, the one I posted up, reminiscing about his time working with Paul Walker, who he likes to call Pablo, who died, which basically means Paul in Espanol, in case y'all didn't know that. But anyway, he said who died prior to the release of Furious 7 while mentioning Dean as the writer. He previously worked on the story for Fast X and is now seemingly going to have an even greater role in the sequel's production than expected. Fast X ended on a mass cliffhanger with Ames, played by Alan Ritson, revealed to be a double agent working with Dante using a rocket launcher to destroy a helicopter with several important characters inside. And one of those characters that's like Ludacris was in there, Tyrese was in there, the British chick was in there. It was a bunch of. So we've got to see if they actually die. But this is Fast and Furious. They kill people off and then they come back. Because we saw, if you watch the last one, Gal Gadot supposed to be dead, and now she comes out of a submarine. So Giselle's alive, which means when Han finds out, he gonna lose his shit. But that's his girl. Justice for Han. He finally getting it. But anyway, so it says the Fast X post-credit scene also teased Dwayne Johnson's return as Hobbs, setting the stage for his own entry into the cinematic universe. Because of how many more action-packed thrills the Fast saga is going to be tackling, it will require plenty of talent to make it all come to fruition. So yeah, so I'm actually excited, sort of, to see this new film. Because well actually it says, before I even get my thoughts, it says if Uziel and Hudson really aren't writing Fast and Furious 11 anymore, then it could result in some unexpected story developments that are in line with different versions of the sequel. At the same time, though, Dean's experience working on Fast X story means he's perfect candidate to give Dom's family a proper send-off in their biggest battle ever. The writer is also working on an untitled standalone movie, meaning he's aware of where the franchise goes after the Fast Saga's end. This would make him perfect for saying farewell to the beloved cast. So I do like the idea they're bringing somebody in to handle this. But hold on, let me Google Schmoogle and let me see if Zach Dean, what other stuff has he written? Because I don't know. Um, oh, he wrote the Tomorrow War with Chris Pratt. I'm trying to remember that movie. I don't remember it. I think it was okay. I think that movie was. I think when I first saw it, I was like, okay, cool premise. I think it's all right. Um, they said he wrote the Tomorrow War, Fast X, 24 Hours to Live, and Deadfall. He also has films coming out called The Gorge, Methuselah, Blood Knot, and Voyagers. Previous stuff, yeah, I think he doesn't have that many writing credits, so it's just basically Fast X and Tomorrow War, 24 Hours to Live, and Deadfall. Now, here's the thing: it's like Fast and the Furious, I'm sorry, but y'all have not really proven yourselves in the past couple of years that y'all have like quality, well written, really good stuff that we can get with these movies. I just hope that y'all just kind of reel it in a little bit in regards of less cheese, less suspension of disbelief with the action sequences, because y'all be blowing my mind with that. Like, I like the idea of what they were doing with the Mission Impossible films, where it's like you get these crazy elaborate set pieces, really cool stunts that are based in realism, because Tom Cruise actually spends months, if not a year, practicing those stunts so that they go off without a hitch. You know, jumping off a damn cliff with a motorbike into a parachute, or running on a train, or holding on the side of a plane for real. You know, all the crazy stunts that we've seen him do, where he damn near put his life on the line. But I guess he prayed to Xenu before he go do all these crazy stunts, and that makes it work. So I really hope that y'all do that. But then again, I didn't know this, but then Jeremy Renner went on a podcast recently and I think it was the happy, sad, I think that's the name of it. I think I'm forgetting a word out of it. But he went on a recent podcast and he was talking about how like they take so long with those films because they're writing the script around those pieces. So I don't know, it may be time consuming, but then again, y'all not filming this movie until 2025 to come out until 2026. So it's another 2 years, 2.5 years before we even get to see. Or maybe I'll just go ballpark and say 2 years, because I'm sure they're going to try to release this movie in 2026 in the summer. So in a 2 year period, y'all have plenty of time to come up with some cool set pieces. And because y'all lost me when y'all went out to space with that goddamn car, acting like this is the damn Mandalorian. What's the duct tape over the car while y'all out in space? I'm like, chill, if y'all don't get on my line with that foolishness, y'all really expected me to suspend my disbelief. And then you got fucking Roman, as in Clarice, yelling throughout the whole damn. Well, he works my nerve. If y'all don't kill him off in this last film, I'm gonna be upset. But I have a feeling they not, because it's Vin Diesel love his people. But I say all this to say, I like the Fast and the Furious franchise. Y'all kind of lost me after a couple of years. I even went to the movies to see the last one. And I think it was because I like Jason Momoa. And I thought he did a phenomenal job as the villain, Dante Reyes. And I'm literally interested to see what he's going to bring with this. Now, I did hear that they were saying that they had to slash the budget. They want to ground the film more, which I actually think is a great idea. Ground the film, take it back to basics. You can give us, which I've been saying for the longest, what they should have been doing is a franchise. Like, it's just these criminals who are using their abilities with this shop that's held by what the hell's his name? Kurt Russell's character. have them come in, but then they brought in his daughter, which was played by Brie Larson, which I didn't mind her either, but I felt like y'all wasted her in that last one. So if y'all gonna make her a part of the franchise, y'all need to work a little better in writing her, write her a little better in the next film. So I like the idea of Brie Larson. Then we got to find out what the hell happened with Kurt Russell in the last movie. So there's a lot of loose, and like they said, they got to tie it up. But y'all need to ground the film. It was too expansive. Y'all was sending everybody all around the world and in all these different places, and it was just all over the place. And I feel like it's a little too long of a wait though, because it's like y'all set it on this cliffhanger. Now we have to wait damn near what, 3, almost 4 years for a sequel. Like that's crazy. I wish they would have did something. They filmed the whole thing and split it in half, but maybe Universal just didn't want to go and take that big risk and spend all their money, especially since, like I said, the last movie cost almost $400 million. Not only for the budget, but because of the salaries. These actors were asking for too much money, and being that Vin Diesel is who he is, he was able to get them, what their ask. So I am curious for that, but also they said there's other sequels coming down the pike. So in addition to Fast X, we have Fast and the Furious presents Hobbs and Reyes. Oh, so that's the name that they're calling it? That was the first time I saw that, which is being written by Chris Morgan. Now, I wish they would have brought Chris Morgan back, because Chris Morgan is someone who's written a lot of the scripts for the Fast and the Furious films. Then he wound up leaving the original franchise, and he went and wrote Hobbs and Shaw, which I actually enjoyed. I wish they would bring back Deckard Shaw. What's his name? Deckard Shaw, or was that the brother, Luke Evans? His fine ass. I want them to bring. Yeah, I wish Chris Morgan would have came back and did Fast and the Furious, Hobbs and Shaw, but I got to say Hobbs and Reyes. I'm like, oh, so of course, which would be weird to see how that works. So hopefully they film. I don't know how they're going to work this out, because if you're doing Fast X and it's a direct sequel to what happened with Reyes, we need to find out what happens with him. So who gets to take him out? Is it Vin Diesel? Because with all the stuff that Reyes has done to his family, as they say, or Hobbs when he was given that spinoff. So you can't kill him twice and say, oh, well, he killed off my real person, but I killed off the clone. So they got to figure out how that works, because I don't know if this Hobbs and Reyes story is going to work, or who's going to get to film which first. So I'm curious to find out about that. Then we got an untitled standalone film, so I guess they're trying to find a way to spin it off. Didn't they have a cartoon or animated series on Netflix that was basically shrouded about Dom Toretto's son? I think there was an animated series based on that. But I'm like, if y'all do an untitled standalone movie, I was like, spin off the franchise with Dom's son. You can age him up, like disappear for a couple of, they mad about that with the upcoming Scream 7. How y'all gonna age up the kids when they was a baby in part 5? I'm like, have y'all never watched a soap opera? They 1 week they're an infant, next week for summer sweeps, they're a damn teenager graduating high school and fucking. So it's possible. It's a movie. We suspended disbelief. Y'all could age up that little boy in like 5, 6 years, make him a teenager. I mean, he already looked like in the last film. I mean, in one of the movies, he was, what was it? One of the movies where no, where Jason Statham rescued him off the plane after they done killed old Elsa Pataki, Chris Hemsworth's wife in real life. He was a baby. And then he come back and he's older. So if they doing that, and he was like what? He looked like he was about 9 or 10 in the last film, cussing. I hope they also bring up what happened, like if John Cena's character is dead, because all of a sudden the brother came out of nowhere. So if we could suspend our disbelief with all the crazy stunts they got in this damn Fast and the Furious movie. We could suspend our disbelief with aging up the kid and making him like an 18-year-old hot shot, whatever, that did similar to what his dad did or whatever, and gets caught up in some stuff. And then, we'll see what happens there. And then also, last but certainly not least, we have a untitled female-led movie, which they said it's going to be written by Nicole Perlman, Lindsay Anderson Beer, and Geneva Robertson Dwore. That name sounds, Geneva Robertson Dwore sounds familiar. I've seen that name on a TV show or something. Hold on, I know I shouldn't be Google schmoogling during the show, but I was like, that name sounds familiar. Let me look her up, because I'm like, that's a good name. I think she's done. Oh, she wrote on the Fallout series. Okay. Child. Oh, she's a show. Wait, hold on now. She's a showrunner. on Fallout. Now I like Fallout. I don't know if y'all seen that show on Amazon Prime, but that show was good. So okay. So now I feel like y'all in good hands because she wrote some good shows. So we need that. So let me see what she wrote. It says that her filmography, she co-wrote Tomb Raider, the 2018 one, with oh my god, it's not the Angelina Jolie ones, it's the other one. I don't know why I'm thinking of Ana de Armas, but that's not who that was that played her. And then they said she also, oh, well, this might rub some people the wrong way. She co-wrote Captain Marvel. But then again, I don't think that's necessarily her fault because that had a whole lot of damn screenwriters on that. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it said one of the other girls was a part of that too. Oh yeah, Nicole Perlman. She was also a writer on Captain Marvel. I actually didn't mind Captain Marvel. I think the problem with it was that there was so many cooks in the kitchen with that the movie, you know, failed. So now that female centric one sounds like it has promise because y'all got some good damn writers and some showrunners on it. I don't necessarily know about Fast X because, you know, y'all reputation with y'all making these crazy movies as of late, I don't know. So I'm not sure, but I'm trusting that it might turn out to be great. So fingers crossed because, you know, I am a Fast fan. I really want this movie to be good. So I got my fingers crossed. But so far, it seems like we're in a good start. I just hope Universal reels, you know, reins it in because then you out here just bugging out with these crazy budgets, these stupid little stunts and all that other shit. But anyway, let me wrap this up because I feel like I'm just rambling on about this topic for a little too long. But what do you guys think of this Fast 11 news? Are you excited for the Fast 11 franchise like I am? Like, you know, I am an action movie guy, so I love action films, and that's why I want to talk about it on the show. And also, we need to find out, okay, so what's the tea going on about him and this assault allegation from the former assistant that was on Fast 5? So let me know what you all think of this, the spinoffs, if you're here for it, if you're not here for it, if you're over this damn franchise, you can't wait for them to wrap it up, if you don't give a fuck, put it all down in the comments below. Okay, so we have some comments. So also the lawsuit by Justin Madonna one. It's reminding me of the PRMC one that created parental advisory explicit content sticker. So he wants to, no, we don't need a rating system for concerts. Like, come on. Are we slow? Like, come on, grown. Like, we all grown. We've seen titties. We've seen people do sexual stuff at concerts. We've seen like people should be able to have people should be able to put whatever they want to put in their art. I shouldn't have a parental advisory on people's art. That's like last night, and I'm gonna get into it because I went and I did the and I was gonna talk about her later on when I talk about The Voice, but I did the Melanie Martinez concert last night. I thought it was pretty good. She did a phenomenal job. The kids were all out in their little fairy costumes. You know, the males, the females, and the non-binary. Shout out to all of y'all that were there. Some of them parents with your little attitudes. I was giving y'all the business. Like, don't play with me when I'm working. Because I had to read a couple of you bitches last night to your face. Like, I don't hold my tongue. So, but other than that, everybody else there was pretty cool. The show was great. I love the visuals and all other stuff that she brings into her shows. I was like, it definitely was. Because I remember I told Robert this. I said, oh, I'm doing a Melanie Martinez concert. He said his friend went and he had a good time. And that it's like a visual experience like you've never seen. And you are absolutely right. It was a visual experience like I've never seen. I had never seen, like, you know, the way she, like, her stage moves around and she's on this platform and it looked like building blocks. And then at one point it would look like she was in a crib and then she was dead and then she comes back from the dead and then she's in a stretcher and they're doing choreography with the stretcher and it goes down and it moves around. And I'm like, okay, look, let me find out. Like, I want to know who her choreographer is or her creative director because they definitely put in some work with that. And it wasn't until the third act of the show that she comes out with her little signature three-eyed, what is it, animalistic mask or whatever. So it was a good overall it was a good show and all this other stuff. I forget what the point was I was getting to. So this whole thing. So now remember, because two parts of the show, she talks about Free Palestine, and the kids went crazy over it. So if there were people in their feelings about that, at the end of the show, she was like, "Yeah, free Palestine and free Palestine," and all this other stuff. But then during the other show, she has like this on the screen. It says "free Palestine" and all this stuff. And then her dancers actually come out with a Palestinian flag. So I have not seen anybody come out. I don't know. Well, Melanie Martinez. I'm thinking she's Latina, but regardless of the fact. I love the fact that you have someone of her caliber that's doing 2 nights at the Garden, by the way, and sold out because it was packed in there. That she's openly talking about this, free Palestine stuff, whereas everybody else isn't. Another thing I had to laugh at is that Kamala Harris got her ass heckled at Jimmy Kimmel. I saw that video floating around on social media talking about that, about the genocide and Palestine. And it's like, yeah, y'all are not exempt from having to deal with a lot of the criticisms of the world right now. It's like, yeah, we don't like Trump, but a lot of people ain't liking Biden either. And it just goes to show that we're screwed regardless of who we pick. But I ain't picking Trump for no fucking president. It's his 11-year-old niece, like Tipper Gore, hearing Darling Nikki by Prince with her 13-year-old daughter. Child, first of all, as an artist, I should not be told that I have to tone down. Like, this takes it back to the days when she was in, what was it, Canada? And they threatened to arrest her because she was simulating masturbation. It's like, I'm not going to change my show. I'm not going to let people know, okay, I'm not putting out a rider, which would be like a list of demands. I'm not going to put out a list or a rider or whatever of what's in my show, so that way it lets you know if you're comfortable or not enough to come see my show. Oh, I didn't know there was going to be boobs. I'm upset. I mean, how do you think women feel when you hear men say such misogynistic shit like that? Oh, but you were so freaked out by breasts that you didn't come to a Madonna concert? And then on top of that, Madonna's been making music for four decades. You've never been to a Madonna concert? There's always going to be something controversial up in there. So you should have automatically embraced yourself. I could understand if it was somebody like a Camila Cabello that all of a sudden just did this complete switch over from being like this sweet little whatever, and then all of a sudden now she want to unleash her inner sex kitten, which I'm sorry, but that era is not working. And I'm glad other people starting to notice it, because the funny thing, when I talked about Camila Cabello on this show the other day, the last episode, Kayla says, shout out to her, did a whole episode, did a whole video on YouTube about Camila Cabello and this little era and all this other. And I said, I am so glad I'm not the only one out here that's saying this stuff, because if you go on Twitter, they talk about, oh yeah, she's eating with this era. What fucking era? We don't even know what the hell this era is. And then she goes on there and it's just about, oh yeah, we loving the song. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's like, I don't know. When I said I love this era, it just popped in my head. They love this era. I'm like, what era? Like, she not telling us what it is. All of a sudden she bleaches her hair, which I'm sure that shit is all fucked up. Because when you got that type of hair and then you're bleaching it, it's like you're her hair looks damaged. No shade, just saying. But you're doing all this because you're trying to. It seemed like your team or whatever. It's like this real last desperate attempt at that big time pop stardom, but I think people are seeing through the sheen. They're seeing through the BS and they realize, girl, this ain't you. Like, who are you as an artist? And you can't keep spending majority of your career trying to figure out who you are, especially in the eyes of the people, because people are gonna be like, okay, I'm not buying into it. I'm not buying into you. I'm not buying into this era. You're fake and phony. We're not featuring your music. And I feel like she's gonna be at that point that, girl, you're just gonna be a mid pop star for the rest of your career, because the math ain't mathing and the things ain't working and people don't care. I do agree. The franchise did get stupid, and that was one of the reasons why I think a lot of people were bailing. When I went to the movies to see it, it wasn't that many people in the theater, and I saw it in IMAX. So on opening night, so yeah, there wasn't a lot of people in the theater. But I think it did okay at the box. I think it did well enough at the box office. But yeah, Universal's looking like, okay, where the money is going down. Like, people aren't really going to see these. The franchise is dying off. I think Fast and the Furious is more popular overseas than it is in the U.S. So they got to do something to get people interested in coming back into this franchise. And that means you got to you need better writers. You need a good storyline. You need to stop with this, what do we call plot armor? Because they definitely get that in this franchise. If y'all going to kill people, leave them dead. Because Han supposed to be dead, you brought him back. Giselle supposed to be dead, you brought her back. Letty had died, you brought her back. But she was the first one, I think, that died, and y'all brought her back. But she had amnesia. But then it wasn't until the end of the movie that she remembered who she was. And then she got into the fight with Gina Carano, who we found out was a traitor and was working with Deckard, I think his name was Deckard Shaw. Owen Shaw was the other brother, was Jason Statham. Deckard Shaw was Luke Evans. And all of a sudden, he had her planted in the thing where she was fine and all this other shit. And then her and well, first of all, they had that really good fight scene in the train station, and then they had the other fight on the big plane where all of a sudden they was doing all them crazy stunts on it seemed like the longest goddamn runway in the history of planes. That was when Giselle died, aka Gal Gadot. So yeah, but they got Chad. You might be, yeah. I'm sure he will be. Let's look it up. How old is Vincent Diesel? No, I'm just put Vin Diesel. I don't know if that's his name. I think his name is Mark something. Okay, so he was born in July 18th. He was born July 18, 1967. So right now he is 56 years old. So, oh wait. So it says July. So he'll be 57 this year. So by the time the movie comes out, he'll be close enough, 59 in 2026, right? Yeah. Because he'll be 57 this year. So close enough. Just a year off. I think Universal needs to say cast members get $5K to $500K only. I think to make the budgets cheaper is to basically, yeah. And here's the thing. What people don't realize that, and this is why I think is a downward spiral. So when y'all sit up in here and you back up the Brinks truck with these actors because y'all studios be so greedy with wanting to continue to make sequel after sequel after sequel after sequel after sequel because you thinking we're going to come back for more. And then you're like, the actors don't want to do it no more. It's like, oh, well, we'll pay you $60 million. Plus, we'll give you a percentage of the back end. First of all, that's too much damn money. Why are you paying actors that much money? Or 20, we'll go lower. I'll say $25 million, which I do be paying them big name actors like 20 million, all that other stuff. Robert Downey Jr. was trying to leave Iron Man, but MCU, well, it is the MCU. The MCU people decided to continue to back that Brinks truck up, and that's why he kept coming back. Now, he just recently did an interview with Jodie Foster, Actors on Actors, because I think they dropped them on last week. I think the one with Quinta Brunson and Jennifer Aniston just came out, I think today or yesterday. But anyway, he was open to the idea of coming back as Tony Stark, but didn't Tony die? But then again, like I said, people who die don't stay dead. And then again, we got the multiverse, so you could bring back a different Iron Man from a different multiverse, right? And play into that. So there's that situation. But it's like, yeah, so when you back up those Brinks trucks and stuff for those actors, who ends up having to pay for all of that? We do, which is why the movie theaters continue to raise their movie prices. The concessions get more expensive. And then parents are going because we want to see those movies open at night, depending on which film it is, like an MCU movie, like a Deadpool and Wolverine, like those type of films. Then it's like the ticket is $30 for one person going into IMAX or Dolby. And that's usually when those type of films come out. That's the only place I like to go to watch them. Isn't it because of the surround sound and the overall how the screens look and the crispness of the crispness, not Christmas. How crisp it looks. Crisp. CRISP. So that's why I go into looking at it that way and all this other stuff. So yeah, at the end of the day, we end up having to be the ones to pay all of this out of our pockets. And then, so it does affect us at the end. And which is why I think a lot of people have that overall attitude, which is also Hollywood's fault. Movies are going to end up coming out on DVD. Not DVD, on like streaming, on demand, I guess you can call it, because technically you can stream an on-demand film. It ends up on demand in like 3 weeks. Look, I believe at the end of the month, they already got Furiosa coming out on digital. So it's like, if I know that now, what's the point of me wanting to go and see the movie again? Because I was going to go see Furiosa again in the theater. I don't know if my friend Esteban actually went to go see it because he was supposed to get tickets. And then I think he wound up having to work because he works for Amtrak. So he ended up, I think he's had to work a double shift or something or another around Memorial Day weekend. So he wasn't able to go. And we weren't going to be able to go. And I did want to go see it again because I enjoyed it when I saw it in the theater. But the thing was, it's like now when they give these announcements, it's like, well, what's the point of me going to the movies for a repeat viewing? The movies don't make all their money back opening night. A lot of times it's going back to see that film more than once. So I don't understand why. It's like with Deadpool and Wolverine. If they go and when did the movie come out? In July? If they go and release that damn movie on streaming or on demand before Labor Day, then y'all are some fucking idiots and y'all about to shoot yourselves in the foot. Y'all need to kind of do what I think they're doing with what is it? One of the animated films that's coming out. I think it's Inside Out or whatever. They're giving it 100-day. I could have my animations confused. So, but I did hear they're giving one of these animated movies that's coming out an 100-day, theatrical release. I think they need to go back to that depending on the film. Like the big tentpole films, y'all need to go back to letting that shit sit in the theater. That's why one of the things you could say about Tom Cruise, but one of the things I do like about Tom Cruise is he was adamant about that, especially when it came to Mission Impossible, which in the end that got hurt because of Barbenheimer. So that movie suffered at the box office, but it had to wait. They had to have that long theatrical release before it was released on streaming. Same thing with Top Gun 2. Top Gun 2 was in the theater, it seemed like for 6 damn months before I even saw it. I think I almost waited a year to see it. So that's the way you have to do it with certain films. Stop releasing things 2 weeks after being in theaters because now you're training your audience to not go to the movies and support and watch it. So this is Ryan Reynolds. What other films he doing outside the Well, look, did we talk about the other day that the rumors are swirling? They're trying to that Madonna might be trying to court him to be on her biopic. And plus, didn't he just star in that movie If with the imaginary friend? I heard it was good. Or you're saying in 2027 he'll be 60. So I saw that Madonna started. Yeah, that's what I was saying. See, Felix Red was like she started following him. And remember, she let him use Like a Prayer for Deadpool and Wolverine. So there might be a whole situation where maybe she's looking to Ryan Reynolds to play someone in her upcoming biopic, be it her father. But I don't know. I can't remember. I can't recall. Can Ryan Reynolds do seriousness? I don't know. Yes, thank you. Alicia Vikander, who I actually liked, by the way, playing Lara Croft. I hope they bring her back. I know they're doing a Tomb Raider TV series. I would love for them to bring her back for the TV series because I liked her in the last one. The last one played more into the game, the recent reboot of the Tomb Raider games, which I have played. I used to play. Look, child, I played Tomb Raider back when Sega Genesis was a thing. So, I love the Tomb Raider franchise. So I would love I just really hope the TV series taps into that edginess and give Lara more of a backstory and all other stuff, make it really adventurous, cool, whatever, very Indiana Jones. So I'm excited about the TV series, by the way. But I guess maybe the movies don't do well enough in the theater that people go and support it. Because I heard that The Cradle of Life made the same, it might have been one of the Tomb Raider movies that Angelina Jolie was in. I think it was The Cradle of Life. I think the same box office receipts, the amount of money it made worldwide was the same as the recent one that was with the new Tomb Raider chick. I said, and Brie defended A Wrinkle in Time, saying movies don't have to be made for white men. You're not the only people on the planet. Well, you want to know something? She's right about that. And I know people are mad about it, but I think that's her way of addressing the woke mob, the ones that go around and try to act like, well, they don't like movies that star women as a lead, or black people as a lead, or anyone that isn't white or male. It seems like a lot of that demographic has a problem with anytime you want to tell legitimate stories, which I'm all for diverse stories. The thing I don't like about Hollywood is how when they try to tell these stories, it feels almost like you're trying to fill a quota. That's the way it feels like. Oh yeah, so we made a movie that has a woman lead, but you have to constantly remind them that there's strong female characters, even actresses. I remember, I forget who it was, but there was this actress that said she was so annoyed with that line, that title. Oh, we have a strong female character, or she's playing a strong female character. It's like, so you're just implying that all women are weak? It's like, just just write a good character. If it just so happens to be a woman, then do that. You don't need to address, oh, look, it's a woman with big boobs. She could lift this. big thing and she's knocking this guy out. It's like, okay, just write the character. Like, we don't care about we can see she a fucking woman. We ain't blind. We ain't got cataracts. But just stop trying to talk down to your audience. And I think that's probably what it is, that a lot of people, especially myself, I get frustrated over that. I get frustrated over when y'all don't talk down to me as a viewer. I'm over this franchise. I like the first two films, but it went over the top for my taste. Well, I didn't like the second one. Too Fast, Too Furious was okay. Child, I'm about to wait till I get to know a comment. I don't know if you saw my post about a guy being gay bashed and there was like 10 guys beating on. I didn't see that. But yeah, in regards to that, yeah, definitely y'all gotta be careful out in these streets because people out here being crazy. And the fact of the matter, the worst part of it is that people being bashed, y'all men are such pussies that y'all gotta jump people because y'all hate yourselves so bad. And it's just this whole, oh yeah, I'm real man, I'm masculine, whatever. So y'all gotta go and beat on people. Like, fuck you with that. Yeah. It's funny because you was looking it up and I was looking it up. Sometimes I don't be wanting to wait for the comments. It's like, let me just look it up real quick. Is it though? I mean, here's the thing. The new Bad Boys film, I don't even know what it's called. First of all, y'all fucked up because it's the fourth film. Y'all should have called that movie Bad Boys for Life. I'ma still run with that. Bad Boys number 4, Life. That would have been perfect because it is a little cheesy and corny, but it plays into the whole thing. But they named their third film Bad Boys for Life. Anyway, that foolishness, that mistake notwithstanding, um, I've heard mixed stories about the overall, like the reviews on the new movie is mixed. Is it something I'm gonna rush to the movies to see? No, because here's the thing. I've never rushed to a movie theater to see a Fast and the Furious film. Fast and the Furious movies to me is like something I would watch if I'm home on a Friday night and I want to just lay on the couch with some popcorn and my drink and just put on the flat screen with the surround sound and really just engulf myself and having a good time. That movie is not something I mean, but I do agree with you. When you're saying it's as bad as Fast and the Furious, I don't know, because I feel like I get more into the Bad Boys films more so than Fast and the Furious. But because the jokes, the one-liners, and all that other stuff, it does work for me in that sort of way. I enjoy the Bad Boys film. Is it like one of my favorite franchises? No, I would say that. I don't know. You might be onto something because you're saying Bad Boys is bad. I just feel like they're probably neck and neck in regards of like the type of action film that it is. But I don't know. Maybe that type of action film was kind of declining, falling by the wayside. Maybe people and American fans aren't really interested in that dumb, mindless action movie anymore. Where it's like you got a weak plot, which I did hear that they said some of the characters were underdeveloped, like the side characters, and I think the character, because Mike Lowry, Will Smith, got himself a little Spanish child. First of all, the boy that plays the son is fine as hell. He a cutie. I was like, oh, because he was in the last one. So I'm interested in seeing like that. So they said that their story is kind of underdeveloped as well. You would think if you're doing those type of films, you're bringing all these characters, especially if you got Vanessa Hudgens up in there and you got Alexander Ludwig up in there, which they had him in the last one playing like these side cop characters, that you would develop them. Oh, I was thinking they were possibly going to do a Bad Boy spinoff with those characters and have Will Smith and Martin Lawrence kind of play up as big mentors of sorts. So I don't know. I'll have to see the film, but I'm gonna just wait until it comes out on one of the streamers or on digital, and I'll rent it. They can't afford Ryan Reynolds. They can't afford his 23. Look, but wasn't he working and doing a couple of movies with them over at Netflix at one point? So I don't know if it's a yeah. At one point he was, what was it? Free Guy wasn't on Netflix. Sean Levy did direct that, which I'm hearing they want him to do the new Avengers movie. Sean Levy. Now they talking about they gonna have at least 60 characters up in the new Avengers movie. I'm like, really? Because who are these 60 characters? Because y'all really look, Phase 4 was a mess. So who are these characters? And you know what I was thinking too? I think the reason why Phase 4 suffered is because when y'all did the last like Avengers Infinity War and Endgame, I feel like at that part they should have, even though you had Thanos, that should have been a way to bring in some potentials. Maybe you should have had Shang-Chi make an appearance or some of the Eternals or whoever that y'all were looking at in Phase 4, bring them in part 3 with like little cameos here and there, and then spin it in a way where by the time we get to phase 4, we were like, oh yeah, we know those characters. Oh, we've gotten comfortable, we've gotten to know those characters. So now their solo films are warranted. I think that hurt them. Y'all just pulled Shang-Chi out of nowhere, the Eternals out of nowhere, all these other characters, and it's like, so now I trust, the MCU, so I'm gonna come in and watch those films, and now I'm gonna just be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna sit and watch it, and well, let's hope it's great. And then we watch it, and I'm like, Shang-Chi was good. I don't know what's going on with part 2. They should have been made a part 2. I think we're gonna wait on that one, like we still waiting on Blade, which means that shit ain't never coming. But and then we watched the Eternals, and I'm like, I was so bored with that movie. And then they came up with Quantum Mania. That movie was god awful. I checked out that film after 10 minutes. I'm so glad I didn't go to the movies to see that. I waited until it popped up on Disney Plus. But for the most part, so I feel like that when we got to phase 4, those characters weren't earned, and I think that's why it suffered at the box office. Oh, because ain't nobody see it. And Aaron Taylor Johnson, wife, directed that movie. But yeah, Back to Black, I don't think it really did that well at the box office. I actually, even though I know you saw it, I heard it wasn't even a good movie. We should like Glenn Powell because he's a Tom Cruise of his generation. But look, but the attitude of celebrity in Hollywood is making him the first classic movie star to not have a fandom or following. Well, I guess what you're saying is that he needs to play the game, but he could also maintain. Look, he could maintain his privacy as a star or whatever the case is. But if he does want to be like that Timothée Chalamet, if he wants to be that type of character, which Timothée Chalamet is not really out there either. The only thing we know about him is, yeah, he's hooking up with Kylie Jenner. So that's the only thing that's giving him a little situation. But he's managed to keep himself separate from the Kylie Jenner mess, that Kardashian mess. So he's been able to do that. But maybe what it is Glenn Powell is a little too private. I like Glenn Powell. First of all, he's a good looking ass man. He gives me like, it's funny how you say he should be the Tom Cruise of his generation. He gives me Matthew McConaughey. That's what I kind of get. That's the kind of energy and vibe I give him. He gives me like this generation's Matthew McConaughey. And Matthew McConaughey, he don't really act as much because he's spending time with Camilla and raising the kids, which he got some good looking kids. First of all his daughters look just like their mother. And his sons, when you look at them, it's like parts of them, you can see Matthew in them, but all them kids look South American. So they got some good genes. Him and Camilla, they definitely did their thing and lucked out in the gene pool when it came to them children. Because I saw they was I think they did a red carpet event or something. He has like a charity that he does, and they showed like the whole family and stuff was there. So and I think he and Jessica Alba have a child around the same age, because I think Levi is 15 and Jessica, I'm like, damn, I feel old, because Jessica Alba has a 15-year-old daughter and said her daughter didn't want a quinceañera because it's like it's not something she wanted to. I'm like, first of all, girl, you're part Mexican. You better embrace your Mexican heritage. A quinceañera is, part of the situation. It's a rite of passage. It's like being Jewish and not wanting a bar mitzvah. Make it make sense. So you have to have your quinceañera. And if I was Jessica, I would have gave it to her ass anyway. But these kids, it's embarrassing. How's it embarrassing? It's part of your culture. But then again, is it the mama fault? Because for not really enforcing a lot of the cultural traditions of your family onto your children to know, like, okay, so when you turn 15, you're supposed to have this because you are part Mexican. So, or is it that the children could have a choice and not do it? But anyway, it's like, yeah, you were saying Inside Out 2 comes out next week. So that's what it was. Like, yeah, they're getting a 100-day window. Tom Cruise won't put up with 40. No, he won't. And that's why I say he was really putting his foot down with it, because I've heard that he was going to sue the Paramount, I believe, if they wanted to do that 45-day window. And look, he was right, because people went to the movies to see Top Gun multiple times, and it became $1 billion sequel. I'm saying Vin Diesel outside of Fast franchise. What is he doing? Oh, well, look, they talking about that. But look, they've been talking about developing and talking about this franchise for years. He's supposed to be doing another Riddick film, which I think is called Fury or something or another. First of all, there's too many Fury names that's being thrown around. Furiosa, Fury Road. Like I feel like that George Miller has worn that Fury name out. So y'all may need to come up with a new damn title. But and look, me personally, I like the Riddick films. I love Pitch Black. The Chronicles of Riddick was okay. I did like Riddick. Like there's moments of those films, but they've taken too long with sequels. I don't know if they've built enough of a following that people even care about those films. So we'll see. And so I heard she wants Ryan to play her dad because he's too old. Well, yeah. Who should play Sean? Timothy Chalamet. We're gonna have Timothy Chalamet play every damn thing, right? Um. Oh no. You know who would good? I was just thinking. You know who would be a good Sean Penn? Austin Butler. There you got it. I was like, Austin Butler would be good to play Sean Penn. You know, you know why I thought I think I got that because not because of the whole Elvis thing. First of all, I did watch with Elvis. He was good in it. I ain't care for the damn movie. But the character that he plays in Dune 2, he kind of gave me like that whole sinister, manipulative, very sexual and energy type vibe, like pent up aggression. When he embodied that, I was like, that would be good. Like I could see him playing that part. Plus, he's playing another greaser in a film that he's got coming out. I think it came out. I don't know if it's out already, but he did some biker film that he did with Tom Hardy. That's supposed to be coming out, and kind of gave me that. Like he gives me like he could play. I don't know. I thought he gave me very much Sean Penn and Bad Boys with that greaser look. So I'm like, I definitely could see Austin Butler playing a young Sean Penn, and then because you have him with Julia Garner. Julia Garner is pretty young. So I could definitely see that her playing that. Action films are supposed to be cheesy or over the top. Big sci-fi B movies, I guess, a landscape. Well, yeah, I like when it's cheesy and over the top, but I say like also you got to find that balance of bringing a little bit of realism in it. Like if you do a car stunt or whatever case, so you leap from one building to another, like I'm all for the cheesiness of it, but grounded a bit in realism. That's like with the Mission Impossible movies. Them stunts be crazy, but they actually rooted in logistics and actually, coming up with the ideas and seeing like how would this actually work in this type of environment. And then you see Tom Cruise do the crazy stunts, or they build these stages or whatever, these situations where it could be possible. So, an impossible mission that's made possible. So, oh yeah, the Adam Project, that was another movie that he did for Netflix. I like that movie too, and that was another Sean Levy movie. So, do people still care about Marvel movies? Only time I see, um, here's the thing: I care about Marvel movies because to answer this, it's like the argument like people say there's comic book fatigue. I don't think there's comic book fatigue because I think like any other genre, the genre will always exist. There will always be superhero movies. And then people say that there's no new movies or new ideas. They're just remaking everything. That's partially true. There are a lot of original ideas. People just aren't supporting it. Unfortunately, or maybe they are supporting it in some way. Like, look, Barbie was an original IP obviously based off of a Mattel situation, but um, they made that work. Oh, sidebar about the Barbie thing before I forget. So apparently, Warner Brothers is talking about they're going to make a sequel. We all knew that was coming. They said with or without Greta Gerwig. So I'm like, but is Margot Robbie going to want to come back if you know Greta doesn't come back? And if she doesn't come back, who you gonna have play Barbie? Because if it ain't Margot Robbie, the fans are not going to the movies to see it. And Ryan Gosling doesn't want to come back as Ken. I don't think people are gonna want to go see it. So people like familiarity. It's like when we talk about greatest hits tours. People, people like feeling, people like comfort food. People like to feel, things familiar. So they're not gonna go for no whole new cast of Barbie damn dolls just because y'all want to capitalize on the film. It's the same thing we saying about Joker too. It's like, yeah, Joker made all this money. Joker was $1 billion franchise. Here y'all go talking about y'all want to. It was supposed to be a one-off. Y'all want to go make a sequel, and then y'all was in the comments the other day talking about the movie looks like trash. I haven't seen a trailer. I didn't even know what trailer came out. Probably because I don't care. Like I told you, I didn't like the last Joker movie. I just thought it was a ripoff of, you know, better made Scorsese films. I felt it was a little mean streets. It had elements of Taxi Driver in it. So I didn't particularly care for it. Because I'm like, I've seen this. I've been on this ride already. There's been way too many Marvel movies. So here's the thing. Oh, so I don't know. So I don't even know if I answered Onyx's question because I'll be all over the place sometimes before I get to my point. So I like superhero films, but yeah, I feel like if the movies is trash, I'm not supporting it. Like Madam Web was garbage. I don't care about Venom. When I saw that trailer, I'm like, okay, yay. Whoopee. I'll watch it when it comes on Stars or one of them damn streaming services. I don't particularly care. I never particularly care for the franchise. I didn't like any of them. Morbius was an hour and a half of my life I wish I could get back from the theater. My friends and I, we all went to see that in the theater. And like I said, I wish it was 90 minutes of my life or however the hell long it was that I could get back. But unfortunately, I can't. So there's been I've got fatigue over mediocre superhero films. And don't think just because it's got a superhero in it that people are gonna go support it. It's gotta be good. It's gotta have a good story. And so I think that those are the ones people don't care about. But yeah, there's been too many Marvel movies. It was that, the Disney Plus thing, and who was it? Was it David Zaslav? No, he's Warner Brothers. It was Bob Chapek when he took it over. He was basically like, "Oh, well, we need to focus on Disney Plus. We need to get stuff on Disney Plus so that way we can get people to subscribe." And you didn't take time to develop the shows, write good scripts. We're rushing people to do so much thing because y'all trying to fill up stuff on the streaming service, and it backfired. So it's like between the movies and the streaming service, and you was trying to connect everything. Where it's like, oh, you have to watch, Miss Marvel in order to watch the Marvels, or this thing is from, or this, one of the Marvel chicks was from, oh my God, I forgot her name, Elizabeth Olsen's character, Scarlet Witch. So she was in this thing, and you had to watch this to know what this is going on, and you have to watch Doctor Strange 2 to know which. Well, no, you actually had to watch what was her name? The Scarlet Witch series on Disney Plus to know the plot of what was going on in this film, meaning Doctor Strange, the sequel. And people were like, that's too much homework. Before, we never had to do that. We never had to watch this show. You didn't have to, when the other MCU phase, when 1, 2, and 3 was going on, you didn't have to watch that show with what was it? Not Agent Carter. Well, yeah, we could throw that in there. You didn't have to watch Agent Carter to know what went on with Captain America in those franchises, or you didn't have to watch the oh my God, what was the name of that show with the superhero series that with Ming Na Wen that was on ABC. You didn't have to watch that show to know what's going on with with the other franchises. So it's like you could watch a movie and they would make a mention of something that was on the show, and it was like, okay, I'm caught up. I didn't have to do homework to watch certain films and shows, but that was their way of trying to get you to go over there and watch Disney Plus. That's too much work for people. People got lives, we got jobs, we got things going on. People raising kids, people trying to take care of whatever they taking care of. They ain't got time to sit up in here and watch 7 hours of a show to become abreast of a movie. So that's what hurt them, among other things. Problem is they're doing all the comic books and then nobody knows them outside of fandoms. Yeah, that's another thing too. Is like there's certain characters that are getting franchises, and I'm like, for why? Like, why are they getting a series? They don't need that. I remember when Glenn Powell was nothing but Chanel Oberlin's man. Oh, I was like, wait, who's Chanel Oberlin? I didn't know. I don't know her. Hold on. She's giving you channel, or is it? Oh, Chanel Oberlin. You talking about Scream Queens? I was like, wait a minute. I was like, who's that? Harper, who this woman? That's my fault. Because here's the thing, I didn't really watch Scream Queens. I think I may have watched a couple episodes of the first season, but you know me and a Ryan Murphy show. If it don't grab me and keep me interested, I check out. And Ryan Murphy just be, the shows always start out great and then it goes off the rails halfway through. So I was like, who's Chanel Oberlin? Now I know. From Scream Queens. He said, I think Timothy Chalamet is more of, yeah, because look, both movies that he was in 2 movies. He was in Wonka and he was in Dune. And then those franchises made a shit ton of money. So now he's got a deal. He's got a first look deal with Warner Brothers where he could do whatever movie he decides that he wants to attach himself to. He gets first dibs, but he could also dip into other films. Is she? I like Evangeline Lilly, but then again, she got in trouble with some of COVID-19 situations. So, one of Matthew's first acting gigs was on Unsolved Mysteries. Was it now? I think, you know what? Gerard Butler needs like a career boost because he's been doing a lot of those straight to streaming action films. Him and Aaron Eckhart, what happened to their careers? Like they just keep doing these straight to Hulu, because that's basically, if you go on Hulu, you see a lot of those those mindless action movies on there. It's the equivalent of like straight to DVD now. So that's why I'm gonna start calling it straight to Hulu. Because I'll be on there sometimes and I'll be like, they got this Frank Grillo, who I have to say, Frank Grillo is such a man's man. Like, he could throw me up against the wall anytime. He ain't fucking me because I don't take it back there. But that's a fine ass, sexy ass man. I be liking him too in them little action movies. But Gerard Butler's like, what happened to your career? I would like to see him play like a Warren Beatty type. Can he do an American accent? Because I don't know. Every time I hear Gerard Butler, he always sound like himself. What is he, Scottish? Like, he always sound like basically Sean Connery, minus the lisp. So what do you think about Tom Holland, who he is from this generation? He's been trying to step out of Spider-Man, but he's been struggling. Yeah, and you know what? I worried about that because, when you get those certain actors, they have a hard time trying to step outside of the character that they made famous. I think, I don't know where we place Tom Holland. It's hard to look at. Like, I know they try to put him in other things. First of all, I thought it was a misstep where they put him as Nathan Drake in the Uncharted series. First of all, he always will look like he's 12. Number two, I feel like if you go see now, you know what? Nathan Drake, who would be a perfect Nathan Drake? Glenn Powell. He would be a perfect Nathan Drake because, first of all, he's got those really, he's got that Hollywood good looks. He's in his mid-30s, which I think is where they should have placed Nathan Drake's character. I don't need Nathan Drake looking like he just got out of high school because y'all want to make like 50 damn sequels. Can we make a good movie first before y'all jump into trying to lock somebody down for 7 sequels? And quiet as it's kept, the Uncharted movie, I did not think it was good at all. And I also think they misstepped by hiring Mark Wahlberg as Sully. He should not have been Sully. I still think y'all need to reboot this franchise. You need to pick Glenn Powell to play Nathan Drake, and y'all need to get Stephen Lang to play Sully, because Stephen Lang to me will always look like he's Sully to me. He got the gray beard. He's got that whole. He still looks like he looks like a sexy older man that keeps himself in shape, very much militant. No, like won't take no shit from nobody. Like, he gives me that energy, and I feel like y'all need to put that in there. Stop always saying, "Oh, he's too old to play this. He's too old to play that," which I heard some people was complaining about with the upcoming damn it, I was just thinking about it earlier. Green Lantern series. They mad about the age in that. They looking for somebody in their, I think, mid-30s, their mid-40s, and then they're doing like a younger character or whatever. And some people trying to see like 46, like in the mid-40s is bad. I'm like, have you not looked at Jake Gyllenhaal? Have you not looked at Ryan Gosling? Like, the people in their 40s now don't look like they damn near one. They don't look like, Joe Biden. Like, to put out a name. They don't look like they got 1 foot. Y'all be thinking 40 is like literally 85. It's not true. Like, people in their 40s literally look like they're in their 30s or maybe younger. So some of y'all kids need to use a little moisturizer, the ones that be trying to read older people. And so some actors get typecast when they play more than one. So to answer your question, because I went on a little tangent, I don't know where Tom Holland fits right now. I think he's still trying to figure out his career outside of Spider-Man. Like, yeah, they put him in the Uncharted films. I still think that was a miscast. I know he's been doing other things. Right now, I know he is currently at the West End. I almost said Broadway, but that's the British version of Broadway, the West End. He's doing Romeo and Juliet, which came under controversy because Juliet's black, so people got a problem with that, and they wanted him to address it. He didn't need to. The producers addressed it. Tom need to focus on being Romeo. Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? That's what he need to worry about. He don't need to be out here trying to fight and windmill you bitches because y'all want to be racist. That ain't his job. He's an actor. So that's what he's doing right now. So maybe what Tom Holland needs to do is outside of the Spider-Verse stuff, do small parts. Do like small independent films. Kind of like what Timothy Chalamet is doing, because Timothy Chalamet will do a big tentpole movie, but he's right now, what is he filming? A biopic on, is it Bob Dylan? I think he's doing Bob Dylan. So he needs to do something like that. He needs to like look for small independent films, and that should be his judge, in my opinion, because you are forever going to be Spider-Man, and people are not going to see beyond that. But if he does like small independent stuff, and then every now and again just jump in and do like a big tentpole franchise, then that'll be great. I think he's going to have to be like Gaten Matarazzo from Stranger Things, where he says, you know what, I know Dustin's going to be the biggest character of my career, and that's basically, and I'm okay with that, as long as I can continue to work in Hollywood. He needs to try to play different types of roles. I agreed, and I think that was the point I was trying to get to, but I took the whole round of Thank you, WandaVision. I don't know why. It's like I can remember. I said, I was like, I can't think of her name. Why can't I think of Wanda? And then of course Vision, who that was her man, and she went scorched earth because he was killed by Thanos. Oh, he gonna talk about doing a whole lot of stuff, and I will not be surprised if they do to Trump which they did to Abraham Lincoln and so many others, and John F. Kennedy. If you know what I'm saying, and I think you do, because I ain't gonna say the actual thing, but you can read between the lines. It's that in the 70s and 80s, people in their 40s look 70. That's what I said. Like back in the day, people in their 40s look like they look like Joe Biden now. Now, 40-year-olds literally look like they're literally 25 or 35. And if you look at a lot of, when you look at Jake Gyllenhaal and all those, I'm like, damn, Jake Gyllenhaal look like a snack. Back then, I wasn't looking at him like anything. He looked like a little twink. And then he gets into his 40s, and it's like, oh, damn, I want to throw him up against a wall. I sure do, because look, I always thought Jake Gyllenhaal was sexy. Once he started hitting the gym and looking a little muscular and things, I didn't like twink Jake. Yeah, thank you. That's what I was saying before that. Yeah, he's playing Bob Dylan, but glad for the confirmation. Well, thank you for the confirmation. Tom was offered the role of Wonka, which I wonder if he regrets. And I think also is that Tom Holland, I think they were looking at him as like this next big thing. And I feel like Timothy Chalamet was kind of like second behind him. And now I think he's edged out Tom, because everybody was looking at Tom as like to be this next big thing. And I still think he's got a little bit of that, but I feel like Timothy has surpassed him in that situation. But that would be hilarious if they brought in like I was saying, if Timothy Chalamet came in to play Sean Penn, but that would be a little too on the nose, because once upon a time, remember, Timothy Chalamet, before y'all even knew who he was, he dated Lourdes, Madonna's daughter. So, because they went to the same school together, same high school. And it's that Peter Facinelli admitting to Jenny Garth he had to divorce her because he didn't know himself in Hollywood. Yeah, I used to love Peter Facinelli. Speaking of which, Peter Facinelli, I used to get him and Bailey from Party of Five, because they all kind of felt like they was in that same cesspool of y'all look very Tom Cruise-esque. I used to love me some Peter Facinelli back in the day, especially when they showed his little butt cheeks. I forget what movie it was, but I mean, a little nude scene. And I actually there was this one show that I used to love him on. I was so mad that they canceled after a year. This used to be the show that came on Fox. One of the things I would give about Fox used to always take risks when it came to shows. And sadly, it never lived up to it. One was a show that was with Michael Ealy and, oh my God, the guy from Carl Urban. They had like this sci-fi series where his partner was a robot. I used to love that show. And then and I was mad when they canceled after one season. And then there was a show that Peter Facinelli was on with Bill Bellamy. I don't know why I almost forgot his name. Bill Bellamy and Tiffany Thiessen, and it was called Fast Lane. That show was good. That kind of gave me like Fast and the Furious vibes. I think it was kind of falling to that. I was so mad after they canceled after one season because that was such a good show. He said, I'm 48. Most people think I'm still 35, 36. But look, that goes to show you got good genes. But anyway, let's move on to our second top. Look, we are an hour and some into the show, and we only did one topic. That's why I love this damn show, because we just be going on these long rants, which I think also makes the show interesting. I mean, entertaining itself when we have the audience participation. Keep it coming, though. Shit, we might do a 4-hour show today. But anyway, let's get into the second topic. So look, I don't know. Look, I don't know if y'all a fan of horror movies or as they call them, gore-no. But I am a fan of the Hostel franchise. I like the first one. Still mad that y'all killed old Paxton in the sequel. Paxton was Jay Hernandez. You know how he survived that whole damn movie. First of all, the gore scenes in that film. First of all, I will say this: the gore scenes really got me. Eli Roth definitely hit it out the park with that film franchise. I also like Cabin Fever, but maybe because I like gross shit. I like Cabin Fever. Not the second one, but I like the first one. Hostel I love because it was like the male thing. And look, ever since seeing Hostel, I refuse to go into a hostel if I leave outside the United States or if I want to stay in the United States, because they got hostels out here too. I didn't even know they have a hostel in Harlem. When I used to work on 100th Street, a couple of blocks away, they have a hostel, and I see a lot of foreigners that be going in there and they rent out the hostels. I said, I seen that. I understand it's a movie and it may be rooted in a stereotype, but I refuse to take my ass into a hostel because I said, y'all not gonna kill my ass, and I me end up in somewhere and I'm getting gutted for sport. So anyway, and then also I should point out, I like the sequel too, which was basically they flipped it. It was the female perspective. I'm still mad at how they did Heather Matarazzo. I'm still mad over that because that was my girl. Wiener Dog, the way y'all did Wiener Dog dirty in that film, how they turned her upside down and she got, she was getting all cut up by that woman and then she took a bath in her blood. That's how I be thinking, like vampires be getting in. That would be a good sequence for like a vampire situation. But anyway, so they're saying Paul Giamatti has closed a deal to star in a Hostel TV series with the franchises Eli Roth, Chris Briggs, and Mike Fleiss, all returning for the project from 5th season, the studio behind Apple TV's Severance. So that means is Hostel going to Apple TV? That means if it's going to Apple TV, it's going to be good. Because one of the things I will say, compared to all the other streamers, Apple TV does have some really good shows on there. So, I'm watching a couple of shows on there. I'm liking the one with Colin Farrell. There's I forgot the damn name of it. There's one with Jennifer Connelly that there's like the sci-fi thing where he gets kidnapped and thrown into this other world and switched out, and it's the same actor playing, but he's in a different world, whatever the case is. I think it's called, is it Dark Matter? I think is what it's called. That's a good one too. I'm on the 3rd episode. And plus I liked what was it? Oh my God, I forgot the name of the franchise. The one with Godzilla and all the stuff where they had Wyatt Russell and Kurt Russell. I like that series as well. So they got some, like I told you, they got some quality shows on that channel. So if they got this going there, then Hustle gonna be a good one. Because so far y'all haven't given me a turd of a show over there. But then again, look, we can't all have winners on our channels. So it says the Hostel show, which is currently in development and does not yet have a platform. Okay, so it says it doesn't have a platform attached. I just got excited because they said Apple TV, because it's a studio behind Apple TV. So I automatically assumed it was going to Apple. So it says it doesn't have a platform attached and is described as being a modern adaptation and an elevated thriller that's also a reinvention of the horror franchise that launched in 2006 and spawned 2 sequels. Roth and Briggs will pen the script with former set to direct. Roth, Briggs, and Fleiss will all executive produce the series. The original movie revolved around 3 backpackers who headed to a Slovak city that promised to meet their hedonistic expectations with no idea of the hell that awaits them. Giamatti will star in a key role with character details under wraps. The casting brings the Oscar-nominated star of The Holdovers into Roth's orbit. I want to see The Holdovers. I heard it's a really good movie. So here's the thing, because I'm not just going to read this whole article. Shout out to the Hollywood Reporter for this. If I'm not mistaken, in the original Hostel series and the sequel, I think they reveal sort of like this organization that rich elite people belong to, where they get to live out their not hedonistic, because hedonistic means sexual, but their most violent of fantasies, where y'all get to pick these regular schmegular people who backpack into whatever foreign country, and they're thinking they're about to go to this party and hang out, but then they get kind of seduced and groomed into these sort of situations of thinking that this is one thing, and then they end up being tortured for sport. I wonder if Paul Giamatti is going to be the guy that's in charge of all of that. Sort of like the President Snow of the situation. I had to throw a Hunger Games pun up in there because word on the curb is that there's a new Hunger Games book coming out, and they're possibly going to turn that into a movie. I saw that article on today. So I say all this to say, I like the Hostel series. I'm excited that we're getting a Hostel series. I'm excited to see where they plan on going with this franchise. We seem to be getting a lot of TV shows based on horror franchise. Like, we're supposed to get a Friday the 13th one. They're currently reworking the script because they were going to go a Pamela Voorhees direction, and then they decided to change their mind literally at the last second. I thought they was filming it already. It was done, or they was going to start filming because it's the summertime. And then we're getting a Halloween series. We're getting all these different series based on IP. We already got the Chucky series. There's still no word if we're getting a fourth season of that. So it'll be interesting to see how they can make this whole franchise of a bunch of people getting killed for sport type of situation where that works, and what streaming services that'll end up on. I'm hoping. I don't know if I would want them to do Netflix, because Netflix likes to dump everything on there at once. But I would say, if anything, look at Apple TV or look at Prime Video. I think Prime can use some more content over there, and they have some pretty good shows besides, The Boys and Gen V, and a couple of the other shows that they have going on over there. So they could definitely use that. But anyway, my question is for you guys: are you excited for an upcoming Hostel TV series? Do you even think it should be made into a TV series? They should just go into making a movie. I don't know, because I'm all about like character development and all that other stuff. So I'm excited to see, what they're going to do with this. But let me know what your comments are down below. Okay, so now let's move on to our next topic and talk about The Voice season 27. They're changing characters again because they love revolving them doors with celebrities and things. But apparently, an old face is making his way back to sitting in that red turn chair. Now, we have Casey Ballerini also joining the cast, and Adam Levine is the one who's coming back. But I guess now that Blake Shelton's gone, now Adam Levine wants to come back to the franchise, and nobody. And that, of course, also, I guess after the scandal with the cheating on his girl, I don't know if they were married, and then the fact that nobody cares about Maroon 5's horrible ass music, or seeing Adam Levine's horrible singing ass perform live, because I heard that they're not really good live. Adam Levine, I guess, thought that him just being cute was going to sell, and run up on stage shirtless was going, it qualifies as performing. But people say, oh no, bitch, you got to actually give us a show. So he's coming back, and they said Ballerini, a multiple Grammy Award nominated multi-platinum artist and Grand Ole Opry inductee, is no stranger to The Voice, previously serving as season 16 battle advisor and filling in as coach during season 20, both instances for Team Kelly Clarkson. When she released her debut album the first time, she became the only female country artist to hit #1 with the first 3 consecutive singles from a debut album. Since then, she has had 7 #1 singles and 5 back-to-back top 10 entries on the Billboard Top Country Albums chart. Levine, a multiple Grammy Award-winning multi-platinum, yeah, who cares? And they said a proven cultural voice. Okay, this is the lies y'all want to tell over at Verizon. We'll go with it. Is making his comeback following his 16 consecutive seasons as a coach on the show. The Maroon 5 frontman launched a Vegas residency. That's what they were doing? You was over in Vegas doing a residency? Let's look. Look. I guess, is it as quiet as it's kept? If I can say, I wasn't really checking for Adam Levine. I wasn't paying attention to what he was doing, but he was doing a residency. So that's probably what Perez Hilton meant when he said he went to see he went to see Maroon 5 and walked out twice. I'm like, first of all, you must be a glutton for punishment, because if they was terrible the first time, why would you torture yourself to go back and see the same band again? But they said any return to the city for more dates that will run throughout the year. Michael Bublé is also joining the show. Um, well, I think he's been on there before. Sorry, because I don't watch The Voice. But they said Michael Bublé and John Legend are also taking their red chairs for another spin, coaching a fresh crop of rising stars looking to be the next voice. The spring cycle boasts back-to-back seasons for Bublé and marks Legend's 10th season. Coaches for season 26 set to premiere this fall include Bublé, Snoop. That's why I was like, I don't recall Michael Bublé being on, but I guess this is his first season, just hasn't aired yet. So they have Michael Bublé, Snoop Dogg, Reba McEntire, and Gwen Stefani. Now, here's the thing that don't make no sense to me. Why are y'all putting rappers on a singing show? This is the see, this is what makes me think about, oh, well, if they're a celebrity, so that we're just going to put them in there and give them a gig. Snoop Dogg does not. I understand that Snoop Dogg just be appearing on everybody and anybody's songs, and y'all look at this. Oh, it's just Uncle Snoop because he's reinventing himself in so many ways. But Snoop Dogg ain't really giving. What do he know about singing? I know you probably got a good ear, but if you're not rapping, I don't see why you would have Snoop Dogg on a show like The Voice. Now, if you was doing a hip hop version of The Voice, where you had Snoop Dogg, Nicki Minaj, I need two more rappers. Method Man, since you know, he talking about, because I think he need to assert himself back into the younger demographic. Because, like I was saying, I didn't mention this earlier, but I feel like maybe he and Redman aged out of, you know, the situation. And I feel like maybe the fourth judge needs to be like an old school male rapper from back in the day. That's probably got mogul isms or whatever. If they were to do it that way, that would make sense. But here's the thing. I can see why Adam Levine is coming back because first of all, ain't nobody checking for Maroon 5, number one. And number two, I guess now that he probably misses the money. He probably is making so much money on The Voice. And we all know, like, The Voice is a show that nobody ever remembers who won the show. I couldn't tell you a winner from The Voice. And it's funny how, like I was saying earlier, when I was talking about Melanie Martinez. Like, when I did her show last night, she's the only one that I know that came from The Voice, that didn't win, that has this huge career, that's selling out Madison Square Garden. I'm gagging over that. 2 nights sold out Madison Square. She's performing tonight, too, at Madison Square Garden. So, I don't understand how. So that's what I said. Like, to me, The Voice is a joke. I don't understand why the show is still on. I don't know anybody that watches it, and it just seems like the show is more or less for just it's all about the big name celebrities y'all have on there versus really taking the time to nurture the talent. I don't understand the point of this show. I don't understand the point of American Idol. Like, I just feel like that. I feel like we live in a time where these kids are just not really who's watching these shows. I just think maybe it's my parents' demographic, the older people. They're the ones that's watching. I don't know no young people that watch The Voice. If you do, if you are, I say if you do, if you are of the younger demographic that's watching it, let me know in the comments down below because I don't know anybody, my generation, the Gen Zs, the millennials. I don't know any of them watching The Voice. And to me, this whole like the judges on here, y'all read old. And Kelsea Ballerini, I guess she appeals more to the country demographic. And I feel like network television is making no qualms about, the type of demographic they try to reach with these things. But here's the thing. I just guess maybe all I'm trying to say is I just so don't care about this franchise. I'm not interested. But if y'all like it, I love it. But let me know if y'all care about this new cast. If y'all gonna be watching this season that they talking about, plus the season that ain't aired yet. Let me know in the comments down below. Lord, hurry up. Hold on, because I got a lot of comments. um, I heard the season's winner is the first LGBTQ winner. I guess he was on Reba. Well, it's sad. It's sad. Well, congratulations if we got somebody from our community who's a winner. But I may need to look into that. As far as like, I don't think anybody cares. I mean, what is he, a country artist? We'll see how far he gets with that. The way this industry is. But If he's on, well, I like Reba McEntire, but yeah, I don't. She ain't gonna be. What is it? She's doing one more season, and then they're bringing in this new cast. I don't know if this team is gonna work, but we'll see. Otherwise, they're gonna be doing another revolving door. But anyway, it says Snoop. Yep, exactly. Always just showing up somewhere. Snoop was around. It's like I like Snoop Dogg, but child, I mean, are you bored at home? He was like Snoop and Nicki and someone from Gen Z. Well, yeah, you definitely gonna need like I feel like it should be different generations of rappers. So I was like, yeah, we need Snoop and Nicki, and I was saying like maybe we could get like a Redman or somebody up there because I mean Method Man, because Method Man, but you know, like I said, Method Man is basically um Tariq Lawyer from Power. That's what everybody knows him as, because nobody pretty much knows his music career because he wasn't really putting out music with this new generation. So yeah, maybe it would be good to see like Snoop Dogg, Nicki Minaj, and maybe we could get a Gen Z or who is of this generation? Because you need somebody of that, I guess, TikTok generation that has accumulated some type of mainstream success, but you got to be able to have a personality. Birdman did say that hip hop is a young man's. I mean, it is, but if you have the energy and the wherewithal to still tell stories, like Nas, still putting out music, like Eminem, who's about to put out a new album, and so many others, then I think that we could. I don't feel like it should just be a young man's name. If you have more stories to tell and you can get out there and you can do your shows, because I'm like, yeah, as long as you give me the classics and you throw a sprinkle a little bit of your new songs up in there with a live band, then I'm here for it. I would have said Jay-Z. Jay-Z probably would have been a good choice, but Jay-Z don't give me like he really want to be up on TV giving advice and stuff. He seemed like he like working behind the scenes. He don't want to be on TV doing that. I would have said Diddy, but child with all them allegations, and don't nobody want to be taking advice from his old big-eyed ass. So you saying we should put Birdman up there? First of all, I can never understand, like Carisha, I could never understand what come out of Birdman mouth. So that would be a chop. And I don't think anybody want to be looking at one of the orcs from Lord of the Rings with all them damn tattoos on his face on TV. So I don't know if we could, if we'll see that, if we would see him up there. They said he's also doing table desk commentary during the Olympics. Oh, is he? Little Kim, you know what? I honestly think, you know what? Let's take Nikki out. Let's switch it with Lil Kim. I would like to see Lil Kim because Lil Kim is an icon, and I feel like Lil Kim need to get her flowers. And I feel like so many people be up in this world disrespecting Kim when it comes to stuff. So I do think Lil Kim would be a better idea. I don't know about Nikki because Nikki loved being a diva, gaslighting people, blaming the people in Amsterdam and trying to say she was racially profiled, which I don't believe she was. It's like you can't be doing things in other people's countries and thinking because you're a celebrity, you're gonna get away with it. You're gonna get treated like a regular civilian. Um, so and then the gaslighting of her fans and stuff. So I can't see them wanting to deal with all of that drama and craziness. Plus, we remember when she was acting a whole nuisance when her and Mariah Carey was going at it on American Idol. So no. I do agree that yeah, we may need to switch that out because I know they got that rap show coming back on Netflix. I don't know what happened to it. It was supposed to be what Lotto replacing Cardi B. I'd have been like Cardi B would have probably been good too. You know what? I was like maybe they could put Megan Thee Stallion on because now she's independent, but now her career is going where it's going. She ain't gonna have time to be doing no TV show like Katy Perry. She ain't gonna have. She a little too busy. So nobody is more old school than in an institution like Baby. Maroon 5 could go to. I mean, they were torn in Vegas with their residency because you know that's the new type of touring. Touring in one place for a couple of shows. Yeah, I don't know. Look, I can't tell you. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't name one person that won The Voice. And one of my friends I was talking to earlier was like, "Can you even name anybody that's won American Idol recently?" I'm like, "No." I told her. I said the last time I watched American Idol was when um Chris Allen won and Adam Lambert lost to him. But look at it. And David Archuleta lost the season before. They both two gay men came in second, and careers was popping more than the winners of the show. So as they say on RuPaul's Drag Race, losing is the new winning, right? So And look, Adam Lambert got a whole new career revival out here doing pornographic dance music, and I'm here for it. Talk about sucking dick and getting men's dicks wet over rubbing your body up against them. Yes, honey, give me my life, especially during Pride Month. He said, Melanie Martinez and Morgan Wallen are the biggest names to come out of The Voice, and they didn't win. Morgan Wallen, is he the racist? But here's the thing, that is true, because I told you I worked Melanie Martinez's show yesterday, and she is the biggest names to come out of The Voice because she came up with this whole, I hate to call it a gimmick, but it's like you're doing the whole costumes, you got this whole, theme with the thing. It's a thing you and your team and everybody has come up with. So I like what she was all about. I remember I was working with one of because I get a security guard in my section working with me, and he's like, oh my God, he's like, this is the worst concert I've ever heard. And I'm looking at him like, okay, sir. First of all, you're old. Number two, relax. It's like, this is not the worst concert. I've seen some worse concerts. This was not one of them. She was giving theater. She was giving costumes. She was giving visual illusions, lasers, fire, confetti, balloons. It was every bell and whistle you could think of. Melanie Martinez doing that damn show, and it was everything. So I was thoroughly impressed by what she and all the amount of money and stuff they put into that show. The choreography was even good too. It was giving me very much a lot of jazz choreography and stuff. If y'all ever see So You Think You Can Dance, you know what I mean when I talk about jazz. It was very Sonia Taya or what's his name, Mark Canamora. I think he does a lot of jazz type of choreography too. So I was living for it. It would be if I had, if I was a Melanie Martinez fan, because I knew some of her songs. Like Soap is actually one of my favorite songs from her. And knew what she has out where she's talking about when she was back from the dead. She has some cute vibes. I said The Voice seems to be a show for, yeah, exactly. It just seems like it's more or less about the judges and less about the actual kids that's coming on there that want to make a dream for themselves. Because that's why I would go on those shows. But we gotta get into we're gonna get into another show in regarding we're gonna talk about Simon Cowell and that whole machine in a second. Actually, what I should do is I'm gonna probably make a drastic decision, and since it flows in with this topic, make that the next topic. And so I said American Idol because I was going to do the Traitors one afterwards, but it actually flows, so I'm gonna just make an executive decision. Switch it. Look, it's live, so I can do that. So it's American Idol because Simon Cowell and Randy Jackson know the industry and finding talent. Because we're gonna talk about Simon in a second. And said my parents don't watch The Voice either. Yeah, I'm trying to recall. I need to call and ask my mother if she'd be watching The Voice. Because I feel like older people watch it. Like I'm sure my grandmother, who's 89 years old, probably watched that. Simon Cowell did give us a Spice Girl. Well, look, quiet as it's kept, I feel like he be ruining a lot of these groups. Didn't he put together Girls Aloud too, or did he not? I think he put together Girls Aloud, right? Let me know down in the chat, Mr. Robert, if you're still in the building. Mr. Price. It said young people were watching The Voice where Ariana was a judge for one season. I tuned in for let me ask you, because I never watched The Voice like that. Was she good on that? Was she good on as a judge? I said none of us watch TV like that. Boomers watch TV. They love their evenings and not their evenings and dinner. Their little TV dinner with the table in front of them while they're watching TV. Yeah, I don't watch TV like that. Like I told you, I don't have cable. I watch streaming services, and if I do watch stuff, I binge. I've been trying to watch the new season of So You Think You Can Dance. I don't really watch competition shows like that. Unfortunately, I used to watch them like back in the 2000s and 2010s and stuff when I was young and wasn't able to go out because I was too young and stuff. So, um, I would watch TV and stuff like that, but now it's just like, I don't care about these shows. I feel like a lot of these shows have run their course. You got to give me something exciting, a reason to watch, like the Traitors, which I'm gonna get into that story coming up too. Said network television is Gen X and Boomers. They are at home by 5, maybe 6 if there's traffic. Yeah, because that 5 o'clock traffic, I think sometimes the traffic be going on a little too early. That 5 o'clock traffic is something else. Certain artists actually had careers from the talent shows Girls Aloud. Oh, what show was Girls Aloud on? Were they on Pop Stars? Wait, no, I remember Pop Stars was Eden's Crush with Nicole Scherzinger. And then I remember she wound up going into the Pussycat Dolls. So it said Nicole of PCD came from the US version, almost didn't make it, but PCD saved her. I think after Carrie. I said Eden's. Oh yeah, Eden's Crush. They had a bot back in the day. It was that. What was that? Something something something. Goodbye. I forget the name of the. That's how memorable it is. I don't even remember the goodbye part because that career, their career said goodbye, except except Nicole. And we can't say Nicole's career is done because she's off playing Norma Desmond in Sunset Boulevard, which she's about to come to America and do it over on Broadway. She's doing it right now at the West End because she left that other show. Speaking of singers who revived their careers with TV, she left The Masked Singer to go be a Broadway star. Now they got Rita Ora, who could definitely use a rejuvenation of her career, quiet as a skip, or has it really been quiet? We know Rita Ora is out there where it's like we know who she is. We're aware of her, but her career is, is that flat line or just even keel? It's at Underwood. They stopped creating legacy careers. Adam Lambert and David Archuleta are cult acts, not a legacy superstar. But you know what? I actually like the fact that Adam Lambert and David Archuleta are cult acts. Like they could do, to me, they give me like they could do small venues or whatever and still have a legitimate career. Child, I want to do nasty things to David Archuleta, but let me start. Look, he's of age. I can say that. He's in his 30s, bitch. So I'm like, ooh. I sometimes be liking turning out them little innocent ones. Or the ones that's like, oh, you ain't been seasoned enough. So I need to sprinkle a little seasoning on it. Wake you up so you become like a mess. But a good mess, not a bad mess. Playboy I'm thinking about it. Playboy Cardi might be good. Jack Harlow, I can see them putting him on there because he's attractive and he's kind of got that all-American look. But I don't think I've ever heard him really like. I need to know, I need to see his personality, like get to know his personality. Be like, but can you judge a TV show? I would have said Macklemore, but he already told people to free Palestine, so they're not going to put him on the Jewish people TV channel. I mean, the TV channel that because they say Hollywood's run by the Jews. So anyway, it says Simon Cowell rejected the Spice Girls. It's Little Mix, but notice how he said F the girls. I want the boys after they dissed him in Not a Pop Song, originally titled Simon Says. But the title was on the nose. Who they were. Well, Simon Says that would have been that definitely is a read of all reads. Because you put it in there, it's like, yeah, we know who you referencing. Isn't the orcs from Lord of the Rings? Yes, he is. That is not a good looking man chair. But you know what? I don't know about the game because the game got accused of the R word, and he had to pay that girl that said that she was assaulted on that. Because remember, wasn't that once upon a time he did like a dating show for VH1, and she said that she was essayed by him. So I don't know if we would see him, but I do think Nas would be a good choice because number one, he's one of the best lyricists in my opinion, of my would it be my generation? Yeah, because Nas is what, 50? I told you he went to school. He went to school with my cousin because they both grew up in Queensbridge. So I could definitely see Nas doing it because Nas is, a well-respected rapper. And we're going to talk about him and Kelis coming up in the show too, for those of you just straggling on and didn't see the beginning of the show. So I think he would be a good choice. And I think he would give really good advice. He's smart. He's intellectual. He's also a Virgo. So, we Virgos, we really good at judging and giving constructive criticism. So he would be perfect I think he would be a perfect choice. But yeah, the game, with them allegations that came out, I don't see them messing with him. They said Nicki and Mariah Carey was a whole key. Mariah, yeah, she damn sure did. Because I was going to say, you know what? Nicki was not ready for Mariah's shade. Mariah is like a drag queen when it comes to reading. Like, that's a gay man trapped in a woman's body because she definitely reads down to the floor. First of all, I still remember that clip of her reading, like her and Wendy Williams was going head to head with the reads because Wendy was trying to read her about her, oh, you got breast implants and all this other stuff. And she was like, oh, yeah, let's talk about yours. And like, Mariah definitely can hold her own when it comes to the shade. Not Bill Kelis is not bright. The Beggars on tour, her tour is successful. Yeah, and being an independent artist, she is, she's breaking records as one of the most successful independent rappers that's currently touring arenas. And everybody was talking shit about, the amount of money that, but she charged $25 though. And Like, I would rather pay $25 for a Megan Thee Stallion concert than pay $2,500 for one. Because I don't think that's fair to be charging your fans so much money, which means that these kids these days have to create, similar to Ticketmaster and them with they slick shit, y'all create monopolies where it's just like, y'all making it difficult for fans got to pick and choose which shows they want to support. Oh, well, I guess I'm going to have to just make my budget is just going to be 3 artists tops, and then I got to miss out on all these other amazing shows from smaller acts who are giving probably putting in 10 times more the effort than your major fave. So I don't like that. I feel like it's unfair. So I'm not mad at Megan or any artist that decides, oh yeah, I'm gonna charge y'all basically $50 or $25 or $100 even. Like, I don't mind paying $100 for a show if I get a good spot. That's why I like the standard room ones, because then I get there early enough where I just push through everybody to get to the front. Yeah, I used to do that back in the day. When I went to Marilyn Manson's concert, yes, I elbowed. I was like pushing my way through the motherfucker. They were trying to hold me back. So bitch, you're not stronger than me. So I managed to muscle my way to the front. Me and a couple of my friends. There's the X year, Playboy Cardi. I like that one. Maybe Uzi or maybe even NBA. Maybe Roddy. There's some, you know what? There's some good damn names. Yeah, he does. He charts, but that's why I was asking: is that the racist? My mom watches shows like Wheel of Time, and she likes sci-fi. You know, I've never seen Wheel of Time. I've been trying to watch that franchise for the longest, but I feel like it's so much competition with shows that sometimes when I'm meaning to watch a show, I'll forget. And said Ariana did all right. You could tell she got a big paycheck from it, but she never returned. Probably because she didn't want to sit up there, and she probably got bored doing it. It's like the amount of hours that you're probably sitting up there, you know, judging these shows and with all the commercials I'm sure it's not just that it's a show that's filmed all the way through within like 2 hours. It's like RuPaul's Drag Race. One episode, it takes you literally, depending, 2 days and sometimes 14 to 16 hours that these people are working. So they're working sun up to sundown. So I can imagine like it's probably a tedious gig. And based off of what I'm getting from Ariana, I don't think she has the energy, the time, or the patience to want to sit there for hours on end just in a red seat with her ass cheeks going to sleep judging people. Pete Waterman, Jerry Hollowell, and Louis Walsh formed Little Mix. I didn't know Peter Waterman had something to do with. I didn't know. Well, I didn't know Jerry Hollowell formed Little Mix. And I'm not familiar with who Louis Walsh is, so I may have to look that up. But you said, well, I guess he's probably like a big prominent manager. And they said he admitted, and they both agreed he was a better manager for the boy bands versus girl groups, despite being a gay man. Well, and here's the thing, because you would normally think that a gay man would probably work better with women because gay men are more connected to females in some sort of way in regards to like, the stereotype of loving their divas and all that other stuff. But um but maybe what it was is that, maybe he just wasn't seeing eye to eye or understanding what women's needs and stuff were. So maybe it was better off having a woman. Guys do understand what guys want though, because we all have the same parts. In the words of Tatiana, the same parts. So he said Rita's music career is quiet. I mean, I like some of the songs she pops up on, but she doesn't stand out as an artist, I guess I'm saying. David Archuleta, have not heard that name. Oh, maybe you're not on the gay blogs like I am, but David Archuleta definitely has been circulating in the gay blog space for a while. Like ever since he came out as a Mormon. Well, as a Mormon. He's always been a Mormon, but ever since he came out as a gay Mormon, and going back and forth with his sexuality, and then really coming to terms with his sexuality, and he's been all over social media, basically documenting his life of sorts, going to these festivals and taking shirtless photos of himself and all this other stuff. I feel like he's kind of put himself out there where it's just like he's getting spoken about more on the blogs. I know Out Magazine speaks more about David Archuleta than probably any other blog, because I have noticed that. They stay talking about him. They be shoving, I mean, not that I mind that they shove him down our throat, but they be shoving him down our throat like they do Colton Underwood. And I'm like, okay, y'all need to get up off that. Nobody cares about Colton Underwood and what he's doing. Especially with him being a toxic prick he was over at The Bachelor. Then all of a sudden he come out the closet, and because he's good looking and white, we supposed to just salivate at the mouth over that clown. Fuck him. I never particularly cared for him. It's a just logged on. I think Edith's Crutch hit song was "Get Over Yourself." Not sure if it was the first one. Well, they did. They got over themselves because nobody cared. But how you doing, Victor? Is that Kelly Clarkson and Fantasia definitely have a strong fan base? I would pay good money to see either. Yeah, she does. Fantasia definitely got snatched, and I have to say, whoever is her stylist, especially during that Color Purple, era where she was on the carpets and all of the stuff, she needs to keep that person because that person definitely knew how to accentuate her curves and make her really look good on every carpet. Like she definitely was killing it in regards to the fashion. So, I do remember that. I do remember Josh Henderson. When he was in that boy group. I think he was on. I remember I think I used to watch that show with him on there. It was on. Was it the CW? So I do remember that. Yeah, he was on Pop Stars. I do remember Josh Henderson from that, and I remember when I would see him as an actor, I'm like, oh yeah, I know him. It said Nas is your generation. Queensbridge, Uchi Wally, Uchi Bang. True T, Nas and Mariah in the 90s. People really do not know, though these two are most deaf friends. Are they friends who hunch? Allegedly. It said Rita Ora really was not focused on making music. One thing about Rihanna, lack of vocal talent. I mean, but yeah, Rihanna's not that good of a singer. But here was the thing: she sold the hell out of them songs. She knew how to play the game. It said Rihanna works. She is productive, and she produces product. It's like she's really good at, you know what? And if you really look at it, it's like I feel like the way that Riri tackled her music career is how she's tackling her business career in regards of like the Fenty stuff. Like she's really smart in regards of like being a businesswoman. So if she's going to put out music, she definitely knows how to market her songs and market her look and aesthetic and all the other stuff in a way that reels us all in and we eat it up. So now she got a hairline coming out, and we'll see if the girls be out here. I don't know. Is it wig? I think it's wigs or whatever the case is. Like, look, people gonna buy that Rihanna hair. Now, Beyonce was trying to do hair stuff, but it seemed like Beyonce, every time she tried to do the same thing these other people do, like the little endorsement deals, be like, I'm gonna just start out there, a liquor line, fashion, hair, whatever. Y'all don't care. And I think it's probably because Beyonce's team has made her into this thing where it's like, we don't know who Beyonce is. She's created herself as to being like this godlike deity. So we don't know who Beyonce is as an artist. I mean, I won't say as an artist, as a human being. So when you buy products from artists, there has to be some sort of relatability in there for people to want to go to the store and buy it. Oh yeah, I could see working with that. Mind you, everybody was looking at Beyonce sitting up in here, was wearing wigs and stuff all over that stage. But now you want to show your real hair in a video and then think that people are going to buy it because you showing your real hair. And it's like, no, I feel like y'all waited too little too late to really make her relatable. And I still feel like Beyonce's not really relatable. We pretty much accepted the fact that Beyonce is sort of like this otherly being, and we like her for that. I mean, Girls Aloud, not Little Mix. The girls of Little Mix was 12 and 209 and 02 when Girls Aloud formed. I said, I'm sure this takes at least 12 hours for filming shows. Like, yeah, and that's why I said I don't know if I would do that type of show, especially if I got to sit. The Pop Stars franchise Wikipedia is hella shady. Despite producing Nicole Scherzinger, an entertainer wasn't successful as Girls Aloud from this franchise. Steve Archuleta also did. Oh yeah, I heard that he did. I forgot he did The Masked Singer. Steve Archuleta is that part. Is he a top though? Well, child, we're gonna have to flip a coin because those are some guts I want to rearrange. So they said the problem is Beyonce and her team doesn't make her seem relatable. Whereas it's funny how like all this stuff I'm saying, I'm reading this afterwards. It's like, but it's a fact though. It said, yeah, she doesn't seem relatable. But I feel like we can pretty much relate to Rihanna because her attitude has always kind of been edgy, pretty much like finger in the air, like I'm a bad girl Riri. Like we could definitely relate to her in that way. So that's why I think people are more or less gravitate more towards Rihanna and what she's doing versus Beyonce. And it's no shade to Beyonce. We're not trying to diminish like her stuff, but as far as like when she tries to do things outside the music, nobody cares. And it shows in nobody's really talking about the hair care line. Nobody's really talking about when she came out with the limited fashion stuff. I mean, the hardcore fans will buy it and have it in their collection, but I don't see y'all out in the street wearing it. It said very true regarding Bey and Rihanna. Rihanna, for a minute, always kept changing her look and staying fresh. I used to work with an LGBT at the Olive Garden, said that Beyonce wig looked. Some of them had some of the wigs Beyonce wore back in the day definitely was a choice, but now that she got more money than I'll ever see in my lifetime, the wigs have gotten better. They're not wigging like they used to be. All it says, I feel like Babe just wants to be a billionaire and catch up to Rihanna. Well, and here's the thing, Rihanna accumulated, I think, her billions from her business endeavors. It's not just music. I feel like Beyonce only has music to rely on to be, that big successful artist. Whereas Rihanna don't even need to come back. She don't need to put out music. Which is why I think like she's taking forever to release an album. And she keeps gaslighting her damn fans about, oh, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Girl, you ain't thinking about no damn album. Stop it. You busy out here putting out new hair care lines, clothing lines, shoe lines, lingerie lines, celebrity, celebrity runway shows and all that stuff. The X Facts. The X redid on her own. You know what? Wouldn't she be good to be on The Voice? I think Rihanna tried to do like she did a show once upon a time where she hosted. I think it was on Bravo. But I would like to see Rihanna host one of those singing shows. She got a good personality. Bey is allegedly dropping a luggage line. A luggage line actually would work. I could see a luggage line because she always she always flying somewhere. So having a Beyonce luggage line, that might work. We'll see though. Rihanna is the Avon lady. Pretty much. She has more than enough within her discography to go. Look, funny enough, my parents never did Avon, but my parents used to sell Amway back in the day. Remember Amway? Are we that old that we can talk about Amway, child? We used to go to the functions, but we used to go away for the weekend or whatever. And my parents used to go to those, those Amway meetings or whatever that they used to have in a conference situation. And then, me, my brother and sister, we just hang out in the hotel. I remember one time I was playing around, me being that bad person that I was when I was a little kid. Remember, like on cable, you could actually, if you play with the remote, you could see the porn. So one time I accidentally ordered it. Me and my siblings was watching it. My father got the bill and beat my ass because the other ones, they decided to snitch on me and shit. He did it because they was gonna get in trouble. But yeah, once upon a time I did that. That was funny. I was like, but it was an accident because I was just playing with the button trying to say it was like you could see the titties, you hear the moaning and stuff, and then all of a sudden I accidentally ordered it. But child, it was a mess. But I used to love them Amway functions. And then I remember one time they did like a camp situation. We used to pick on like they had the boys in one cabin, the girls in another cabin, and we used to throw water balloons in the girls' cabin where my sister was at. So those were the days. I was like, oh, I miss being a kid sometimes. So we did something on The Voice with Pharrell. It was well, look, nobody asked Jennifer Lopez to sing, but she judged American Idol, right? Not luggage. That's it. I'm not dignifying that with a response because Reed was gonna come out and then the Beehive gonna get me. But look, I had the windmill like I did the bars when they try to slide up in here with their little slick mouth. Well, it says someone wants to remember Amway. Amway is definitely that Big Mama and Pops bought. Yep, my parents was selling the chair. It said Rihanna doesn't have one. I think that's why Beyonce fails because she always goes into a market overcrowded. Rihanna left the perfume market behind because Britney Spears had that one on lock. And yeah, And here's the thing, fragrances just seem so random. Like everybody comes out with a fucking perfume line. Jennifer Lopez had one. It was like any celebrity you could think of had a goddamn perfume line. I'm like, okay, like fragrances are boring to me. It's like jump into other stuff. And I remember at one point where everybody had a damn clothing line. Gwen Stefani had one. Eve had one with Fetish. Well, then what's the name? What was it? Gwen had Lamb. Everybody named Mama had a fashion line. They didn't last though. Even Jennifer Lopez had a fashion line. Oh yeah, Britney and Paris Hilton, they definitely be selling. The girls definitely buy a fragrance. Britney Spears should come out since she don't want to work no more because the rumors. I remember it was addressed on their show to bring it up. I do not that Britney has a new song or something coming out, or she's thinking about diving back to music. I'm not buying it. She's supposed to be coming out with a song with The Weeknd. Then they try to say that The Weeknd offered Britney the Madonna part in Popular, but she turned it down. I'm not buying that. First of all, Britney ain't interested in singing. Quiet as it's kept, Britney don't be singing. She, do that weird ass voice, which fucked up her voice and passes it as singing. And then, the auto tune or whatever trickery they use in the studio pretty much corrects her vocals to make her sound like something. And so, I don't believe that she has music coming out now. If she do come out with music, I'll take it back. I'll eat crow. But for the most part, I have heard rumors, something or another that Breathe Heavy be talking about that she's coming out with music. I'm sorry on it. I don't buy it. Like I said, Madonna did her Truth or Dare perfume before she started MDNA Skin. Madonna's another one that tried to do the side hustle thingy, and it just didn't work also. But yeah, like I saw what AAE said, Robert, yeah, fragrances are random. And that's how I feel like they're all random. Ivy Park has a fashion line, and we all know exactly. That's why I said that nobody cared about Ivy Park except the hardcore beehive. That's why she limited it. Limited it. Nicki Minaj had one at not Kmart. Well, damn, I would have rather my shit be in Target before some fucking Kmart. They sell guns and bullets in Kmart. Lopez built her brand off clothes and perfume through Sean Combs. That is where that 400 I wouldn't be surprised she was laundering some of that money. Y'all better check her finances. But anyway, let's move on and we'll get back to the other questions later on in the show. But okay, so yeah, let's talk about Simon Cowell, who is being dragged by the K-pop fans. Since we talking about groups and things and, Svengalis and things of that nature. So Simon Cowell, a mogul in the music industry, recognized for his roles on reality shows like Pop Idol, American Idol, The X Factor, and Britain's Got Talent, played a pivotal part in shaping the global phenomenon One Direction. Cowell's company signed the band members to his record label with a £2 million deal. Subsequently, One Direction soared to greatness, with sales surpassing 70 million records across the globe by April of 2020. So have they been broken up for 4 years? It feels like it's been longer, though. But anyway, so it says, however, he is being criticized online for claiming that currently there is no megastar boy band, with many saying his comment ignores the success of K-pop group BTS. The X Factor alum said in a statement obtained by Rolling Stone, he said, every generation deserves a megastar boy band, and I don't think there has been one to have the success of One Direction in over 14 years. The industry tends to focus on solo artists, so it usually takes someone from outside to put a group together. Indeed, the record executive announced that he will be holding open auditions across the UK to take part in a boy band boot camp, of all which might form the basis of a new documentary. He said, there's always a high degree of risk, but I genuinely have no idea what's going to happen. We might uncover an incredible group. We might not get there. What if no one shows up to auditions? That could be awkward. There is no guarantee path to success. Anything can happen, but that's what's exciting for me, and that's why I'm doing this, he continued. He commented about the lack of megastar boy band for his generation, drew ire from those who pointed out BTS success. And the funny thing was, y'all told me that you don't think anybody's going to show up or whatever, but I'm like, first of all, if you say Simon Cowell and One Direction, you know damn well a bunch of young boys is going to show up to them auditions because they want to be the next Zayn. Sidebar, I do like Zayn's album. It's a little too slow for me. I need a little BPM attached. Like that first single he came out with, that's not even on the album. I kind of wish he would have went more in that direction, but his album is a little too laid back, which I don't think the album's gonna go anywhere sales wise. But you know, there's gonna be plenty of kids that want to be the next Louis Tomlinson, who I do know is about to hit the Garden with 2 shows. I didn't even know he was that popular by himself. Or you know, so there's always going to be one of those kids that they're, you know, that they want to be the next version of whatever is in that group. So now what the people were saying, it says that indeed BTS appears to have outsold One Direction globally. They're also the most streamed band on Spotify. Aren't they all in the military at the moment? That's why they're not performing. They said they've also broke multiple records, including the most viewers for the premiere of a music video on YouTube. In terms of US chart performance, they have 6 number ones compared to 1D's 0. God damn. So as popular as One Direction is, y'all wasn't feeling and checking for them in America? That's weird. But Harry Styles is huge here. Like he was doing a lot of shows at Madison Square Garden when he came out with that last album. So Harry Styles is huge. He even won didn't he win like a Grammy for Album of the Year? Which pissed a lot of people off. So yeah, Harry Styles is immensely popular, but they have no number 1 hit in America. That is shocking to me. So it says, that being said, on the UK chart specifically, 1D has more hits. So they're popular over there where Simon and that, you know, and all that Botox is from, because he got a lot of Botox in that face, and probably on the Ozempic too. But they're not checking for them worldwide or in America. So it says outside of BTS, K-pop generated over $5 billion in 2022. Boy bands like Tomorrow X Together, Stray Kids, and 17 have achieved further global success. Now, sidebar, I'm going to tell you this. I had no idea how huge K-pop was until last week. Speaking of Tomorrow X Together, I worked their show at the Garden. And I have to say, they put on a good show. You know, I will tell you if you do some shit. Now, the one thing that did irritate me was they would stop too many times in between like certain song situations. Like they would do a couple of their songs, then they would stop, and they'd go on this whole thing about their MOA. They speak their broken English. Oh, we're so happy that you're here with us today, and all the other stuff. And it's like, oh my God, can y'all just like go backstage, change your clothes, and get back to the show? Or at the end, where y'all literally sat up on stage for damn near 10 minutes saying goodbye to everybody in the audience. Worked every part of the stage. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. And then they had to go to all 5 of them and talk about why they're so happy to be performing and all this other stuff. They did it in English. They did it in Korean. I'm like, child, my feet is killing me. I worked a double shift that day. So I was already irritated and cranky and tired. So I'm like, can we move on with it? But with my bitchiness aside, because I am bitching right now, but I say it with love and slight shade. Tomorrow X Together definitely deserve their flowers because they're cute. The girls was living for them. They definitely was, you know, the audience was definitely into it. They definitely give a good show. And to me, I'll be feeling like these solo acts really need to put in just as much work as these Korean pop stars do. Like they put them through the ringer. Like I feel like the way they get trained is the way that a lot of the old school artists that I grew up with, like Britney Spears and NSYNC and the Backstreet Boys and a lot of those boy bands, were put through the ringer and trained on how, and Destiny's Child, how, you know, Matthew had them running on a treadmill singing, so that way if you're going to sing, you be able to do your breath control and all that other stuff. That's what needs to happen. Now, as far as like a documentary on this whole thing, I don't know. You know, we was talking about it the other day. We was like, you know, maybe they need to bring boy bands back. Maybe we need girl groups or whatever. And I'm here for it. I love a girl group. I love a boy band. But will this whole way that they go about putting them together, does it work in today's climate? That I'm not sure if it does. But yeah, the fans was out here saying, oh, first of all, what you're not going to do is just, you know, disregard what, you know, what K-pop has been definitely more influential than One Direction, especially when it comes to being a global phenomenon. And so, you know, I get that someone wants to pat himself on the back for his accolades, whatever the case is, and put in One Direction together. But yeah, I do feel like you're being very dismissive of, you know, K-pop and the influence that it has over the same demographic that you trying to grab when it comes to putting your next generation of One Direction or whatever boy band you plan on putting together. So, like I said, and I also asked the same question. So, I guess my question is to you guys: do you think that this formula of like the whole boy band situation will it work? Especially in a reality TV format, documentary format, will it work in today's climate? Do these kids care about actually wanting to sit and watch a reality show or a documentary based on putting together a boy band? And we've seen what happens when Simon be putting groups together. I mean, didn't he put together Fifth Harmony? And that shit was a mess because Camila Cabello act like she was too damn good for the group. She did that song with her boyfriend, Shawn Mendes. Speaking of, her like hanging out with gays, he was hanging out with Shawn Mendes allegedly, and Lil Nas X. Excuse me. So you had Camila Cabello where she was being slick and she was making these other songs outside of Fifth Harmony. And Fifth Harmony said that they was trying to get Camila back, get Camila to show up to have a meeting with the other girls, so they letting her know where she was at. But she was all trying to be slick and do her own little solo thing. And now that she is solo, nobody cares about her solo music or this current sex kitten era that she's trying to throw upon us. And we looking at her with the side eye like, girl, we know that ain't you. You trying real hard to come across like you a sex kitten. First of all, you're shaped like a little boy. So nobody's interested in looking at no little girl that's got the body of a 12-year-old, unless you a pedophile, trying to be all sexy. Maybe if she, I don't want to be like, you can't be talking about women's bodies, whatever. But bitch, you put the shit out there. We have a right to criticize and critique. So I say all this to say, do y'all care about this whole new boy band era, whatever the case is, or Simon Cowell, greedy snake ass getting his hands on, putting together a whole boy band situation? Let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so we have a lot of comments. So please hold as I get to them. He said BTS though. Yeah, aren't they all in the military? Because it's I heard it's like mandatory. Like everybody has to join the military in Korea at a certain age. We're talking, you ain't drafting me. I'm glad they got rid of the draft in America. They said what Simon said had to be racially more. Yeah, I was thinking that too. It's like, to me, it's just very racist. You can't only be racist against black people. Like you can be racist against other races as well. And to me, it's like, Simon Cowell, you're not just gonna pat yourself in the back and make it seem like you the only one that was out here creating boy bands or whatever, because you looking at the white dollar as being the most important dollar. But since there's been a huge void in boy bands, the Korean community, music community, they capitalized. They watched what y'all was doing over there, and it came up with the whole K-pop situation. And yeah, it's a phenomenon. So it said what Simon said, yeah. So it was like music from Asia may not be everyone's cup of tea, but BTS and Blackpink had their little moment in the mainstream a few years ago. Yeah, I know they was trying to push Blackpink out here in America, but I don't think it just didn't work. Or maybe it was the type of music they were doing. I don't know, but it wasn't gelling. Something didn't pop up. Look, they even did Sour Candy with Lady Gaga. That song went nowhere. Kind of like Chromatica. So it said the album. It said Zayn is cool. He had the baby with Gigi and Yolanda push him away to basically take over. Zayn has some DV issues over the. Oh yeah, we heard about that. He fine though. I know. See, that's why I was like, well, just because he fine, but he beat women. Well, I hope that shit is not true. That he was being abusive, or that Yolanda was out here trying to smear his name over making those allegations. It said the ex. They would wait. Would they be memorable in the United States, though? One Direction and the boy bands before them are pretty memorable. Well, yeah, I don't know. I just guess that, are they memorable in the United States? I don't know. America is so, I don't know. America, y'all so damn fickle when it comes to like music and what y'all support. It's just here today, gone today. I don't know if they invest in that same amount of like those groups, like a One Direction, like a Spice Girls, like a Girls Aloud. Which seems to be that the British groups tend to last a lot longer than the American ones. Except maybe the Backstreet Boys. The Backstreet Boys been around for a long time. Like, they still putting out music. Nick Carter allegations notwithstanding. And they said all the members of BTS had to go into the military, and the youngest one won't come back until 2026. So they're going to be on hiatus for a good while. Yeah, and let's see if they can come. If if they once they get out of the military, if they actually come out of that and decide, oh yeah, BTS is back, we're ready to put out a new album. But will that fandom still be there? But they have to understand, it's like, okay, it's a requirement. They have to be in the military, otherwise they'd be out here still, making their music. Harry Styles definitely is huge, and said they like Zayn too. To say Harry, Zayn, and Niall, I think are the only three that's actually popping outside of One Direction. Louis Tomlinson, nobody cares. The only thing that he was able to do was knock up Cheryl Cole and have a baby with her. Is that One Direction was very popular in the United States. Yeah, but how come they couldn't garner a #1 hit though? Maybe it was the genre of music that they were competing against at the time. What makes You Beautiful peaked at #2. So it's like they were peaking, but they never made it. Simon is filled with That's why I said, like, his face looks crazy. Like, his face do not move at all. I just feel like men I don't know, I've noticed that men, when y'all get fillers, y'all look crazier than the women. Or maybe it's just the fillers in general. Fillers don't look good on anybody. I feel like if you want to do a little bow ties, like, you got to be subtle about it. Like, when the time comes, I would definitely get some bow ties. I'll probably get a little something in my forehead because, the older you get little lines or whatever. But I would not want to be crazy to the point where I'm like, hi, what's going on? How you doing? I'm happy to be here today. And you could barely hear what I'm saying. Like, I'm basically moaning my words. You don't want to be talking about, like, with people like that. I want to be able to have it. They're like, somebody tune in right now, but what the fuck is wrong with him? It's like, I want to be able to have movement in my face. I gotta have expressions. I don't want my face to be frozen. I would look crazy. As I would say, they were popular in the US among my generation. There were a couple of girls in my school that like Korean pop stars, and I just think that it's not everyone's cup of tea. Yeah, I don't really get into K-pop, but when I was working the event, I'm like, these songs is cute. One of the people said, "Oh, it all sounded the same." I'm like, "Not really. They, their beats changed up. It didn't all sound the same. They were just basically it had like sort of this urban pop vibe, but you just had Koreans up in there instead of black people. That's basically what it feels like." So yeah, I was about to say that that was a pretty good song. They harmonized pretty well. Simon can put together a group running on that treadmill singing in heels. That was Destiny's Child. And so I'm gonna watch Cyndi Lauper documentary. Oh yeah, I forgot. It's funny. I talked about it the other day, and I keep forgetting it's been on. Probably because I've been working so much that I really haven't had time to catch up on a lot of stuff. The only thing I've been doing is catching up on a lot of YouTube stuff, like certain shows that I be watching, or going on social media and checking like what's going on in the world of entertainment so that way I can give y'all a show. So I've been spending more time doing that instead of like really taking the time. But I feel like after June 12th, I'll finally have some free time where I can really get into like watching show because I'm gonna be busy for the next 2 weeks. I'm exhausted, whatever, but yeah. And then I was like, one time I was like, yeah, I still got to feed the beast and give y'all a show. So, and I love doing it. So that's why I jump on here and give it to y'all. But for the most part, it's like after I feel like in about 2 weeks, I can finally relax and catch up on certain shows and things that I need to catch up on. Like I still haven't watched the 2-part. Is it 2 parts? Because I know you was watching it, Felix. The show with about Nick Carter and his brother Aaron. That whole thing that's on HBO Max. I don't call it Max. I call it HBO Max. I'll be dead naming all the channels. I don't call X. X. I call it Twitter. Now we need a Joe Jackson brown leather belt. Can you imagine Simon up in there with a belt and it's like, yeah, if you fuck up if your voice cry, I'm gonna beat your ass on this show. That would be too funny if they did some foolishness like that. They said BTS had their own McDonald's meal 3 years ago. Oh, I wonder what it was. But they got McDonald's everywhere, so that works. I don't think reality talent shows won't work anymore when most Gen Z pop stars have gained popularity from absolutely. So I don't know how I don't so I'm glad I'm not the only one that thought this. I'm like, and you are, and the funny thing is, well, you are Gen Z, so you understand. So you would get like, okay, is your generation going to sit up there and watch a documentary on how to put a boy band together? I don't think they will. Kids are watching YouTube and TikTok and that sort of thing. They're not watching, like, if it's a show that's going to be on TikTok, maybe people will watch. I mean, they allow longer length of shows on TikTok. Like, I could post a video on TikTok, and I could post a 20-minute video up there now. But then again, they're trying to get rid of TikTok, so who knows? So we all remember how hard it was for Bad Boy to put together a group. And Sean Combs, the question is, what happened to Danny Kane? First of all, Danny Kane, Day 26, Donnie Klang, so many other people. Like, we was loving. I loved making the band, and when they was putting that all together. Which, first of all, Diddy, per usual, done colonized that from someone else. Another idea that somebody else was doing first, and decided to do his own version. But he only wanted to do making a band. He didn't even care about the groups that he was putting together. Because Danny Kane was said it. They were like, there was so much popularity with Welcome to the Dollhouse, they only printed a certain amount of CDs for people to buy. But then when the demand was for more, they freaked out because they didn't realize how popular Danny Kane was. And I was one of them. I wanted that album. I wanted Welcome to Dollhouse. Welcome to Dollhouse was my shit. First of all, that was like the gayest album I heard. First of all, you had Damaged, you had Striptease. Striptease is my shit. So, we had all the bops that was on it. That was a really good album. But they didn't believe in the girls in the project. I think Diddy was more or less living for the attention that he was getting, making the band walk all the way to Brooklyn to get him a fucking slice of cheesecake. I threw that shit in his face. But then again, he like beating on people, so we would have probably got to tussling. Not Camilla ain't shit. I mean, she isn't, and unless we forget that Tumblr page that she had when she was put all that racist stuff on there. To my, oh yeah, I was young and I didn't know what I was doing, and when you know better, I was like, bitch, you was 15. Like, you should know better at that point. So clearly, you're a Latina that was raised by a bunch of damn racists. I wouldn't be surprised I asked from Florida, and then you was up in here, posting a lot of racist stuff. To my run N-word run. I sort of look. Kayla says I told y'all. After we talked about Camilla on the last show, I kid you not, hours later, I happened to just be on YouTube, and she did a whole deep dive expose on Camilla. And she was like, it was a video on like why people hate Camila Cabello. And it's funny, I was like, all the stuff she said in this video, I've been saying for years. Y'all just got the Cliff Note point. She did a whole 20-minute video on it. But definitely check that one out because it was a good one. And they said they wanted the Wanted. I remember the Wanted. First of all, there was one boy in there that was so damn cute. Didn't they do Glad You Came? That was my shit. But yeah, they definitely did bomb. So they said the Wanted bomb despite being grown up song. It's funny. It said I didn't even read the rest of the thing, and he put Glad You Came in the thing, and I was like, yeah, did you do Glad You Came? It said One Direction definitely won. And funny enough, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I feel like the Wanted, they kind of came out around the same time, if not maybe a year or two later than One Direction. But I do feel like maybe people were looking at the Wanted as like, oh yeah, y'all probably, it's kind of like y'all one and the same with the groups. But I do feel like One Direction definitely edged out the Wanted because the Wanted really didn't have, in my opinion, I don't feel like they had that staying power. And that Glad You Came song sounded very much like a dance pop song that was made for like to play in between hockey games, football games, like an arena song. Like it gave that. And so I just came to see the reunion tour because there's so many demons in that group. To say UK pop was fucking ignorant as hell. Well, I don't know if I would want Simon Cowell working behind the scenes on this thing. I think he need to kind of move on, but he needs something to keep himself irrelevant. The only thing I didn't like about the K-pop industry is that they will have those K-pop stars bleaching their skin to be the same pasty white color. Oh yeah, that was another. I noticed that too because I was like, when I'm looking at Tomorrow X Together or TXT, I'm sitting there like, why they all look like anime characters? But you're definitely right. That they make those kids go through the ringer of like veneers and nose jobs and bleaching their skin and doing all kinds of crazy. Like they're reconstructing their body to make them look almost like robotic. So I don't like. I do agree. I don't like the idea of them doing that. I said Blackpink is not going to work in the United States. They are not the vibe in the United States. The United States is too diverse for Blackpink. I remember I first started getting into Blackpink when I lived in LA about 4 years ago. That's when I started listening. But you know, in LA, there's a lot of Asians, a lot of Koreans that live out there. So that's what got me into Blackpink at first. When I would listen to this song, Blackpink in your area. I said, give me a girl group. It can't end after Little Mix. I'm going to cry. Banana Man is still around. First of all, I no shade, but I would rather a girl group more than a boy band. Like I liked boy bands when I was younger, but I wasn't into boy bands as much as I was into girl groups. Like I loved the Spice Girls. I told you I had my parents take me to I think it was HMV, went and bought the Spice Girls debut album. Spice. Got the CD. I got the CD and my younger brother got the CD. So we had our own because I was like, "You're not gonna wear out my shit," and then that was my record because I was into girl power and all the other stuff. Then I would listen to Girls Aloud. I would listen to all the different girl groups, Destiny's Child. Like I was more or less into girl groups. NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, or whatever. Yeah, I got into it because of TRL, but I was never really into boy bands like that. I was more or less into the girl groups. So I would rather a girl group over a boy band any day. And it said British groups do very well in the United States. The Brits do know how to put together memorable music. The Beatles, George Michael, Elton John. Yeah, and they're definitely good at like writing catchy stuff. That's why I think a lot of times a lot of artists, especially even some American artists, they love working with people overseas, be it a Swedish producer or writer or whatever. Like a lot of the Swedes, they're definitely good at how they come up with stuff. Their songs are very catchy. Jesus, you know what? I hate it being allergy season. Now my nose won't stop itching. Oh, is it the one? Is it Liam Payne? Look, child, I can't tell one from the other. Well, nobody's checking for Liam either. I said, as I said, Killian Murphy looks like he had a lot of filler. Yeah, well, look, he gonna have to lay off the filler if he gonna be in 28 years later because they're gonna be like, well, first of all, how did you get filler in the apocalypse, the zombie apocalypse? You got to be able to move that face. It said BTS mania kind of died down in recent years. They still have their hardcore fans, and Jungkook got a #1 single with Lotto. But we'll see if people still care in 2020. You know what? I don't think anybody was. I remember when they tried to sell Jungkook out in America, and I don't think anybody cared. Like he did a song with Usher, went nowhere. And I guess his song with Lotto was doing good, but it's like, yeah, I've been seeing like they've been trying to push Jungkook, but I just feel like for the most part, the mainstream community, the music listeners don't care. Oh, so it's 4 episodes. Thank you. It said he has a song. Oh yeah. So you're saying that. Yeah. So I guess it works out that they're working there in the same. They're trying to reach certain demographics. Yeah, that family has gone through a lot because I remember I used to watch the Carters. I think it was on E where they had their own reality show. Child, that shit was a mess. So I love making the band too. He definitely was colonizing, trying to take over other people's shit. Because at first, remember, making the band was originally a show that, oh my God, what is his name? The one that now all he just be doing, he does Broadway now. He just be posting thirst traps all over social media. Yeah, because they have making the band. It wasn't initially started with. I think they only give. Oh, because Lou Pearlman was behind it. So, but I'm trying to remember the other group that was. It was a mixed group, and they had a Hawaiian boy on there, and they have Ashley Parker Angel was a part of it. I was trying to remember the name of that damn band that they had. So y'all remember that because it was now it came to my head because Ashley Parker Angel he posts a lot of thirst traps all over social media now. So that was the first group. And then all of a sudden Diddy comes along, you know, and decides he wants to do something with it. Even my 4-year-old niece is watching stuff on YouTube. She watches Bluey on there, but now it's on Disney Plus too. So she watches it. That's why I said the kids now they're watching YouTube. So if you want to sit and put the documentary on YouTube or whatever, look, I watch. First of all, and it's funny because I pay so much money. I pay like at least $100 for streaming services. But I spend more time on YouTube than I do on Hulu, on Disney Plus, on Paramount Plus, on Peacock, on any of those streaming services. But I'm sitting there watching free shit. Make that make sense? So I'm like, I watch YouTube and Tubi more than I watch all the other streaming services. That's the weird part. Danny Kane's success is the reason Blackpink cannot be successful in the United States. Puff got the formula down. He got the girl, the look, the vocals, the harmonies. There should be room for more people though. Oh yeah, I did like, and I liked In Vogue until Dawn Robinson showed her entire ass, but she showed it in two different groups. That one and Lucy Pearl. So that kind of let us know that okay, Dawn, you the problem. And I remember Banana Rama, didn't they do that song? Well, I changed the lyrics. I'm your penis, I'm your vagina, your desire. It's a deadly can't damage Chef's Kiss. The video is still everything. Mm-hmm. Yes, they can. The Swedes sure can produce. They put together Britney's debut album, plus the Scandinavians also had Ace of Base in the 90s, and they had that song The Sign, which was huge back in the day. And don't even get me started on Lady Gaga trying to hijack their formula with Alejandro. But that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day. And so there's like they put cornrows and child, that's the same foolishness they did with Justin Timberlake. Remember when they put cornrows on just So it's like we get it. And I think that's a problem that some people have with K-pop, because they feel like that a lot of the, Asian people, not all, but a lot of them can be very racist when it comes to black folk. Same thing with some of you white people, and y'all take a lot of urban styles from the music, because if you listen to K-pop, it does have their production is very urban leaning, even down to the choreography. Because like I said, when I worked at the TXT tour, like it was a lot of urbanisms put up in there. And one of the group members was happy because he said, "Oh, y'all like you like that performance?" He said, I'm pretty much excited about it. I forget the name of the damn song because I'm not familiar with what they do. But he was like, "Oh, well, I got to contribute to the choreography." So he was excited. And then they would get up there and they would have little contests about who could do the dance the best. Girl groups or female artists in general has more variety and are not afraid to experiment. Yeah, that's another thing too, that there's more leeway for them to experiment with different types of sounds, whereas male artists are more or less afraid to be pegged as gay, which is why they don't do the other genres, which I guess is why they'll come out and they'll do other things because, um, unless you are gay, like a Troye Sivan or Adam Lambert, they'll take more risks because that is the genre that they could play in, but they'll I guess be considered a cult market. Male entertainers, especially straight ones, are so absolutely, which is why I can't. And that's maybe you hit the nail on the head. Is why I got more into girl groups, because women weren't afraid to express their sexuality, weren't afraid to really get in there and give us like a good bop with like good production and vocals and all the stuff and a sexy video. Like if I see a gay artist, I want them to not be afraid to be sexual. But then you get the criticisms like Sam Smith gets, like Little Nas X gets, like Troye Sivan is getting on his current tour, where he making out with boys on stage and getting on his knees and singing into the microphone as the male dancer holds it like a penis. I'm like, child, if I was a pop star, I definitely would have pulled that move. I'd be doing controversial Madonna shit to get y'all attention. Madonna is the blueprint. Like that's why a lot of us look up to her and stuff in regards of like what she does on stage. Controversy is our friend, as long as it doesn't hurt people, it doesn't hurt people. So it says Ashley Parker Angel baby took child. Look, I said Ashley Parker Angel. That's a fine ass. He was another one I wanted to hunch. I have my types. I like all the menses. Maybe because I'm such a hoe. Stupid hoe. But anyway, it said I am with you. I watch YouTube and Tubi more than streaming that I'm paying. That's why I hate the fact that I'm spending so much damn money, but I be watching the free channels more than anything. But then I feel like if I get rid of it, I'm gonna have FOMO, so I don't get rid of it. Yeah, I like Lucy Pearl, but they were at one album wonder because Dawn Robinson, per usual, was showing her crazy ass being in the group. But anyway, let's move on. Let's talk about the Traitors, which I'm actually excited about, because I was like, you know what? I may not be excited for this new boy band situation. Well, I kind of will. We'll see how the whole boy band, previous topic when that comes around. I'm not excited about the new season of The Voice. However, I've never really been in cared about the new season of The Voice. But here's a show that I am excited for. First of all, I like the Traitors. The Traitors definitely, they be giving me my life with all the twists, the turns, the drama, how they be throwing people under the bus. I still am mad over last season how they did Oh my God, what's that? Was it Mercedes? MJ. That's what she goes by, but I know her mother goes Mercedes. That's how her mother be saying her name. But I was mad how they did her dirty because I felt like she was an honest one, but they was like, "Oh yeah, we think she a traitor." And then you had the two people, CT and Trishelle, basically took her ass out and walked away with the money. I was still mad over that, but you know what? It was entertaining, and they walked away with the coin, $200 and some odd $1,000. So I was here for it. But I have noticed when I looked at the list, there are no real world challenge competitors this season. So, according to Variety, it says set in a remote castle in the Scottish Highlands, Alan Cumming plays host of 21 larger than life personalities who come together to compete in a series of missions with the objective of earning a cash prize up to $250K. The catch, hidden amongst the faithful contestants, are the traitors, or as um, Alan likes to say, traitors, the traitors. I just love the way he says that. But anyway, so it says, whose goal is to eliminate the faithful and claim the prize for themselves. Under the cover of darkness, the traitors murder contestants one by one, but if the faithful can banish all the traitors before the end of the game, they split the incredible prize. Now, season 3 cast of contestants and personalities, we have, and we'll go through them about who I'm excited for, but the people that we have, and hold on as I pull up this cast photo. Okay. So here we go. That's the first batch that y'all can see there. So we have Britney Spears' ex-husband, Sam Asghari. I'm here for that. First of all, I don't even know what the hell Sam sound like when he talk. I've never heard him speak, but I'm excited to see how he competes. I've heard he's done a couple of things in acting. They said he was on the episode of Hacks. I don't remember that. Did he have a speaking part? Was he naked? Because, if you ain't got no clothes on, I'm not paying attention what comes out your mouth. Unless something's going in it, if you know what I'm saying, and I think you do. So then we have Vanderpump Rules star Tom Sandoval. Chill. First of all, I do not like Tom Sandoval. After Scandoval and other situation, I know that was good TV. But as far as like what Trader goes, we'll see how it works. And then we also have Selling Sunsets, Chriselle Stiles, who came out as a lesbian and went married at G Flip, I think is who she married, some Australian musician. Other notable competitors. Now here's what I'm here for. Bob the drag queen from RuPaul's Drag Race is gonna be in. I'm here for that. Dorinda Medley from Real Housewives of New York. Make it nice. She had the iconic lines. And she still thinks she on a break from them. Because she was fired. Robyn Dixon, ding ding ass. I don't know what you're gonna bring with Robyn Dixon. First of all, I couldn't stand her on Potomac, but she's gonna be on there. Dolores Neutral Nancy Catania and Chanel Ayan, who I believe is on Real Housewives of Dubai. Now now from Summer House, they got Sierra Miller. I don't know who that is. I ain't never seen an episode of Summer House, nor do I care. But I am quite interested that speaking of, I was talking about to a friend about Zac Efron. His brother Dylan is going to be on the show. And I know for years people been wondering, is Zach, how you doing? Because, he's never really had like a girlfriend. But I got some Zac Efron tea. And I'm going to say alleged throughout the whole thing. Now, a friend of mine who shall be nameless and has worked with a lot of celebrities saw Zac Efron in the club making out with this boy. And Zac Efron is into racial fish. He like the chocolate honey because the boy he was making out with was black. So I don't know if he's bisexual or if he's just, how you doing? And just likes to, and has been keeping the relationship, his gayness under wraps. Which we have a story about Chris Colfer from Glee being told to keep his gayness a secret. We're going to talk about that in the show later on. So, yeah, that's my Zac Efron story. Alleged. So his brother Dylan is in it. Gabby Wendy from Wells Adams from The Bachelor. I ain't never watched The Bachelor, nor do I care. Sidebar, they have a new season of The Bachelorette coming up with a big girl. And they have one guy on there who they were trying to say he's plus size. I'm like, he ain't fat. He's beefy. Like, if you see me in person, he and I have the same body type. Like, we're skinny fat. Like, I'm not, like, if you see me in person, I'm not a big girl. Like, meaty, but not fat, where the fact is I got my gut hanging over my stuff and I can't see my penis or whatever the case is. Like, I've been hitting the gym and you could definitely tell. So I don't know what people talk about when they look at men and say, like, that's not plus size. And this is exactly why, according to Hollywood standards, people be having eating disorders, because y'all be trying to say this is plus size. I'm like, that's not plus size. Plus size is Lizzo. Plus size is Ruben Studded. Anyway, I'm just saying that because I hate when people try to say that certain people are fat and they not. And then it says, who else? Oh, so it says, yeah, I said Gabby Wendy and Wells Adams from the Bachelor franchise, Brittany Haynes, and Danielle Reyes from Big Brother. Survivor stars Carolyn I was gonna say Wigger, but I think it's Weiger. Jeremy Collins, Boston Rob Mariano, and Tony Vlachos, and they're from Survivor. But here's the thing: wasn't Boston Rob just on the House of Villains? The first season, I could have sworn he was on there, but people need to check, so you got to keep working. And it said Lord Ivar Mountbatten, cousin to the late Queen Elizabeth II, who I heard is gay. So there's three LGBTs on the show, because I saw Out Magazine was making like it was such a big deal. I'm like, there's only 3 queers on the show that we know of. Y'all making like, oh, it's gonna be the gayest season. I'm like, it's 3 people. It's not gonna be the gayest season. But I know y'all need tea to spill, so because there's not a lot of stuff coming out in regards of gay media. So y'all gotta gay up, or you gotta blow up the thing to make it more entertaining. So the 3 gays that's on there is, 3 LGBTs, or queers, I should say. Bob the Drag Queen, Chriselle, and Lord Ivar Mountbatten. Anytime I say somebody that's got a little sense of importance that's related to the Queen Elizabeth, you got to say the name Lord Ivar Mountbatten. Says now in regards of so Cherie Fields was the season 1 winner, and they beat out Brandi Glanville, Cody Calafiore, who I believe his brother came out as I think sexually fluid. I think he's bisexual, and he's also dating Cara Maria from the challenge. But anyway, so it said, and then recently he put up a Happy Pride thing on his what was it, on his Instagram, and then I believe he was supposed to do some type of feature of the sexual kind with oh my god, what's his name? I always forget his damn name, from Insanity, and his white husband. But anyway, so yeah, they're supposed to do something. I don't know if it happened. I don't know if they did some stuff, or they were just trying to, because Sailor Mermaid said that he subscribed to his OnlyFans one time and it was a bunch of nothing. So yeah, I didn't even know that Ryan Lochte was on the first season. I do remember Reza was on there. I think he was the first one eliminated. I never got around to watching the first season of The Traitors, but I did. I started watching season 2 because it was like, yeah, CT and Trishelle, like I told y'all, was the 2 faithfuls, and they won, and they outlasted a bunch of other people. I'm not going through this whole list because there was a lot of names on there. So yeah, the full list is Wells Adams from The Bachelorette, Bachelor in Paradise, Sam Asghari, actor and model, Chanel Ayan, Real Housewives of Dubai, Bob the Drag Queen, RuPaul's Drag Race. Hold on as I flip over this next situation. Jeremy Collins, Survivor, Dolores Catania, Real Housewives of New Jersey, Dylan Efron, Down to Earth with Zac Efron, Nikki Garcia, Total Divas, Dance with the Stars. I don't know her. Bob Harper. Wasn't he the host of The Biggest Loser? Or one of the judges? One of the guys that get people in shape. Brittany Haynes from Big Brother. Boston Rob Mariano. Dorinda Medley from Real Housewives of New York City and Ultimate Girls Trip. Sierra Miller from Summer House. Lord Ivar Mountbatten, British Royal. Danielle Reyes, Big Brother. Tom Sandoval, Vanderpump Rules. And then he also did that Special Forces show and he was on The Masked Singer. First of all, he can't sing, but whatever. But that's never stopped anybody else. They had Wendy Williams up there. Now they had they said Special Forces. He did that with JoJo Siwa. I remember that. Tony Vlachos from Survivor, Carolyn Weiger from Survivor, and Gary Wendy from The Bachelorette. I don't know most of these people. I am intrigued by Tom Sandoval being a part of the show because he's such a deplorable human being. He's hated in the world of reality TV, but we'll see how he survives on that show. I am curious to see what Lord Ivar Mountbatten is going to give us because, he's British royalty. And if he's got a bit of a personality, if he's going to what's he going to give us with that? Dorinda and her crazy ass, we'll see how she works out. Who else am I interested in? I mean, I don't know anything about Dylan Efron, so we'll see how he works. Bob the drag queen, I'm interested in Sam because, like I said, I've never heard Sam speak, but I'm interested to hear like what he can bring to the show outside of being Brittany's husband. And Bob the drag queen, my friend, actually, I was talking to him earlier, and he was saying like, oh, they're gonna eliminate him first. First of all, he didn't know that he was gonna be on the show. But then when I told him, he's like, oh, they're going to eliminate him early because they're going to think he's a traitor or he's going to be considered a threat. And I do agree, like, Bob is that strong person. Now, he will bring the funny. He is a strong enough competitor. They might look at him as a threat. I just hope that they don't throw him out too early like they did with Peppermint in the first season. So I say, listen, say, I'm excited about the new season. The trailer definitely be giving my life in the world, in competition and stuff. I don't really watch a lot of competition shows, but I am curious to see this show. But now I ask you, are you guys Trader fans? Are you excited about this cast? Who do y'all think they should have brought up in there? I would have liked to have seen them bring in some real world contestants. I'm surprised they didn't put any in this year. Like, we had CT, we had Trishelle, they also had Johnny Bananas, but they kicked him off they killed him first, which I was shocked. I'm like, damn, y'all got rid of Johnny Bananas so early. So I would love, and I would actually love to see them redeem him and bring him back, give him another chance and see how he fits in. But who else do you think they should have brought? I feel like they should have added more than one drag race queen. Like I would have, instead of Alyssa Edwards being on that other show that's on on oh my god, what is the damn network is on? Prime Video. I don't know why I'm always thinking Apple TV with Prime, but I always do. Instead of that reality show that's over there on Prime Video with Alyssa Edwards, I think they could have probably brought him on there too. Like I would have loved to see more than one drag race girl on the Traitors instead of y'all trying to just do one every season. But then y'all want to give us multiple housewives. Y'all want to give us multiple survivors, multiple big brothers. So to me, I just don't like when y'all be doing that. But I realize why they do it because it's NBC, and NBC is going to look out for their type of reality stars. And like I said, with these recent, also a sidebar, with these recent reboots that's coming up in regards of what's of the housewives, like especially when we're talking about New Jersey and stuff, this would definitely be the thing. So outside of Ultimate Girls Trip, y'all just do the Traitors because that's gonna be the next thing once the well runs dry on the housewives shows. That's the next thing y'all gonna have to do because quiet as it's kept, ain't nobody really caring about the housewives no more. But I say all this to say, if you're a Traitors fan, let me know what you guys think of this latest news down below. Now we have some comments. And yeah, I was upset how Peppermint was treated because it's like, and Trishelle was the main one that pissed me off. And it's funny, I was told a friend, he said, I used to like her. I said, me too. And so she tried to show her entire ass on the challenge. I didn't like her back then. And I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt because I always say people change. We shouldn't just hold that grudge because a lot of people do. They'll see somebody on a reality show they saw 20 years ago as a moment in time that's time stamped. And y'all still come when next time you see them, you come with that same energy. Oh, I didn't like her from 20 years ago. It's like, I'm sure they evolve. And then you watch the show when they decide to come back to reality TV, and it's like, damn, I still don't like you. So it's like, you ain't learned nothing. Fifi O'Hara would have been good to bring on the Traitors too. Saying somebody who need a redemption. But yeah. So I didn't like the way Peppermint was treated on the show, especially when Trishelle went hard over the fact she's a traitor because she said it's like, shut up, she's not a traitor. Come to find out y'all done kicked out of Faithful. Sam Asghari, what more people eating on look, quiet. Isn't that how they all start out? Look, I'd rather Sam Asghari than Kevin Federline, fat ass. He could stay where he is. Now that's fat. That's not, what y'all was looking at with that other boy that was on that's on The Bachelorette, where y'all was trying to say he a big girl when he's I think he's in the fitness industry. Because first of all, You can't be fat in the fitness industry. That doesn't make sense. That's like being anorexic and working in the food industry. Like, that doesn't make sense. You can't be fat and trying to get fitness advice. People are going to give you the side eye. Because they're like, okay, what gym you work out at? The one in your mind? So it's like, oh, yeah. CT and Trishelle. Love Real World, Rules, The Challenge. Great shows. Real World went downhill. Yeah. Um, I haven't watched. Yeah, I think they pretty much got rid of the Real World. That whole thing doesn't work. But I do watch The Challenge still. I'm currently watching the All Stars one on Paramount Plus, where they got Ryan and oh my God, who's the other one? The little Spanish boy that's they got a couple of gays on there. So now I be getting mad. I'm like, y'all didn't put some more gays up on there. Then we got to deal with the drama between the firefighter from Boston. I can't deal with her accent. It'd be too much. And then that talk girl, that's always annoying. I am liking the season of The Challenge, though, because I always like the veterans. I didn't like the one that was on MTV, the other challenge, where y'all basically had none of the veterans on there. It was all new people. The only one I knew that was on there that I was like, okay, yeah, I would watch specifically for him, and also because he's cute. Horacio, he was the only one I liked from there. Everybody else, when y'all had Jay running the house, I was like, child, get off my line with this foolishness. So it's yeah, we do need more MTV people. It said, this is an astute observation. I never thought about it in that way. Robyn is not bright. However, let her get that check. Yeah, she damn sure do, because she got fired from Potomac. And I can't stand Robyn. Did she be that man yet? The one that's literally cheated on her and she makes 1,000 excuses for. Juan. Why you still with that fool? Or was defending him? Yeah, Chanel from Dubai. Giving me Iman realness. Because she told us she's statuesque and that skin is everything. It says Zac Efron was with Vanessa Hudgens. My sister absolutely loves. Yeah, he was, and now Vanessa pregnant. Congratulations to her. Are you talking about Zach was out here making out with the chocolate boy. He like him some dark meat. Allegedly, because I got to protect my sources, and my friend saw this with his own eyes. So I'm gonna believe what he told me. Because look, I told y'all the tea about a certain comedian that was snorting the booger sugar, and y'all figured out who it was. Speaking of Asians and Fire Island, I gotta watch that Las Culturistas podcast episode that came out yesterday, because they interviewed Charlie XCX, and her album's coming out in a couple of hours. So I gotta watch that interview. It says Zac Efron is Disney also. That may be another reason. Rob was on Deal or No Deal Island. Oh, I didn't even get to watch that. I know Claudia Jordan was on there. And I'm a meeting to get to because I heard it was good. It said Bob Harper was one of the trainers of Biggest Loser. He came out of the show because they had a contestant who was gay and was given a. Isn't Bob Harper gay? Vanessa Hudgens. Oh, did she? Okay. All right, Vanessa, you better go ahead with your bad self. I didn't even know I was gonna say I didn't even know she sang. Duh, she was in High School Musical. So she was a High School Musical. I remember my goddaughter loved High School Musical. She would run that show into the all those movies into the ground. What time is it? It's summertime. I was like, that shit used to drive me crazy. Anyway, let's move on. Because I'm sitting out here just having Tourette's moments with fucking High School Musical. Okay, so let's see. What is our next topic? Child, let's get into it. Let's talk about Jennifer and all this negativity and shit that's coming out about her. Or she addressing the haters. Whatever, girl. Anyway, so it says that J-Lo has addressed negativity in the world in her new subscriber email on Thursday amid Ben Affleck split rumors. So her new sci-fi film Atlas held the #1 spot on Netflix's English films list and remained the streaming platform's most watched title for the second week in a row per Netflix stats. In a message shared on the J-Lo newsletter on June 5th, Lopez wrote, "I just found out some great news and it's all because of you. Atlas is #1 worldwide again this week. Thank you all so much. It may seem like there's a lot of negativity out in the world right now, but don't let the voices you and a few the voices of a few drown out that there is so much love out there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you all so much. Now, for those of you who have not seen Atlas, she is a producer of the film and she plays Atlas Shepherds, described as a brilliant but misanthropic data analyst with a deep distrust of AI. The futuristic movie's plot involves saving the future of humanity from AI. And I'm still trying to figure out, did they actually save the future of humanity from AI? Because I don't think they did. It just felt like I was watching, one of those typical sci-fi action, like everything that was in it, I felt like I already seen. It looked like literally a ripoff of Aliens, Pacific Rim, so many other movies that I had already seen done better. I mean, it was entertaining, but it's not, in my opinion, a movie that I'm gonna watch multiple times. And a lot of times when I watch certain films, if I like an action movie, horror movie, whatever the case is, if I really like the movie, I'm gonna watch it multiple times. Atlas is not going to be one of those movies I watch multiple times. And then on top of that, I really don't trust Netflix. And I mean, I'm sure, yeah, she's number one in 50 something odd countries, which we talked about a couple of episodes ago, because it seemed like every episode we talk about Hannaford on here. And when she, in regards to that situation, I just feel like, what is the numbers? Because you ain't tell us what the numbers are. I don't be trusting the numbers or whatever the case is over there at Netflix. And I've heard that what Netflix does is they count the ratings as the amount of minutes that are watched of a movie. So you could watch the movie and fall asleep on it, it'll still count. You could watch 10 minutes or 15 minutes or maybe even 5 minutes of the video or a half an hour, however much, and they count that as a view. So I don't know. I don't trust it in that way when they're counting numbers and data and all that other stuff. They also said The Mother, Lopez's action film from May 2023, became a massive hit for Netflix last year and is currently at number 9 on the list of the platform's most watched movies of all time. Though Lopez did not clarify what negativity she was speaking about in her memo to fans, the release of Atlas came amid speculation about her marriage with Ben Affleck. Sources have told people their relationship is not in the best place as the pair are living separately in recent was it at least in recent weeks, sorry. So it says, and then also we know about the canceling of this tour instead to spend time with family and friends, but we already know the tea and nobody's buying it to spend family with time with family and friends because of the tickets with ticketing. Trust and believe she would not be wanting to spend time with them kids and her friends. She'd be out there getting ready for this tour. The reason why the tour isn't no longer happening is because y'all wasn't buying the tickets. Because I feel like, and this is no shade, this is me being honest. Maybe there'll be a little shade thrown in depending on how it comes out this mouth of mine. But I feel like J-Lo was aged out of the music industry. I feel like people don't know who she is. Yeah, maybe you need to focus on the fans that came up with you, from on the six on down. And that whole era. It should have been a greatest hits tour, which is why, you had Madonna's tour was very successful. You got Taylor Swift with the Eras. And let's also not forget Avril Lavigne. Avril Lavigne has a greatest hits tour right now that is doing exceptionally well. So if you do greatest hits tours, apparently that's what the people want to see. People want to feel nostalgia. People want to feel back to they want to feel back. Oh yeah, I remember when she sang, you know, um, Complicated, Skater Boy, all the other stuff. Yeah, I remember where I was at the time when I heard Skater Boy back in the 2000s. So that's basically where people are now. They don't want the new stuff. I mean, you could do new stuff, and if the younger people are interested in it, then that's fine. But like I said, you need to leave the ballads alone. Because I remember one time, yesterday, not even the other day, it was yesterday, a song from her new album, This Is Me Now, shuffled on my damn thing. I ain't never skipped that shit so fast. I said, wait a minute, let me actually give this song a chance because it just shuffled on my thing. It was one of mid-tempo R&B track. So, child, now here this bitch thinking she could sing, and that's what we want to hear. It's like, no. Yes, you worked on your vocals and all the other stuff, but nobody want to hear that. We want taco taco. We want that vibe. We want a vibe where you shaking your hips, you give a choreography, and there's a beat. Faster than 180 beats per minute. Now hold on, because here's the other gag, and shout out to Daily Mail over this. So this shit might be happening. The fact that wait, hold on. Oh, I was about to say, did my computer freeze? What happened to my computer? I'm like, what is going on? Hold on. Now let me share the screen because I don't know what's happening. I'm like, please do not tell me that this whole thing is going to get. Now I don't know if y'all gonna see it because for some reason it seems like my computer has frozen. Okay. So, okay, there it is. But I don't know why I don't see my camera. There goes the house is for sale. The Zillow. Um so yeah. So they have like the whole yeah, so apparently their mansion, the $60 million mansion is on Zillow. So that's what's happening at this point. So I guess it's really happening that they could be getting an actual divorce. Hold on, let me refresh this damn thing because why is my computer? Oh yeah, I had to refresh the damn computer because I was like, oh hell no, what happened? I feel like my screen froze. I couldn't see nothing. I was like, let me have to freeze back. So did y'all see the let me know if y'all actually saw the desktop where y'all saw the screen in regards of the house because I may have to go back and look. I was like, you know what? Sometimes it's the internet be internet, and I got the top internet. I got Verizon, bitch, and you know that shit is expensive. So, but sometimes, the internet be interneting, and oh, okay, so you saw it, so I ain't got to go back and look for it. But good. So now we're back. Now that we're back, I think I gave my overall situation. So yeah, now the mansion is available on Zillow. So they're looking to sell it, the $60 million mansion that they both wound up buying, and it just seems like that the divorce is imminent. I'm glad that she's taking the time to work on the marriage and all this other stuff, as she says, or she's probably getting all her ducks in a row behind the scenes with the lawyer because it seems like they said that Ben has checked out and she's addressing the negativity. But I'm like, girl, what negativity are you talking about? It just seems like to me that you have not taken responsibility for whatever the issues were that was going on with your career. I just feel like, all the stuff that was coming out with, I think it all started with this whole This Is Me era. People were not buying into the music because you put out music and you took 10 years to release a new album. First of all, that's a whole decade where you missed a whole demographic of new fans to introduce to you as an artist. You was giving music in the late 90s into the 2000s and into the 2010s, sort of, but then after AKA you vanished. You would give like a little song here and there, but you really wasn't giving us what needed to be given in regards to that. So you really didn't grow with it. Like I said, you didn't grow with your audience. Like Madonna, she kept consistently releasing music. Like Taylor Swift, who consistently would release music, or Beyonce, who you weren't out here still giving music while your competition was given stuff. So you're kind of like I feel like you got lost in the shuffle and you pretty much, like, unfortunately, like Redman and Method Man, you've aged out of the demographic. Now you can still be out here doing your little greatest hits and do a Vegas residency and get people interested in seeing you as a performer because people be like, oh, that's that chick that did that movie. Oh, she sings too? Let me listen to the music. Like, there be some people that be gagging over that where it's like, oh, I didn't know that this person from this movie, and it has happened. This person that was in this movie or this person that was in this TV show also makes music. People be surprised by that. So so she's got to rejudge and re-strategize and rebrand because people ain't caring about the old music and stuff anymore. And I do feel like she can always pretty much do the performance stuff, but at this point, a lot of the fandom, like her fandom, is pretty much. I think it stopped after the 35 and older crowd. Like the young kids younger than that ain't really listening to her. But anyway, I say all this to say, what negativity she talking about? Oh, then and now on top of it, and I think on top of it, because I was trying to wrap this up, but before I do, I gotta throw this in. So the negativity, what she's talking about in the world right now, I saw like the stories about on TikTok, where TikTok, they despise her. They were going in on, how mean she is and posting all the other. So that may have hurt her also. How nasty and rude, so nasty and so rude she is when it comes. Shout out to Nene Leakes. How nasty and rude she is when it comes to dealing with the service industry. We got a story about Zachary Quinto doing the same damn thing. We're gonna bring up in the show later on. How nasty and rude she is to some people, to some of the fans, to regular service workers, to regular people. Once upon a time, she was one, but it seemed like she forgot who she is. She hasn't really humbled herself in a way where she tries to play like she's regular schmegula Jenny from the block, but she's not giving us that. Like you giving us the opposite. Who are you in this generation and time? Like you have to constantly reinvent yourself and the wheel. And regardless of this, if I was her, I would fire Benny Medina because apparently, according to her, Benny talked her into doing this whole be more real and personable and stuff. And I think what she thought he meant by that was, let me do this vanity project of this whole "this is me now." I said, no, sis, that's not what we meant. Like if you look at the like my generation and a lot of the older people, like when you have the 40s and up and all this stuff, also they're doing TikToks with their kids. They're getting on there doing little dance offs or whatever the case is. So they're being more personable in that way, or they're getting on social media and they're interacting with their fans. J-Lo don't do it. She's doing a newsletter. That's like Jennifer Lopez putting out a newsletter to her fans is the equivalent of getting a fax from freaking Dolly Parton. It's like, how is that even, like, who's still signing up to newsletters from a website? That is giving me, like, pre-internet. It's like, what is that? But I guess if you're a hardcore Jennifer Lopez fan, all three of you, y'all are the ones that are subscribing to it. But I say all to say, let me know what you think of this story down below. Do y'all think that she needs to take accountability for her actions? Do you think that Jennifer Lopez is refusing to accept the fact that, you know what, she want to call it negativity, but it's just like people are being the thing that she's not being, which is real about what's going on with her career. If she was able to take off the rose-colored glasses and see, then she'd be able to course correct and work it out. But she hasn't. But anyway, let me know in the comments down below what you guys think. He says she's drinking too much Delola. Well, somebody got to drink it. Because, I don't know how you come out with a liquor line when, hey, that's another thing. How you come out with a liquor line, you say you don't drink. And then on top of that, your husband is alcoholic. Make it make sense. And so I'm glad her 3 fans made her feel better. Child, I said, watching 5 minutes of something shouldn't count as a full. That's what I said. But I remember hearing like Netflix counts that as like if you just put on a show. I mean, if you put on a show, meaning a program, movie, whatever, they count that as a view. I'm like, no. If you watch the whole thing through, that should be counted. So Netflix, y'all be cooking the books. And said, what did J-Ho do for all these karmic repercussions? What I said earlier, being nasty and to the fan. Because I remember at one point people liked Jennifer Lopez. Like she could do no wrong. People wasn't saying, but I guess now that social media is what it is now, that you can, when you come out with stuff, it's like, oh yeah, but I got a J-Lo story. She trying to talk about she real and she was running up and down the block with her hair looking a hot ass mess, like she did in that clip. And now people are calling her out for being disingenuous. So I just think like the documentary and the musical movie, whatever the hell you want to call it, hurt her because she was trying to be personable and it came across as being fake and people saw through it. Double A says she has aged out. Yes, she has. And it said, that's it. She is 55 and she did not build an audience. The Jenny from the block thing isn't working anymore because she's not relatable, and that's another thing too. She tried to play up this whole thing. I'm real. I'm a girl next door. I'm Jenny from the block. All this, that was cute or whatever because it was the beginning of your career, and she was from the Bronx, so she could play that whole I'm just the girl from the Bronx, whatever. But girl, you ain't been the girl from the Bronx in over 20 something odd years. In over 25 years, to be honest, because that's when your career first started. So you was able to get away with the relatability thing for the first 2 albums. But now that we have social media and stuff, we see how you live in this lavish lifestyle and being all, showing off your money and being fashionable and all this stuff. People are like, girl, you worth $400 million. There's no way in hell you from the block still. Like, why you still trying to sell us the block? What block you talking about? I remember listening to On the Floor and I Love Your Poppy when I was younger, but most Gen Z kids just associate with her with stealing from Selena's legacy and Ashanti. And that's another thing too. It's like, look, Ashanti out here doing her thing. She about to have a baby with Nelly. And, you know, a lot of people have been especially when you go down them TikTok rabbit holes or any of the other social media ones, but they made so many videos about Jennifer Lopez and the crook activities that the label Sony was doing to steal from other artists, sabotaging other artists. You know, the legendary story with Tommy Mottola using her as a plant to destroy Mariah Carey. That didn't work. Which is why Mariah Carey still don't know her to this day. Avril Lavigne could go on tour, and plenty of us will go see her. 90s nostalgia and early 2000s nostalgia is real. MTV was at its height back then. People attribute the music to the video. Absolutely. And I still love that Skater Boy song. And like, if people want authenticity, why would people see Lopez when Ashanti is on tour pregnant? Exactly. And hitting all her damn notes. Shake Your Hips choreography beat in that order. Exactly. We can still hear you, but your screen. Oh, so yeah, y'all telling me about the screen situation. Yeah, it was a. I don't know. Yeah, I was so annoyed by what I don't know what happened with that, but I'm glad that I was able to refresh and didn't cut off the damn live feed. Yeah, exactly. She don't take accountability for anything. Don't forget getting accounts deleted. Oh yeah, I forgot about to mention that too. Remember the girl that apparently died from the C word that was using her TikTok as a way to as a source of income. And instead of, just embracing the social media thing, because here's the thing. Y'all can say, oh, we need to stay out of people's business, or we nosy, or we this, or we that. But us pundits that are on social media, we keep these celebrities relevant. You're not going to get that from the Access Hollywoods and the extras or other, because extra Access Hollywood, y'all are more interested in getting Jennifer Lopez to show up on your red carpet on your studio to kiss her ass so she can promote her lame ass movie or whatever music thing she got coming out. A lot of the people on social media tune into us because we're gonna give you the real tea. So that's why. So instead of bashing it, you should be embracing it and be like, "Oh yeah, well we still keeping y'all name, we keeping y'all name in our mouth, and we helping the algorithm feed the beast so that way you're trending because trending helps y'all." Okay, so now, oh yeah, for refresh, so I had to go, so it just sent my whole thing up to the top. So now let's move on and now talk about fledgling relationship, messy relationship. Let's talk about Kelis, who says, look, because we were talking about Nas earlier, and she said she has no interest in rekindling her relationship with ex-husband Nas. Now I did see this story over on the Neighborhood Talk. So let me pull that up. But the article I got is Vibe. So it says on Monday, June 3rd, the veteran songstress responded to a social media user encouraging her and Nas get back together, saying, Nas and Kelis, y'all need to double back, give love another chance. This is what the fan wrote, blessings. Now, Kelis expressed her preference not to live in the past, noting that she and Nas were more than a decade removed from being partners. She also asked whether the fan would want to re-enter a relationship with a former mate from so long ago, saying, stop it, it was 15 years ago. Damn, it was that long ago? Oh, so that must mean her son Knight has got to be 15 or maybe 14. Because I don't know how long they were together, married before she had a baby with him. And this is what the New York native said of her and Nas' split. Do you want your ex from almost 2 decades ago? Now, when another social media user suggested Kelis give Nas his bread back, really? Now, the singer reported by claiming that the Queensbridge icon, she said he owes her money, actually, chiding the comments for discussing her finances, saying, LOL, he owes me, actually. Get out of here. Only a loser is worried about what someone else is worried about someone else's money. LOL, please. And here's the thing. I love the fact that Kelis just be out here reading her damn, the shady ass fans on social media because they think they know every damn thing. Now, they said that they first met at an MTV VMA after party in 2002 and began dating soon after. The two stars got married in January 2005 and were together for several years before Kelis filed for divorce in 2009. They welcomed their lone child, Knight Jones, in 2009, months after Kelis filed for separation. Oh, so he was born in 2009. I'm seeing. Oh, so he's about 14, 15, give or take. I don't know what year, what month he was born. So I don't know if the birthday passed or the birthday is coming. So he's about 15. So yeah, but the divorce was finalized in 2010. Now they said in 2018. Now here's the thing. So I don't know, because I was gonna say this. I don't know how people saying that y'all want Kise and Nas to get back together, because I remember when she went on Hollywood Unlocked with Jason Lee, or was it just Jason Lee that she said that one? But I think Jason Lee was still going by Hollywood Unlocked at the time. And I know he still has Hollywood Unlocked, but I think he wasn't just doing like a Jason Lee one-on-one thing. But I do remember there was an infamous like interview that came out where he went to Kelis's house and she started spilling all the tea to my night. Nas beat her, that he hasn't been in his son's life, that he owes her child support. So there's been a whole lot of drama that's been, percolating between her and him. She said that, she suffered mental and physical abuse from him. She said it was really dark. There was a lot of drinking and a lot of mental and physical abuse. We would fight. I never just sat there, but we would definitely fight. Which meant that she said, oh no, I was hitting his ass back. She said, I waited 9 years to say anything. The amount of airing out I could do, and I've chosen not to. Our kids will find out. They're finding out now. I've never painted myself as a saint. Did he hit me? Mm-hmm. Did I hit him? Mm-hmm. So they was like Chris Brown and Rihanna when they was married, putting paws on each other. Now, Nas did deny that he put paws on Kelis and accused her of continuously accusing to taint his reputation while deeming her claims as sad and fictitious. Now, Nas, who is 50, fired back in a lengthy Instagram post at the time, writing, "Nothing surprises me anymore, including this. This is what your life has come down to, sis, exploiting some people's real struggle and pain just to get at me, to get attention, fame, another fight against men." He continued by saying, "I'm tired of painting a bad picture of me. I'm tired of you, painting a bad picture of me. I've been tired of it, but you never seem to get tired. I even had to be in a relationship with you again after we separated just so I could see my son, and I am just tired." Well, here's the thing. Well, they said Nas dated Nicki Minaj, and he dated, well, who didn't date Drea Michelle? But here's the thing. I did not understand. First of all, I do not get Kelis dating Bill Murray. What the hell is she seeing him? That's like dating Joe Biden. All that old, wrinkly skin rubbing up against you. But anyway, um, I I like Nas and Kelis. I like that song In Public. I like their music. And all the things that they did together, and I did think they were a power couple at the time and all this other stuff. But if the relationship was toxic, the best thing that she did was walk away from being in a relationship with him. And if somebody has been in a relationship with you and it's been abusive, why would you want to tell them to go back to that? Like, it's the same thing like um Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck thought that would work, where you rekindle an old romance, where he pursued her and shortly out of her relationship with A-Rod, and they got back together. You see what's happening with that. It seemed like to me the only hood relationship that's working, where it's like a R&B princess type dating a rapper and getting a relationship and it's working, is Nelly and Ashanti. They seem to be the only ones that have been able to make their situation work. But I think it's because Nelly realized what he had. He didn't realize what he had until it was gone. And Ashanti put her foot down and was like, okay, now we're going to get back together. There's rules and regulations that we must abide by in order to make this relationship work. And he's been able to meet those demands and vice versa. I can't see Kise and Nas getting back together because, Kise, I'm sure, probably has ways about her. I believe she's a Leo and Nas is a Virgo. Y'all be butting heads. Another relationship that Leo Virgo. You had Bennifer and Mark Anthony. Now you got these two. So yeah, that would not be a good idea. But anyway, I said this to say, would y'all want to see Kise and Nas get back together? I say no. I don't think it would work. I'm glad that she stuck to her guns, and you know what? She clapped back where she needed to. It's like, wait a minute, y'all out here counting my coins and telling me that I need to give him his money back. What money? What money you talking about? First of all, he owes me money. And stop speaking on things y'all don't know about. But you know, people like to throw things out there just so that way they can get a rise out of these celebrities. And Kelis is gonna be like, oh no, bitch, you're not just gonna come up here and say some shit and this thing, I'm gonna just put up with it. So let me know what you guys think of this story down below. Now let's move on and talk about Koonye, who is accused of harassment by his former assistant, who was an OnlyFans content creator. And I've seen some people going just because, if, I don't know, y'all can see this picture, because she's wearing this, that strap is holding on for dear life. They holding them boobs up for dear life, child, because she got some tittle bitties. But I seen people with something here talking about, oh, just because she got on this top or whatever, then, oh, well, she up here making it up. She a liar. First of all, we're not going to sit up here and sex shame somebody. It's like he pursued her to work in the whole situation, like to work for him, knowing full on well what her career was. So, a year into her employment with Kanye, the rapper asked her to. Actually, let me start from the beginning. So, her name is Laura Pizziata, and she's a former OnlyFans content creator who was hired by Kanye to be his assistant. And now she's suing him. The lawsuit was filed on Monday for sexual harassment, breach of contract, and wrongful termination, alleging West pleasured himself while on phone calls with her and failed to pay her a $3 million severance package after abruptly firing her. Now, according to Combo, it says a year into her employment with Kanye, the rapper asked her to be godlike, delete her OnlyFans account, and promise to match her earnings, to which she agreed. Because he probably came up in there and was thinking that he was going to play Captain Save a Hoe. And when I say hoe, I don't mean it in a bad way. I'm saying it is because her career was being a sex worker. She was doing content creation on social media. So you probably thought you come up and you saw this pretty Kardashian type of chick. You wanted to go in, you wanted to, play Captain Save Her and save her from, lead her into salvation and save her from her sins and all the things. You know what these fake ass pastors be out here trying to do. But then meanwhile, you was out in here manipulating and gaslight because you a nasty mother father. And it says that however, he began sending Pizziata vulgar messages and videos that allegedly included racist and explicit content and pleasured himself during phone calls. The model also claims he was fixated on the penis size of her boyfriends. Ew. How you doing? Kanye. Now, child, I'm about to get graphic. They said, see, my problem is I be wanting to fuck, but then after I fuck, I want a girl to tell me how hard they've been fucked while I'm fucking them. Then I want her to cheat on me. This is reportedly read, one of the texts, according to TMZ. Another message allegedly sent to Pizziata by Ye read, is my dick racist? It is. This fucking racist dick of mine. I'm gonna beat this fucking racist dick for being fucking racist. I'm gonna stare at pictures of white women with black asses and beat the suck out of my. Wait, beat the suck? I think they meant beat the fuck. It said beat the fuck out of my racist dick, beating the shit out of this big black cock. I think I've seen Kanye's cock. Chill, it ain't big. Stop it. Maybe in your mind it is. Maybe you think the dick is the size of your ego, but in real life, no ma'am. Now it says Pizziata claims she was promoted to chief of staff for his various companies with an annual salary of $4 million before being fired in October 2022. She said she was never paid her $3 million severance offer. Now here's the thing: do we think he Donald Trump when you're just going to start hiring anybody to work for you, and then you're expecting some kind of sexual favors or whatever the case is, and that's what it turns out? This shit is a mess. So I believe every word. You went and hired this girl with some ill intentions. And I say this, if she has the proof, if she has the text messages, which was read out by TMZ, and voice messages where he was saying all this crazy stuff, because I'd be smart to keep all of that, because you never know. I think everybody needs to when it comes to these powerful figures. And she to get every coin. But I'm here that this is not the first time that Kanye has gone around saying sexual stuff about people and has paid it off to go away. But anyway, My question for you guys, what do you think of this story? Let me know in the comments down below, because Kanye is a hot ass mess. And I don't know, no shade, but I do believe every word of what she said. Now let's move on and let's talk about Miss Maya Hawke, because we were talking about Nepo babies, and we're gonna talk about one of them in a minute. Speaking of Kanye, we're gonna talk about Northwest and her whole and that whole nepotism thing with her. But one of the things I will say that I like about Maya Hawke is that she has no problem with being called a Nepo baby. She embraces it, and I love her for it. So the Stranger Things actress, who is the daughter of Uma Thurman and Ethan Hawke, admitted that she feels lucky to be able to follow in her parents' footsteps on the silver screen, saying there are so many people who deserve to have this kind of life who don't, but I think I'm comfortable with not deserving it and doing it anyway. This is what Hawke, 25, told the Times of London. The term Nepo baby refers to celebrity children who've gotten a leg up in the entertainment industry because of their famous parents. Hawke also said that her not taking advantage of her situation wouldn't help anyone, saying, I saw two paths when I was first starting, when one of them was change your name, get a nose job, and go on open casting roles. It's okay to be made fun of when you're in rarefied air. It's a lucky place to be. My relationships with my parents are really honest and positive, and that supersedes anything anyone can say about it. Elsewhere, the actress recalled comments she made to The Hollywood Reporter in 2019 about her first major on-screen role in Quentin Tarantino's Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. At the time, the maestro actress played it coy about how she was able to get her foot in the door to secure the role. Saying, I got an audition for the project through the normal channels through my agents, she said at the time. I did an audition in my bedroom with my dad. We sent in the tape to Quentin, and I got a call back. After her comments raised eyebrows on social media, Hawke has now set the record straight and admitted that nepotism definitely played a part, saying, I've been widely made fun of for this clip when I said on the red carpet that I auditioned. She told the outlet, I never meant to imply that I didn't get the part for nepotism reasons. I think I totally did. Last year, Hawke starred in the drama Wildcat, which was directed by her famous father. Now, here's the thing. Of course she got a leg in. Because of that, because look, Quentin worked with her mother on Kill Bill. So her doing the audition, sending it in, one, I'm like, oh, it's like, oh yeah, she's a good actress. I could put her in the role. But number two, her being Uma Thurman's daughter, knowing the history of him and Uma together, and them doing Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2, and the history of that, especially when feeling extra bad because he had to do that driving scene in Cuba where she crashed and broke her back because he didn't want to wait the next day to have the stunt people handle what need to be handled. I'm sure there's a little extra guilt in that as well. But here's the thing. I don't mind the word nepotism. There's a lot of people out here who get a leg up through nepotism, and not just in Hollywood, in regular jobs as well. The CEO of companies give their kids jobs, or whatever the case is. Or if you know somebody who knows somebody, they help get their friends jobs or whatever. It's required. I remember I've gotten my friends jobs, but it's because the way I work, they're expecting another me to show up for that job. So I don't mind the word nepotism. But here's the thing. If you're going to be a Nepo baby, you need to work hard to prove once you get through that door why you deserve to be there. So you have people like Willow Smith, who's trying to prove herself as a musician outside of what her famous parents. Like, she's working hard to be that girl in regards to that. Another person who's a really good actor that has a famous parent, John David Washington. Father is Denzel. John David Washington has proven himself to be an impeccable actor. Yeah, I'm sure he's gotten his foot through the door due to nepotism, but he worked hard to get to that position. And I think people like there's so many actors out here. Mamie Gummer, who's Meryl Streep's daughter. There's so many people out here who are actors who have gotten a leg up because of their famous parent, but has proven themselves. I don't like when people trying to thumb their nose up like Ben Platt and all these other people. It's like, just embrace it. I did see an episode of The Young Turks though, where Anna was and Jank was talking about it, and Anna went and Jank went and brought up Anna throwing shade at his nephew, and she called him a moron on live camera. I laughed at that, but I did not know, and this was a perfect example. She said she was in the audience when they did the Lion King thing in Northwest with the performer. First of all, they didn't even see this is some fake shady shit. They said the people in the audience didn't even know that this 10-year-old that was going to be making their debut doing I Just Can't Wait to Be King was Northwest until they introduced her to come out on stage. So it was a big secret because they knew if people knew it was Northwest, it would have been a problem. And me, I feel like if Northwest would have proven that she was good, people would be praising her, but she was terrible. And I don't care how old the child's age is. If you're bad, you're bad. And what needs to happen with Nepo babies, you parents need to approach your Nepo children the same way that Black parents approach their children about racism in the world. You know, when you're going to go out in that real world, they're going to treat you this way. You need to do this the exact same way with nepotism. You're going to be seen as a Nepo baby. If you want to get into the entertainment industry, these are the guidelines you have to follow to be taken seriously. So if you want to be an artist, you need to take your vocal lessons. You need to take dance classes. I'll put you in all that stuff, and you need to take it seriously, and we'll work it out. Same thing with Blue Ivy. Blue Ivy got clowned for that weak-ass dance that she was doing in the beginning of the Renaissance tour, and after that, because she had a TikTok, and her mother didn't know, and she gagged. But you know, kids are sneaky these days. So she was like, she was against it. And then Blue Ivy went and was like, well, I want to prove to the people that I could perform. So I'm going to actually go and I'm going to take the time and put in the work. I'm going to take the dance classes. I'm going to learn from, you know, your dance captain. And I'm going to take the time to rehearse the same method that Beyonce did growing up. She worked to get where she's at. She put in the work of the choreography and the singing and the performing and all that other stuff. And Blue Ivy, you can't just get up there and just think that I'm going to be cute or whatever, and that's going to be enough. They barely holding on to doing that shit with the Kardashian, keeping up with that stupid ass show or the Kardashian, whatever it's called. So I blame Kanye and Kim because y'all thought that you could just pay your way or buy your way into some shit and throw throw North up there and think that was going to be enough. And the girl got dragged, but of course, because y'all both live in a bubble, I don't feel like you're going to run up there and try to have and tell North, you know what? The lesson of this is if you really want to prove these people wrong, you need to actually show up for rehearsals. You need to actually dance and perform or whatever. So I'm a little nervous on how she's trying to channel herself into being the next Raven Simone by coming out with a rap album and get up there and perform. Because you can't just be, you know, doing what you was doing on that stage, walking back and forth and with your little rhymes and thinking that's going to be enough while everybody else dances around you. They're going to laugh your ass off that stage. So if you're really serious about getting in this world and really being an artist, because what else are these kids going to do? You can't expect them to work at McDonald's. You can't expect them to work a regular job. Like, that's not going to work because people are going to clown, you know, these kids for. Can you imagine seeing Blue Ivy at Starbucks making my latte? Or my macchiato? Like, no, that's not gonna work. Y'all gonna look at this like, okay, so what? Y'all broke? Like, what you doing? So it's like you tell these kids to be regular and normal, but then when they do, you clown them because you expect them to live this lavish lifestyle. So it can't be, you know, you can't have it both ways. It's one or the other. So they have no choice but to be a famous celebrity kid or whatever. But if you're going to get in the business, like I said, you have to work hard at it. And then if you work hard and prove yourself, people will shut up and accept it. So I say this, I say this all to ask you all at home watching or wherever you are. What do you think of this story? Are you here for what Maya Hawke had to say about the whole Nepo baby situation? Like I said, I have no issue with people, you know, Nepo babies, as long as you embrace the term and you show like, you know what, I worked hard to get where I am. It's like, yeah, it was easy for me to get through the door, but I worked my ass off to maintain staying in the room where I can be taken seriously as an actor, as a singer, as whatever, you know, part of the performance entertainment industry that you decide to take. So let me know what you guys think of this story down below. Okay, so now we have a couple of comments. Okay. Oh no, I don't want to go back to reading the J-Lo stuff. So yeah, Maya Hawke is good in Stranger Things, so I don't mind her. Yeah, I like her on the show. She's a good actress. And you know what? I was definitely thinking if they decide to do a Kill Bill 3, they definitely need to hire her to play BB. Ethan Hawke seems to be down to earth. I believe he is. It said, yes, he is. We literally grew up with him. He is a big part of the 90s. Yeah, because I remember first Ethan Hawke movie I ever saw was Explorers. I remember I was obsessed with that movie as a kid. You talking about the car accident and the car crash? Yeah, and that was Quentin's fault because he being hard headed. Like you're supposed to wait and to have your stunt team set all that up. Now, what if she would have died? Then what? Northwest and Blue Ivy just got a leg in through their mothers. Absolutely, but at least Blue Ivy has some talent, and she showed that she's proven herself to she proved the naysayers wrong. I just feel like North gives me spoiled brat. Well, I wouldn't say all of Hollywood, but most of it. Remember when he was trying to do a Jamaican patois? I was like, child, you was a whole fool. He cute though. I said, look at Chet Hanks. None of us understand how he turned out when his father is Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson. Why does Chet Hanks have a black scent and you went to Northwestern? Liza Minnelli is an icon of her own right. Absolutely, because her mother is the legendary and iconic Judy Garland. And she's proven herself. Yep, that was. Oh, you seen the same show? It said Anna does not like. No, she doesn't. It said he's simple though. Well, I guess you know what? He's cute. That's the only reason why Hassan gets away with so much because he's attractive. But child, if you don't have the talent, you should not have him on the Young Turks. And so I do not think they knew either. Nobody knows Northwest like that. She could have just done her work. Is that Isabella Rosa? Oh yeah, I forgot about Isabella Rossellini. And she has famous parents. Oh, Mariska Hargitay too. Mariska Hargitay, her parents was Mickey Hargitay and Jane Mansfield. Sad how Jane Mansfield died though. You know, if you know, you know. I don't want to talk about people losing their heads and stuff on TV. I mean, on here. But yeah, but it's like Isabella Rossellini's famous. You got Mariska Hargitay, who has famous parents. You got Anthony Perkins, who I didn't even know had children. His son Oz Perkins is a film director. So I think he has a big horror movie coming out soon. I forget the name of it. Oh, another thing. M. Night Shyamalan daughter got a new movie coming out called The Travelers, I believe is what it's called, with I think Dakota Fanning. Yeah, Dakota Fanning. So she's M. Night Shyamalan's daughter is a director. There's a lot of celebrities out here who got famous kids that's directing. I actually want to see that movie though. Is that Madonna says she talked to Lourdes about the industry. She was trying to make sure she actually wanted to pursue a career. Absolutely. And it's like you have to be real with your kids when it comes down to that. You can't just, blow smoke up their ass and expect them to just have a fandom. Elizabeth Olsen did not want to separate herself from her sisters, so she would not be considered Nepo baby. She realized she loves her. The funny thing is, for a long time, I never even knew Elizabeth Olsen was related to Mary-Kate and Ashley. And now when she acts, I'm just like, it doesn't feel like, oh yeah, she's a child. I mean, she's related to them. So she has carved out her own career. And the Olsen twins is off doing their own thing. Dating older men and stuff. Because they're not really doing any entertainment stuff. Maya also makes indie music, but I don't know about all that. Who's also making music? Kate Hudson, who another Nepo baby. We just name all the Nepo baby. We're gonna be all day doing that. Who's the daughter of Goldie Hawn. And don't forget Oliver Hudson, another child of Goldie Hawn. Wyatt Russell, son of Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn. So, they're all out here acting. Elizabeth is, Ingrid Bergman. I mean, I couldn't remember. I couldn't remember who Isabella Rossellini was related to. Christina. I don't know why I was thinking. Now I'm thinking of Joan Crawford. Oh yeah, I forgot about Dakota Johnson. But you know what? Her career really has not been popping. Like I didn't like none of the 50 Shades of Grey. I remember when I worked at the AMC movie theater, I rolled my eyes through that whole rollout of 50 Shades of Grey. I'm like, God, why do I have to work this shit? But I got paid lovely working it. So, but yeah, and then that Madam Web. So I don't think her career has really popped off though. Yep, George. Come on now, bring us the list. It's a George Clooney, Jamie Lee Curtis, John Bon Jovi is really. Don't forget Nicolas Cage. He's directed. He's related. He's related to Francis Ford Coppola. So is that Rocco trying to be a painter, admitting if it wasn't his mother? Yeah, exactly. Nobody would be. He would not be getting in them art galleries and shit if Madonna wasn't his mother. But it goes to show that he has talent, though. And at one point, he tried to change his name to be anonymous. And so, yeah, like I said, Kate Hudson, Lenny Kravitz. His mother was. I was gonna say Roxy Roper. I was gonna say a different name. Yeah, Roxy Roper. if Rocco just had a guy, because Wheezy friend for the Jeffersons, Helen Willis, if Rocco just had a guy as a father, he wouldn't be a painter. So yep, Nicolas Cage is Francis Ford Coppola. Yep, Ben and Jerry Stiller, Roxy from the Jeffersons. Yep, Roxy Roper. Oh yeah, don't forget Zoe Kravitz. She's proving herself to be an actress too. But the funny thing, looking at her, you just see Lisa Bonet. That's all you see in that. But anyway, so unfortunately, our next person that we're going to talk about isn't a nepo baby, but close enough. Let's talk about Lady Gaga, who is denying them pregnancy rumors. I was like, okay, girl. I don't know, because I seen them pictures and sis, you look pregnant to me. Now, she recently premiered. She recently appeared at her sister, what is her sister's name? Natalie. It's funny, their mother, she spells Stephanie Stefani. Her sister's name is spelled Natali. They just love spelling it Natalie. Natalie Giamatti. She went to her sister's wedding in Maine. Oh, ew, Maine. That's such a Stephen King town to live in. Like you're living in Maine or state. But anyway, so her sister over the weekend got married in Maine, and people looked at pictures of Lady Gaga and was like, is she with y'all? But please hold as I pull up that picture, because I was looking at the pictures too. I'm like, okay, that can't just be pasta that you gain weight off of. And I think we talked about that a little bit in the last show when we talked about Lady Gaga possibly being pregnant. And I hadn't seen the pictures at the time. So, but now looking at these pictures, she do look like she got a baby bump, like everywhere else. And the weird part was, I noticed the first time where it looked like she had a bit of a bump was that awkward architectural structure outfit that she was wearing when she was promoting the Chromatica Ball tour show for HBO. So it said the speculation was so rife that the Joker Folie à Deux star felt the need to address the rumors head on. She took to TikTok on the 5th of June to squash the rumors, quoting lyrics from Taylor Swift's The Tortured Poets Department track Down Bad, saying not pregnant, just down bad crying at the gym. The singer captured a selfie video. Gaga also reminded her followers to register to vote in the upcoming U.S. presidential election, which is set for November, saying register to vote or check if you're registered easily at www.headcount.org. And this is and then this is where she was open about her political stance on supporting trans folk. And then, I don't know. Here's the thing. I think she is pregnant, but I feel like she just don't want to talk about it. And here's the thing: if she don't want to talk about it, she doesn't have to. That's just her. That's her prerogative. If she doesn't want to open up and reveal that she doesn't want to have a baby, I wish she would though. But maybe she's at that point where she's not ready to, address it. First of all, I do not like this look. She dyed her eyelashes blonde. Her hair is blonde. She looks like an alien. And then all that filler, it looked like she got on her face. Lady Gaga does not look like herself. She looks like a completely different human being. But I know she's been in a relationship with her boo thing, a businessman, for over 4 years, I believe. So looking at her, I'm not saying that she looks fat or whatever, but she does look like she might be possibly pregnant. And here's the thing: if she is pregnant, this is the right time for her to be with child, because she's 38. And I told you that, women and their biological clocks, they only last but such amount of time before the eggs get powdered. So if Lady Gaga or Gaga, as I like to say, is out here with child, congratulations, niece, on being preggers, because is everything that I swear she looks like such an alien. So I don't know, like, how that works with her. But I was reading the comments. It was like, I still can't believe that Lady Gaga's pregnant. They said Lady Gaga just confirmed that she's not pregnant. So here's the thing. So it's like, if she's pregnant, congratulations. If she's not pregnant, oops. But you look pregnant. And I don't think, like I said, it's just pasta, whatever the case is. But if you are pregnant, I feel like you need to let her go through her trimesters. I don't know what trimester she's in. Some people speculate it might be 6 months, whatever the case is. Just let her feel like when she's ready to come out and let her do it. But sis, be careful when you do that, when you deny that you're pregnant, because remember, there was a girl by the name of Halle Bailey that did the same thing. And you saw what happened when she finally had the baby. We heard the baby crying in the background, and then all of a sudden, after it was, she couldn't deny it no more. Then she decided to post videos and pictures and things of Halo on social media, and the fans went in and dragged her to the ends of the earth. So, like I said, be careful what you do out there, sis, because this approach of y'all denying pregnancies and then come to find out you was pregnant the whole time because you feel like I want to have my moment of, having the kid or whatever. I feel like, you know what's going to happen? She going to make the announcement on the red carpet when she promoting this Folie à Deux movie, when she got to show up and promote as Harley Quinn. She's waiting until that movie comes out to make the announcement. But, these people with these lenses, they, if you're going to have an outdoor situation, somebody going to get a picture and sell it. So let me know what you think down below. Do y'all think Gaga is pregnant? Do you think that she's, do you think she ate too much Italian food and she looking bloated? Let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so rumor has it she's dropping the lead single from LG7 on the 21st of this month on the next. Oh, is she? I'm definitely curious to hear what the new music sounds like. It better not be another jazz album. We need pop Gaga. But okay, she can we'll see if that's what's gonna happen. But I thought, like, you know what, it'd be smart if she would make the announcement on the red carpet of the new Folie à Deux movie, whenever that comes out. I think it's this summer. And so when she's ready to speak, she can speak, or she can wait until the baby is born or 3 years old. She doesn't have to tell anyone. I kind of feel like this was publicity for her name to be in the blogs again. And with the Taylor Swift lyrics, she wanted to be trending. And you saw Taylor Swift actually, when she referenced the lyrics, Taylor Swift jumped in the comments talking about, y'all need to stop policing women's bodies or whatever. I guess talking to the media outlets. But here's the thing. Mostly women went in the comments, critiquing Lady Gaga's body. First of all, it'd be women that be the main ones that pick apart women's bodies and stuff. But y'all want to come at the men when we do it. We ain't the news. We just here to report it, as I like to say. So don't get mad. We just the messenger. Lord Gaga, not Lord Gaga, is pregnant. Lady Gaga was the same one saying Taylor was full of shit back in 2013. Well, how the times have changed in 10 years, right? Now, 11 years. But anyway, so now let's move on. And one of the things I want to do right now is I want to give T.S. Madison her flowers. Because one of the things I found irritating was the fact that I do not think that T.S. Madison, when I looked on any of the blogs and anything, I did not see anything about her doing this starter house that she's doing for trans women. So I saw on YouTube, they said that she's starting her T.S. Madison starter house. It's a long video, like it's literally an hour. I didn't want to go in there. She did a conference, about the T.S. Madison starter house with Dominique Morgan. And, excuse me. Let me see if on her channel, on her YouTube page, if she actually talks about it. Because then I could basically, so here's something. Because what I found and like really embarrassing, and one of the stories I was going to connect with this, because Sam Smith apparently has set up a charity to secure a happy home for all LGBTQ people. So now I see all the white blogs, gay blogs, talking about that. But you couldn't talk about a trans Black woman who's very influential in the industry doing something to help trans people transition out of the sex industry into bigger and better things. So she posted, with the way this whole situation just unfolded, I really almost just wanted to not do the T.S. Madison Starter House program because a lot of these girls secretly be feeling a way about me, and I haven't done nothing but stand 10 tones down for my community on every mainstream platform I've ever been on. But God told me this morning that I must obey and adhere to the vision he gave me. And even though some of you trash can ass, wait, oh, she said, and though some of you trash can ass bitches is worthy of my Grey Goose bottle, meaning she gonna knock him upside the head, kind of like what the brat went to jail for. Remember that? You are just as worthy to receive a chance to come out of something and rebuild your life for greatness. I will be obedient, God. And she said, because you told me that, oh yeah. So she said, God blessed me in a way so I could bless others. But God gave me the strength in both my hands to wield this mighty goose bottle on that big motherfucking nickel if I have to, because I'm surely on that type of time. But also, Father, I ask you, please bless my soul. You know what? This is the prayer. This is the type of prayer I love. Lord, forgive me because I'm about to fuck this motherfucker up. But give me the strength to deal with these clowns as I put forth this situation to help my community. Even though some of you deserve to be mollywopped across the room, I'm doing this because the spirit is telling me to do it. I'm like, that's something. If that ain't a backhanded prayer, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. But here's the thing. I love the fact that she is doing this, but a friend of mine is funny because he didn't even know about all this other stuff. But what she's saying in here kind of reminds me of that. It's like you want to do by your community, but we could be our own damn worst enemy. We sit and vilify and talk down and try to ruin and sabotage our own because we get so mad when people are put in positions bigger than us. I love people like T.S. Madison and so many other pundits that are out here doing what they need to do to pay it forward. I love the fact that she was able to come out on the other side of sex work, that she started out as a sex worker and she's become this huge brand within the popscape to the point of people like not T.S. Madison, people like Beyonce and so many others are working with her. She's a judge on RuPaul's Drag Race. Like, she's one of the most quoted trans women out here where people use her lines. 22 inches of weave, or when she talks about dark skin, light skin, beige, fluorescent beige, bitch, I'm black. Like, TS is that girl, and we have to give people their flowers when it's warranted. So I love that she's doing this. But Cheryl, I will say this. I hope and pray that if you do this, that you put the proper people in place to handle this starter house. The mansion that she bought, that's basically a starter. People thought she was buying a second mansion for herself. No, it's a starter house to help trans people who are in dire times, I guess the sex work, whatever the case is, transition out into the real world and fix themselves and make themselves better and all this other stuff. So I'm proud of her that she's doing this, but make sure you put the right counselors, people who understand mental health and all this other stuff, all the people that know what they need to do, hire the right people, vet them, put them in these positions where, you help move this thing where it needs to, because anything goes wrong, the first thing they do is they're going to blame you when things go left. So you have to realize a lot is riding on your name when it comes to situations like this. So I'm proud of her. And I'm also, to piggyback off, the Sam Smith thing, let me add that up in the situation. So, he's starting this thing, a charity to help, the LGBTQ community. And I love that he's doing that as well. But I don't like how y'all be so quick to prop up the white queers who do the bare minimum. But then T.S. Madison got to damn near jump through hoops and do cartwheels for even to get, the same amount of attention. So it says the 32-year-old unholy hitmaker who is non-binary and uses they/them pronouns. Child, I heard a joke earlier. They were like, how does I guess how does a serial killer kill a non-binary person? And I hate it. They were like they/them. I was like, really? When he said that, I hollered because I was like, and I immediately got it because it was like, they/them was a horror movie, which was terrible, by the way. I was like, if you want to rip off Friday the 13th, at least kill off some of the queers in the damn film. So he put, me and my team are in the process of building a charitable foundation to provide support for people within the LGBTQIA plus community. And then the charity is going to be called the Pink House. Isn't there something called the Pink Houses, like the projects or whatever? of famous projects. And they said it will be called the Pink House, named after the house that I grew up in, my childhood home. I wanted to be a useful resource for all queer people to work toward helping secure a happy home for all. The singer continued, sharing an image of what appears to be the charity's logo. The doors to the Pink House will be opening soon and everyone is welcome. Now, on the charity's website, Smith promises that the Pink House will be a safe, creative space for queer people and their abilities to visit at any time. Saying we are creating a space for the trans, queer, and whole LGBTQIA plus community and our friends and allies. Y'all even gonna put the allies up in there? Okay. And it said, here we are welcome. We are all welcome and can feel safe without judgment. The Pink House is a safe, creative space free to visit anytime, filled with shared experience and pathways to a better well-being. Here you will find information and help touching upon all aspects of queer life. So I say that's cute or whatever. I'm glad that, Sam Smith is creating this charity and stuff. But like I said in the previous video, if we don't give flowers, we need to celebrate all the flowers. So let's celebrate Sam Smith, and we could also celebrate T.S. Madison and stop only trying to big up the white queers and not big up the black queers who have been the forefront of a lot of change in things that happen within queer culture, especially when it came to Stonewall and all the other things. It was a black trans woman, Sylvia, and oh my God, how am I forgetting the names of my own people? Like, it was two queer people. It was Sylvia Rivera and oh my God, y'all gonna have to help me out in the comments, chat, because I just literally fucking drew a blank when it came to that. But anyway, so it was two trans women of color that basically had to do with throwing the brick and Stonewall. It wasn't no white man, as they tried to do. Thank you, Marsha P. Johnson. I don't know how I forgot her damn name. And I just posted a picture of her the other day on my damn Instagram. Child, don't tell me I'm getting Alzheimer's. uh, well, I did drink the other day to the point that I lost like a chunk of what happened. And I think I need to watch that because, Wendy Williams, that happened to her. So I got to be careful. And I need my brain. That definitely helps me when I'm doing these shows. So I got to be careful with the way I be out here drinking in these streets. But yeah, I say all this to say, like, let's celebrate all of the things and not just put up this one thing. So that's why I'm glad when I have this show on this platform, that's what I'm going to do. Because if the white blogs ain't going to do it, and y'all need to give TS her flowers, because TS is somebody who is on a mainstream show like Drag Race. So she deserves, the accolades and all the other stuff. So what do y'all think of this story? Are y'all here for TS? Are y'all here for Sam Smith and all, and this whole situation where it's like helping out the community? And I love the celebrities that are giving back to the community in this way. If I had the money and the ability, I definitely have always thought about in a way of setting up sort of a charity to give back to the community. And you know what? I'll put that in the ether that is something I do want to do one day, is really help pay it forward within the younger demographics, because I feel like I would want the same type of situation that I went through growing up as a queer kid, a young queer kid. I would want to pass that down to the younger generation who need to know about the Marsha P. Johnsons, the Sylvia Riveras, the Bayard Rustins, and all the other amazing queer influencers that have paved the way for our community to be where it is today. The Harvey Milks and all this stuff. Is Harvey Milk High School still around? My cousin went there. Both of them went to Harvey Milk. I never got to go to that school. But yeah, I have two cousins that went to the Harvey Milk School in New York. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's still around. But yeah, that was a big prominent school for like kids who were, and I feel like that's what we need today, because you hear so many queer kids getting bullied and unaliving themselves because they're being picked on for being LGBT. And there needs to be schools like that that help these young kids like not be bullied and picked on and stuff. The times really have changed. But let me know what you think of these stories down below. Oh, you said Gaga was the same old. Oh, you said that it was talking shit back in 2013. Well, she is, if we being honest. It says she tries to involve herself in everything. If Gaga is Gaga be relevant, Chromatica Outside Rain on Me wasn't the event they hyped it to be. Well, they could probably say COVID played a part in why that album failed. And it's like she's kind of sounding like Lauryn Hill saying if she leaves it to God whether she comes out on stage. So I would say Gaga is a natural stage, is a neutral stage and career where she isn't the main relevant pop girl, but she also isn't irrelevant where people don't care. She's just there. That is true. She's not really not like the girl who has that impact. Like she has a hardcore monsters. When she pops up, she could do a tour. I remember I was talking to a guy that I worked with yesterday, and he was like, "Oh, I've done a couple of like the stadium tours or whatever." He said, I'm an old guy, but Lady Gaga's tour, I think it was the last one, he said that was like in his top 5 of best tours. And I will say this, Gaga does give you a show. She gets up there, she does a little tricks with the piano, her stiff choreography aside, she definitely gives you a show. She performs. I'm tired of her saying pause up. Because like, child, you're gonna give your fans arthritis. Where as much as they be throwing their hands up in the air, but I guess that's her way of getting y'all to be enthused, because when she's up there performing, y'all, a lot of y'all just stand there and just be watching on your phones instead of engaging into the show. So she is that girl when it comes to performing. But I do agree. I feel like what Onyx said, she's just there. But anyway, it says Gaga might have one last run. Once she hits her 40s, her career will be pretty much done because she looks older than she. Well, here's the thing. I feel like at this point, Gaga's probably going one of those girls that just does greatest hits. Like she doesn't really need to put out music anymore. I feel like she can always rework her stuff. She can have a little jazz segment in the show. She could do or rework her songs or whatever. She has enough body of work where she really doesn't need to put out music anymore. She could just do a greatest hits for the rest of her life, and I feel like the people will come out and support it. Or she could do a residency. She's already solidified herself in that way. And said, but there's still hope that she can have a Taylor Beyonce moment where her tour revives her career and keeps her relevant to a younger audience. Telephone Part 2 might help. Well, yeah, she's also got to probably do the thing like Madonna and reach out to a younger demographic. Like Madonna was doing with Takesha, and she did Popular and all those other songs. I know a lot of people don't like when she goes to the younger demographic, but that's how you keep yourself in the know. Speaking of which, I posted a video of Madonna rehearsing The Power of Goodbye, and she was singing Dove l'amore by Cher. She was like, I don't know the words, but I just want to sing it. Whatever that means. Okay, so we have 4 more topics, and we are done with that show. I did a 4-hour show, but we had some hiccups and all the other stuff, but we made it. We almost at the finish line. But look, I gave y'all enough content for like 3 days, which I'm probably gonna have to cut up. But anyway, so let's talk about Rebel Wilson, who's come under fire over her comments about gay actors playing gay roles. So Rebel Wilson is in favor of actors taking on roles that speak to them, including straight stars who want to portray LGBTQ plus characters. But here's the thing. If you're straight, how does being queer speak to you? Is it that it's the underdog type situation, or that you feel like an other or a minority? Is that the relatability? But anyway, so it says that Rebel thinks, and shout out to Variety for this story, Rebel Wilson thinks the idea that only gay actors should only play gay characters is total nonsense. Now, in a new video on BBC Radio 4's Desert Island Discs, via The Guardian, the Pitch Perfect star brought up the topic when host Lauren Laverne asked if she felt there was a different standard with the kinds of jokes women comedians can make compared to men. Saying, I don't think there's a different standard. It's more this thing about if you are something, then now you're allowed to joke about it. So say if you're overweight, you can say jokes, but if you're not, you can't. That's kind of what's currently happening. But is that a positive development for the sake of comedy today? I think that's hard. Okay, so let's address that. So she said a bit about, like, I agree with that. I feel like, look, I love an equal opportunity offender when it comes to my comedy. I don't particularly care for, okay, so now we're now at a age of the industry where, oh, if you speak out about, oh, I was like, let me pause that. If you speak on, okay, if you're skinny and you speak on somebody who's overweight, then you should be speaking on it because you're fat shaming. I'm like, we used to get jokes all the time from the legends like Joan Rivers or whatever the case was, who would just read everybody for Phil. And we'd laugh and kiki because it was funny. I don't like that. Like I told you, I saw an Andrew Schultz show. I worked it. And he was offending everybody. He was going after the gays, the trans, women, men, himself. He was saying all this other stuff, overweight people. And we was all up in there hollering. I hate this whole idea of just like, oh, well, you can't say that because you're in my feelings, or you want to feel valid, or you want to go and say whatever it is that you want because it's social media and you want attention, clicks, and likes. So that's why I always say there's the Matrix and there's the real world. There's people who are in the Matrix that want to sit and rouse shit up because they like the endorphins and the energy and getting the attention when you know the negativity stuff. But in the real world, we all be up in there just hollering and kikiing and laughing. So the energy is different than when you in the real world versus the Matrix. Excuse me. So that's how I be feeling when it comes to certain situations. So I don't mind a joke as long as it's cleverly done. So, but is she trying to compare that to the whole gay thing? But is that a positive development for the sake of comedy? I think that's hard, Wilson said. It's going into this territory of like saying, well, only straight actors can play straight roles and gay actors can play gay roles, which I think is total nonsense. She continued by saying, I think you should be able to play any role that you want, but I always think, well, a white person can play a black person, although in the past I used to do that and do the blackface, and now that's considered a minstrel show, racism, there's history behind that. So people can't play everything. Like I said, but I always think in comedy, your job is to always flirt with that line of what's acceptable. Sometimes you do step over it, but at the end of the day, you are trying to entertain people. And I guess the reason why Rebel is saying that because she came out as gay in June of 2022, and she's engaged to a woman by the name of Ramona Agruma. So I'll say this: the whole straight actors playing gay roles, I don't mind it, as long as we're on an even playing field. People like Russell Tovey, people like Luke Evans, people like Matthew Bomer, people of that situation. I said Matthew. Matt Bomer, but his name is Matthew. Or any of the other ones. I can't think of no black. Oh, Coleman Domingo. He black. Well, of color. He's Latino also. They should be allowed to play the straight roles. And for the most part, you do see Luke Evans play straight and gay. Russell Tovey plays straight and gay. Matt Bomer plays straight and gay. So there is that flirtation. There's that line where they can do both sides. Coleman Domingo does play straight at times and gay. He just recently did the Bayard Rustin movie on Netflix, which is really good. So I do feel like as an actor, if I'm gay, I want to be able to play those straight roles. I should be allowed to play those straight roles. I should be able to go up and audition for those roles. I think the reason people have a problem with straight actors playing gay roles is because straight actors come into our space, they play these roles, and then the attitude of Hollywood is, you're so brave for playing this part, and now we want to give you an Oscar for playing that brave homosexual, for being that brave heterosexual playing a homosexual. So y'all want to do that? Or when you do any kind of part, y'all just be so praising of it. Now, we ain't never gonna see a Billy Porter playing straight because it's like he's too effeminate. So he's not gonna be able to play that. And that's fine. But when roles come up, since there are slim pickings amongst the obvious homosexuals who can't step outside of playing up the masculinity part, then they should be allowed to go up for the role instead of them automatically be given to somebody straight, because the straight person will guarantee bigger box office or a bigger name, or they'll be seen as brave or whatever the case that is. So I say all this overall to say I don't mind people playing whatever. Because remember at one point somebody got in trouble when they was talking about the trans role, and they was talking about, it was Scarlett Johansson. She was supposed to play a trans man, and she was playing it. If I want to play a tree, I should play a tree. And they were like, bitch, are you kind of compare us to a tree? And people took offense. So it's like, you gotta tread lightly because people too damn sensitive when you say certain things. So now as far as like trans characters, I feel like because there's such slim pickings with trans characters in film and TV, trans actors should be able to play those roles. But then again, let's leave it open to have the MJs and all them. They should be able to play other parts as well. And it shouldn't always be brought up that they're trans. They should just be. And just write a character specifically for them, whatever the case is, and let them audition. So I feel like it depends on the situation. But for the most part, Hollywood definitely needs to be more open-minded and allow queer people to play characters outside of their queerness. because I don't only want to just be defined by being a gay man. I want to be able to play other parts as well. If I want to be able to go up for James Bond, but I suck dick in real life, I should be able to play the role and convince y'all that I could play the 007. So I say all this to say, I don't mind it as long as we can be open and fair on all sides. But I'm curious to hear what you all have to say about this. So let me know down in the comments below. Okay, so now speaking of people in queerness and Hollywood and telling people to stay in the closet, let's talk coming out or being in the closet, whatever you want to call it. Let's talk about Chris Colfer from Glee, who was told, like many celebrities, not to come out because they said it will ruin their career. Now, Chris, who played Kurt on Glee, never came out at the time as gay on the show, but recently revealed, because he was on The View this week, that he was warned not to come out as gay as it would ruin his career just as the Fox musical comedy series was getting underway. Now, Colfer played, like I said, openly gay high schooler Kurt Hummel on all 6 seasons of Glee, which ran from 2009 to 2015. Said, I grew up in a very conservative town where being openly gay was dangerous. I remember when I got on Glee, the role was written for me and I did not know what the role was going to be. And so I opened the script, and when I read the script for the first time was when I saw that it was an openly gay character, and I was terrified. When I started filming the show, I had a lot of people tell me, do not come out whatever you do because it will ruin your career. So I hid for a little bit, he said, but I also told them I can't hide it with my voice. I'm more effeminate than most people. I can't hide it. And they said, don't worry, as long as you never address it, you'll be rewarded for it in the end. Now, Colfer also remembered a fan encounter he had at a Glee fan event that inspired him to come out despite all the warnings against doing so. He was at a poster signing tour before the show started airing, and a young boy handed him an envelope when his parents weren't looking. Inside was a note that read, thank you, in a paper clip that was the colors of the rainbow. Colfer said he knew in that moment that he had to come out publicly because being open about his sexuality was more important than any acting role. And he said, at the time I was thinking, okay, yeah, if I'm an openly gay actor, yeah, I may never win a major award. I may never get to play a superhero. But I think being a beacon of positivity and providing that comfort for people is way more important than attention. And, he wound up winning awards at the end of the day. He won a 2011 Golden Globe for Best Supporting Actor and won 3 consecutive People's Choice Awards for Favorite Comedic TV Actor. He was also nominated twice for an Emmy for Outstanding Supporting Actor in a Comedy Series. So, yeah, in the end, listening to them people tell him all this other shit because they weren't about their bottom line and making their money. They wasn't having concern about their client. They were more or less worried about, don't come out the closets, keep it secret. And I'm glad he came out and said what he said because he deserves to be himself. But I think a lot of people need to realize, like, yeah, you hiding in the closet, you playing this character and making so much money off that character, not realizing the person that's on the other side of that screen that you're filming in front of is watching you. And you're giving them the courage to be themselves, and they meet you, and you don't realize like the impact that you have on them as a character and how you've inspired them to be themselves. So I say this, when these people talk, why everybody got to make announcements about being gay? Why people got to always talk about it? Because we need those voices. We need those kids who are feeling a certain kind of way, ostracized, judged, bullied, to feel like, what, at the end of the day, it's going to be okay, that people are going to pick on you, but it gets better on the other side eventually. And I feel like that's what we should be striving for. So those actors out there that are playing these roles, you got to realize, like when we was talking about, Rebel Wilson talking about she has no problem with straight actors playing gay roles, you got to realize there's a responsibility that comes with playing these characters that are marginalized and become very few and far between on our screens, big, small, or whatever kind of size screen you watching your programs on. You got to realize that there is a responsibility that comes with that, especially when you're being invited in people's homes every week, whatever show you're on. So that's what we have to see when in regards to that. And look, Chris Colfer has an amazing career now. He's an author. He's writing children's books, and they're very successful. So I do wonder if they're actually going to turn his book series into a franchise. But anyway, what do you think of this story? Let me know in the comments down below. Oh yeah, said that already. Said it was kind of obvious Chris was gay. There was no need to come out. Well, yeah, but look, I guess it was like sometimes you have to kind of announce it because people are like, it's so and so gay. They never came out and said it, but we know. It's kind of like Barry Manilow. People knew Barry Manilow was gay for like majority of his career, but it wasn't until not too long ago, a couple of years ago, that he came out officially. All right, so child, speaking of Ryan Murphy Productions and actors that have been in them, let's talk about Zachary Quinto, because Spock out here showing his entire ass. So, shout out to out for this story. So it says a Toronto restaurant has publicly called out Zachary Quinto, the actor, and banned him from returning to their space. Now, Manita, a Toronto cafe, bar, and grocery store. How do you have a cafe, bar, and a grocery store all rolled up into one? But they describe it as a Mediterranean-ish bistro. So y'all got a bunch of things up in there. Y'all going through identity crisis? But look, if you like it, I love it. So basically, they said they publicly called out Star Trek and American Horror Story star Zachary Quinto for his alleged rude behavior and banned him from returning to the restaurant. Now, hold on. As I pull up the IG post where they basically just spill all his tea. And we in the age of like people on public platforms spilling celebrity tea. So when y'all out here showing y'all entire behind, just know that people are putting y'all behind y'all tea out in these streets. So it says, to expand upon yesterday's story regarding Zachary Quinto, this isn't the first time, nor will it be the last time an irate guest has taken their frustrations out on our staff. Manita is deeply grateful for our mostly incredible, who you throwing shade at in here in regards to your staff? Oh, they said mostly incredible, friendly, gracious guests who may give us constructive feedback from time to time. To all the other Zachary Quintos out there, on behalf of restaurant workers everywhere, we aren't above criticism, but we are above being demeaned. So it says that Zachary Quinto, an amazing Spock, but terrible customer. This is what the restaurant wrote in the post. Yelled at our staff like an entitled child after he didn't reply to 2 texts to inform him his table was ready, and refused to believe the empty tables in the dining room weren't available for him, despite being politely informed they were spoken for, meaning that they were reserved and you can't just walk up in somewhere to to just grab a table because you're a celebrity. He said, made our host cry and the rest of our brunch diners uncomfortable. Mr. Quinto, take your bad vibes somewhere else. We have many lovely celebrities join us at Manita, but you are not one of them. After initially sharing the post and his stories, Manita published on Instagram and gave more details into the caption. And that was the caption that I had read earlier. And they said that he was in Toronto celebrating his birthday, and he hasn't commented. But here's the thing, sir. Y'all can't be running around here just treating staff like shit and expecting to not get read down to the floor. Jennifer Lopez, because, with the stories about her, and now the stories about him, now, y'all being dragged down to the floor with the whole situation. So I say, listen, say, y'all got to be careful out here in the way y'all be treating people, because you will get read, as you should, if you showing your entire ass, and as he has. So let me know about what you guys think of this story down below. Now, look, also, if y'all have any bad, like some terrible stories about celebrity encounters, if you work in the service industry or wherever, definitely leave the comments down below, because I want to hear the tea. All right, so let's move on to our final topic. And let's talk about Roxy Andrews and Vanjie are out here beefing with Oro Mayari. It just seems like every week we have a drag race story where the girls is fighting. We had the Plain Jane, Bob the Drag Queen beef. We had Mistress Isabel Brooks, reading her former drag children, Sugar and Spice. Trixie Mattel going in on Morphine. But I think like the Trixie and Morphine one wasn't really that much of a beef. And then also we had the one not too long ago, Eureka and Kim Chi. That was a good one. And especially when she was talking about the pus and the duct tape and the stinky drag outfits. That's one still makes me heave. Anyway, so let's get to the story. So now it says that the beef started because of the recent episode that just aired, episode 4, where the queens were split into pairs for a group makeover challenge of 4. Very, very bold firefighters. Remember that? So during the challenge, Roxy Andrews and Miss Vanjie won. But apparently, Aura Mayari and a couple of the fans did not like the fact that they won and thought that the Powerpuff Girls inspired looks presented by Plastic Tiara and Georges should have won. So hold on as I pull up the tweet from Miss Aura. When I hear the Aura, why do I think of that song with Lady Gaga, where the original name of the track was called Burka, but then they changed it. But anyway, so writing on X, Aura went so far as to say that season 11 and 14 queens deserved to have won, saying no tea, no shade, but this group was the winner. Performance tick, outfit tick, makeup tick. And I had to pause the video of Jordan and Plastique with their makeover girl where they perform. And I do agree, the choreography was good, the look was good, and I did like it. Now, in among the replies pointed out that the list of people allowed to comment on who deserved to win did not include Aura, who triumphed in season 15's girl group challenge, was the doll herself, Roxy, saying, no, we won because we were great, just as everyone else, she said. But the exchange didn't stop there, saying Aura then reacted to a fan comment on her original tweet, tagging Roxy in the process. The fan wrote that Roxy and Vanessa's win was for storyline purposes, to which Aura replied, they all did good, so whatever, LOL. Roxy Andrews, here you go, sis. I guess she was tagging to say, like, look, I wasn't the only one that was saying it. Now, Roxy has a total of 4 challenge wins across her Drag Race career, then said, you're absolutely allowed to have your opinion. I just wanted to answer your question. And that was when things got really heated as Vanessa got involved about, who's that? And as Roxy, referring to Aura, she was on the show too. Now, some fans then weighed with ones saying Vanessa needed to stop letting this one win go to her head, to which the queen replied, right, and you won't even win a hot dog eating contest, even if you were the only person to enter, dumbass. Now, to top it all off, Vanessa tweeted, if you know so much, why you ain't do good on your season? That's my question. Because Quarters was cute. You know, Order was cute or whatever, but girl, you was so basic and boring on your season. You won one challenge, and then the next week I think you got eliminated. Now the top of and then it says that Roxy replied to that with, I'm telling you, LOL, they know it all, but the proof is in their seasons. Let me start a real show. Child. I mean, I'm laughing because it's true. Now, Aura addressed the situation saying, why y'all think I'm coming for all these queens drag? This is a makeover challenge. I'm looking at the men they made over. They all did great, but I thought the guy that Jordan and Plastique did looked the best and performed the best. Take a deep breath and don't exhale. Oop. She followed up with, this drag race community is just mean and cruel. The way you all go overboard and just straight up nasty. Roxy and Vanessa, meanwhile, became frontrunners in the charity season after both being awarded a bonus benefictress badge at the start and winning the episode. They're currently tied with Got Mick for the lead. Well, don't worry, because I believe this is that was the last time. The last time that Got Mick won her benefictress badge, that she ain't winning no more, from what I've heard. But I do think that Roxy will be making it all the way to the end, because I've always said that. And they said that every other queen has one except Chanel, who doesn't have any. And I will say this, it did feel, this whole season so far, it does feel very much like participation trophy with the whole benefactress badge. See, now I can't even say it like benefactress, because I feel like y'all took that from Simone. Of course, Simone and the queens do things on the show, and y'all just run with stuff. So now I can't even say benefictress regular. I gotta say it like that. I own 51% of this benefictress badge. Okay, let me stop. So it was good because when I watched it, look, she ain't the only one. Because I remember I watched the episode and I was like, really? I didn't say. I mean, I got that Miss Vanity because remember in the beginning, and I do think it's production doing what they doing. Vanjie did say, "Oh yeah, it was nice that I was given a badge," which pretty much got Miller like a damn hypocrite because you was talking about, "Oh, y'all gonna be cliquish or whatever the case is to get badges," but then now you being cliquish with Vanjie, which is proving the whole point of why you gave her the benefactress badge. So was it earned, or was you just doing it because allegedly y'all was hunching off camera? Remember that story we talked about for like 2 seconds on one of the episodes because I couldn't really elaborate. It wasn't nothing really big to talk about because Vanjie out here humping everybody's damn leg. So I honestly I did think that Jordan's and Plastique was gonna win, but remember she was like, Miss Vanjie, she was like, "Oh well, it was great that I got the benefactress badge, but I would like to win one by myself. It'd be nice to win one on my own." And then all of a sudden, she win it in the challenge because they put it in the thing. But I know they do the confessional interview thingy after the show was done. But it was good to interweave that in. Maybe they told it was scripted and they told them to say it, but I don't know. But for production purposes, they do things to move the story forward. So I actually thought she was going to win that. I was not expecting that they were going to win. And I was like, yeah, y'all were all great. But at the end of the day, it's like, oh my gosh, it is becoming like the Drag Race fandom has become toxic. I feel like the Drag Race fandom has become toxic. The queens be fighting amongst each other. And then the fans want to jump in on the situation. Y'all making shit worse. So it's just hard. But I'm here for it because y'all definitely helping my views. Whenever I talk about these Drag Race beefs, a lot of the viewers be watching. And I'm here for it. But you know what? I like Vanjie. Vanjie is a cackle. I like Roxy. She has definitely proven herself this season. I have not watched the episode that she was just on with Detox with Roscoe, the Roscoe's episode. I definitely need to get around to that. But like I said, I've been so far behind on shows. So I definitely am going to try to see if I can watch that after the show. And once I get me something to eat, all the good stuff, because it is 8 o'clock in New York and I did a 4.5 hour show today. So, I say all this to say, I'm here for the drama, but y'all need to keep it on the internet, and we don't need this to be we don't need the toxic fandom, we don't need all this other stuff. People should be allowed to have their opinions without people getting all up in their feelings. But you know what? If Aura's gonna be out here giving opinions about things, if she was on Drag Race, you can't, poke the bear and tell them how to. I say it all the time. You cannot poke a bear and tell it how to attack you. You can't control that. So if you're gonna come out here and be reading things or try to set it off with like a backhanded compliment, oh, everybody did great, but ... and then throwing the read and the shade, you can't get mad when Vanjie come at you because Vanjie a hood rat. So she gonna come up in there, she gonna drag you down to the floor, say something shady. Her and then Roxy gonna take more of the, she tries to be a little congenial about it, but you can't read the dog. She gonna read you back. So let me know what you guys think of this beef down below. I'm just like, at this point, I'm just sitting back waiting to see what's the beef gonna be next week. Because every time I'm doing a show, there's always a Drag Race beef. But yeah, let me know what you guys think down below. Okay, so I have a comment. Oh, yeah, we read that already. It said Plastique and Jordan should have won. Their firefighter shaved off his opera. It's like, damn it, I shaved off my eyebrows. Damn it. I should have won for that alone. Self-proclaimed. I'm glad you said it because, I mean, Aura is good looking out of drag, but as far as like trade of the season, nobody was really giving trade of the season on that show. I know some people's even saying that Cameron Michaels wasn't even given trade during their season. They're treating Chanel like an afterthought. It's sad. And I like Chanel on the show, but I do feel like y'all not respecting her as a drag legend. Like she's been doing drag for a long time. So she's one of the girls from season 1. So I do feel like, yeah, y'all kind of just not giving her flowers. But do you think that Chanel is probably taking herself a little too seriously? Like sort of like Lucy LaDuca, like she's kind of falling into that category in regards of being on the show, like she's giving Delulu in a lot of situations. I don't know. I kind of feel it a little bit, but it's not as obvious as Lucy. And damn, I totally forgot who I said was the Lucy LaDuca of season 16. Q. Q was the Lucy of season 16. And it's, so far, I feel like this season more than the last All Stars, where the tension and chemistry felt so off and weird, especially after Heidi quit and Kahana wanted to quit. Yeah, because that season was a mess. Cameron Michaels was just a gay with muscles to me. I never got trade from exactly, and I feel like you want to know something. No shade is there seems to be a lot of people who give that they give a homosexual with muscles, but y'all think just because they're hot and they've got a tight body that you know that's trade. And to me, I don't think that's trade. But I do agree. Milk definitely is good looking. I actually walked by Milk the other day. I was coming from the gym. Well, it wasn't the other day, it was like maybe a month or two ago. I was coming from the gym and he was in Chelsea. I was in Chelsea, and we passed each other on 8th Avenue. And Safira, of course, I know her because I was at her. I went all the way out to Philly with a friend of mine because a friend of mine used to be roommates with a celebrity friend of mine. It used to be roommates with Safira, lived out, and when he used to live briefly out in Philly, and we were at her premiere party out at the Brooklyn Bowl in Philly. And I met Safira. She was getting made up or whatever because that whole situation was crazy. But at the end of the day, it all came together. Then we went to a club afterwards in Philly, and then her and her people performed, and it was a great night. So that was a really good night. I had maybe like 2 drinks, and I was up in there just dancing, having a good time, watching the drag shows. It was great. And then we got to watch Drag Race, and it was like they kind of did like a little Roscoe situation. So in between commercials, Honey Davenport was there, a bunch of other queens was there. They all sat up on the thing, and we talked a bit about the sequences of what we saw till they came back from commercial, and it was like that, similar to like I said with Roscoe's. So that was a lot of fun. And Safira, who I believe dates very much like it's very open. I think Safira identifies as pansexual because from what I've been told, and I met her significant other. I don't know if they're still together, probably are, but I met her other half, and her other half is a trans male. And I noticed one thing in Philly, there's a lot of trans men that live out in Philly. Because I met another one who a friend of mine was interested in, and he was good looking. I was like, oh, I said, I won't be nasty, but I was like, I'll eat your box. But I was like, he was hot though. But I was like, yeah, some of these trans men out here, um, they be giving it. I've done a well, yeah. Wait, hold on. First of all, this might be my second 4-hour show because I've done a 4-hour show a couple of weeks ago. This might be my first 4.5-hour show. Almost hitting 5 hours. Look, I'm out here competing with T.S. Madison, but the difference is I'm running I think her last show was 4 something. But I think it was I did. But look, I'm out here doing a 4-hour show by myself. Can you believe this is literally like this is almost like a part-time job. I literally ran my mouth this damn long. After this, I don't want to talk to nobody until tomorrow. Would have to be at work. But anyway, if y'all have any more questions, that was the last topic. So if y'all have any more questions, comments, and concerns, throw it down in the situation below. I definitely want to hear what everybody has to say. If not, please, I was trying to see if I could take out that banner chair. But anyway, if before you all go, please hit that like button, that subscribe button, the notification button, so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Samuel Unfiltered. Like I told you, I'm trying to hit 1K by the end of Pride Month. So do me a, be a good citizen and help out this homosexual by hitting that like button, that subscribe button, and the notification button, so you can help me get my big numbers. So that way, by the end of the month, I can hit 1K. Because look, I'm growing the channel. Like, I'm working my ass off on this channel by myself, taking it seriously and everything, giving y'all a show, including giving y'all a full-on 4.5-hour show where we all interacting and kikiing and running our mouths and all that stuff. So I appreciate all y'all that stuck it out from the beginning to the end. In regards of this show. So yes, I appreciate everybody that comes in and the loyal fan base, the new, the old, and in between, that are supporting the show and are here for the shenanigans, because without y'all, I'd just be here talking to my damn self. Now, I think I did mention this earlier, because I was saying, like, yes, I am excited for Bratz. I cannot wait for this album to come out. I'll definitely be listening to it. Probably not on my way off to and from work because I'm gonna be carpooling, and it might be rude to be in the car with headphones on while I'm listening to an album and I'm with my coworkers and stuff. So I'm gonna wait until I get home and I'm gonna listen to it. And then if anything, if I have the energy and wherewithal, I might come on and do a show tomorrow. Cause I'm only working one of my jobs. I don't have to do a double shift. So um I can probably come on and do like a little short show. And by a short show, I'm hoping it's under 2 hours. Because I'll be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do a short show. Short show to me, I guess a short show in my mind is 4 hours or 3 hours or 2 hours. But I'm like, yeah, if I could put together like a little short show where I could just come on and put a little something, then I'm gonna do that. Well, I don't know if I could copyright homosexual because I heard that from Tony Directs. He did that on his he does, he does like little gay comedy parody videos or whatever. And he did one with Pennywise the Clown. And Pennywise says homosexual. So that's where I got that from. So I can't copyright something that I ain't make up. So yeah. So anyway, love you all for watching. If that is all with the comments, tune in next time for a brand new episode of Chris Allen Unfiltered. Love you, love you, love you. And until next time, I'm going to eat me something because I am starving. I'm glad I ate a little bit before I came on the live because otherwise my stomach will be beating me up, telling me put some food in it. But anyway, so love you all for watching. And until next time, ciao, darlings.